Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome to Agent
Hello.
Mode Day.
I'm so excited.
I know. I'm Olivia. I'm a developer advocate on the VS Code team, if you didn't know who I was already. And I'm super excited. We have Cassidy here with us today, too. Hey, Cassidy.
Hello, I'm Cassidy, and I'm on the advocacy team at GitHub. And I'm really
Nice.
excited to talk about all of the agent mode things, Padawan, MCP, all of the above.
It's going to be awesome. Speaking of Agent Mode, if you haven't already heard, Agent Mode is now available for everyone with GitHub Copilot and VS Code. Yay!
Yeah.
And we figured what better way to celebrate than a stream?
Yeah,
to just
exactly.
hang out, see the latest.
See how to do all the things. It's been so powerful to work with too. I've been dabbling on personal projects, work projects, all sorts of things, and the fact that we're able to make it accessible to so many people is also just that's the best part.
I know, it really is. Yeah. And that's why I love having these sort of events, so we can just hang out with you all here, get to know your questions, hear how you're liking Agent Mode, liking all the features that are latest in VS Code and GitHub Copilot. So I'm very excited for our agenda today. We're going over a lot of really cool things. So obviously Agent Mode, talking about MCP servers, customizing Copilot. We'll get some completion stuff in there. I feel like I'm missing something, Cassie. There's so much.
Next edit suggestions.
Yes.
Bring your own key, notebooks.
Yes.
So many things. Yeah.
Yes. I see people already in the chat. That's awesome. Hey, chat. So happy to see you here. Make sure you're interacting throughout, because we will be asking questions to all our presenters during the day. So it's a great chance to kind of get your voice heard, get your questions answered, and just let us know what's top of mind for y'all. Cool. All right. With that, we have a very jam-packed day.
I was going to say, I think we got to get started.
Yes, I think so too. So we're actually going to kick off the excitement with a topic that's kind of at the leading edge of development right now, and really kind of unlocks the power of Agent Mode. So we want to hear from the folks who work on this tech every single day, kind of get a deeper look behind MCP. So with that, let's go ahead and bring on Burke, Harald, and Toby. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, look at all us. This is so fun.
Hello.
Cool. Well, we'll turn it over to y'all. Very excited to see what you have. And thanks, chat, for being here.
See you soon.
Thank you so much, Olivia and Cassidy. All right, folks, you've seen AI probably in your editor completing your code. You may have even chatted with it. Today, we're going way beyond that, right? Today, we're talking about agent mode, and agent mode is a mode in which the AI can write code, yes, but it can also iterate on its own output, run terminal commands, and even fix its own problems as it sees them. And what really unlocks the power of agent mode is the ability of the model to call tools behind the scenes. And a big part of that is something called MCP. So if you've been online a lot lately, you certainly can't get away from this term. It stands for Model Context Protocol. And what we want to do is kind of dive deep here for just the next 20 minutes or so, no buzzwords, and talk to some of the folks who are in the trenches working with this thing day to day. They're on the front lines. So my name is Burke. I'm a developer advocate at Microsoft working on Visual Studio Code. But I want to welcome to the stream for this keynote two folks who are working on this day in and day out. So first we have Harald Kirschner, who's to my right here. Harald is a VS Code team member. Previously, Harald worked on Firefox on the DevTools, WebAssembly, Progressive Web Apps, and Firefox Quantum. Today, he helps with every aspect of VS Code, making it capable and customizable for everything developers need to get done. Welcome, Harald.
Thank you, Burke.
And we've got Toby Padilla from GitHub. Toby is a principal product manager at GitHub. He was previously the founder of the command line startup Charm, the VP of mobile at TweetDeck and Last.fm, and an engineer at Apple, and he now leads GitHub's MCP initiatives. Hey, Toby.
Hey, thank you, Burke.
All right, thanks so much. What I want to do here is, Harald, let's start with you. So let's just start at zero here. Just Eli 5 me on this thing. What is Model Context Protocol, And why should developers stop what they're doing and even care and start paying attention to it?
Yeah, that's a great starting question. Without leaving the buzzwords out, I think the best explanation is it's an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem that can finally connect your AI agents, like Copilot that so far could see your code base, execute and things in the terminal and fix bugs, to everything else that you actually need to work on software, to your inner documentation that might not be on the internet, to Figma, to Perplexity for deep research. And it's that layer in between. And it's a very simple protocol. You see this HTTP or REST, but it's simple enough that you see this massive grassroots growth. So on GitHub, if you search around, you find over 1,000 MCP servers that just wrap existing services and APIs and solve really day-to-day developer problems. And that's really the exciting part, that ecosystem.
So what's interesting about MCP is it's actually inspired by something called the LSP, which is something that Visual Studio Code created and is now, I believe, widely adopted. And so this is the M by N problem, which is essentially you have, X number of clients that need to talk to X number of models, and MCP sort of standardizes that so all the clients can talk to, or all the models rather, can talk to all of these different areas of context via the model context protocol. Would that be inaccurate if I'm summarizing that here?
Yeah, totally. I think the outcome for you is once you build an MCP server, you can plug it into everything else because it's a shared protocol. So you only do it once, which previously you might have written VS Code extension and then you wanted to use it in OpenAI or ChatGPT. So now that becomes a lot easier.
That makes a lot of sense, because otherwise, if I'm in Visual Studio Code and I want to talk to something like a Postgres database, how do I do that other than what I got to write an extension to do that? I don't know how to do that. And so I guess MCP sort of unlocks that by making it so that you can just add that capability to the agent straight away.
Yeah. And a big part of this MCP has not just tool calling, what we see in the agent mode, but there's also other principles that bring this kind of AI superpowers that really give it a lot of data, give it good prompting. So there's reusable prompt files, there's context resources. So it's a growing spec. I think right now we're just scratching the surface of what it can do, but it's going to be really interesting as we bring in all these new primitives from the spec of what people will figure out that they can automate with MCP.
So the spec's evolving, changing. Is that true, or are we sort of okay? So it's very early days. Yeah. Well, let me ask you this: why do you think MCP is so transformative here? Like, especially for agents, was there a moment for you specifically where it clicked and you realized, oh, like this is going to change everything? This is super important. Or are we just? How do we know we're not just jumping on the latest bandwagon here, Harald?
Yeah, I think we all saw this like one amazing demo where it uses Blender and makes 3D stuff, or it makes my design. But I think for me, just talking to developers, just kind of being in and talking to like larger teams even, and they've all been exploring MCP. Like they see the value, they see like finally I can give Copilot eyes on things it couldn't see before, like my internal knowledge bases. Or this authorization tool, I can give it hands to get a key out when the developer needs new authentication key. And it's really about that developer flow. Like, I'm staying in flow because my tool gets access of what it needs, and I can just do that internally. MCP servers are really easy to write. So you don't even need an external tool. And then B, the other one is that you keep the others in the flow, right? You stop interrupting people to like, where's that thing I need? Because MCP can finally kind of bring that domain knowledge in. And that's I think the excitement where I saw like this is something, even though the protocol is still early, there's no big marketing around it, but there's just grassroots excitement and people figuring out hard problems they couldn't solve before.
So why do you think that is? And actually, I'm going to bring Toby in here real quick. Toby, why do you think it is that it's caught on so much? Like because it really did. It seemed to come out of nowhere, and now overnight there was just dozens of MCP servers that you could just add, and that list is just growing by the minute. I'm sure somebody's probably publishing one right now as we're having this conversation.
Yeah, it sort of hit critical mass. And if you think about MCP servers, almost like the command line, these things compose, right? And so when you add the Postgres tool and the Figma tool and the GitHub tool, they all can work together and do kind of miraculous stuff. And when you start seeing it do that, your wheels start spinning. You're like, oh, I want to add my own custom one, or I want to do the Home Assistant one or whatever, right? So when you really start to see the technology get demonstrated, it's kind of obvious that it's a pretty powerful thing. And I think that gets everyone super excited. There was a function calling spec to LLMs and APIs for doing this that existed before MCP. But Anthropic kind of made, I say it's more of a social innovation than a technical one, where they got everyone on board with doing this, right? And once you started seeing the train moving, everyone kind of wanted to jump on the train. And it was pretty obvious that this was sort of the future of agents and AI tool calling.
Yeah, absolutely. And the moment it clicked for me, chat, is when I had the there's an Apple Shortcuts MCP server that you can add, and it's just like you said, Toby, it's just so simple. You just add a JSON block, essentially. It's very, very simple. And then I was able to have the agent display a notification and then eventually change the color of this lamp behind me whenever it was done doing anything, like reaching out of the chat and into the physical world. And I was like, that's crazy, man. Very, very cool. Well, let me ask you this, Harald. Like, I'm a dev. I feel like every time I go to bed and wake up, everything has changed, right? And it seems like so early for all this stuff. How do I, as a dev, like how do people be successful today with MCP so that they stay ahead of the curve and they don't get left behind? I just feel like I'm always being left behind.
Yeah, I can feel that. It's just getting started. I think the bar is so low now. We talked about all these servers out there, you wiring up one that just does AppleScript. So there's a lot of prior art just to try out. Like, oh, I'm using Perplexity for deep research. I want to use that in my day-to-day. I'm just going to add it to VS Code. So there's enough, the bar is low enough to just pick something from out there and add it to your flow and start figuring out how can I be effective with that. Just can I just review my PRs from within VS Code by using the GitHub pull request extension and adding the GitHub MCP on top. So I can maybe summarize like which PR should I review first, like or order them by complexity. So I can have some easy ones first, and then I work myself up. So there's a lot of just challenging what AI can do on a day-to-day, but starting from one server. And I think that's just that muscle memory of like, oh, I couldn't do this before, but now MCP, maybe there is just the right context that makes it possible.
Right, and we've learned, at least on the VS Code side and GitHub as well, working on this together, that context is really everything for the models, right? I've often said that prompt engineering is just giving the model the answer that you want. In other words, if in the context is the answer that the model needs, it's pretty good at finding that. But without the context, it tends to fill in the blanks on its own. And that's where MCP really comes in to allow you to add. So let me stop pontificating here and ask this though, Harald. It is very easy to get started with MCP, and this is a bit of a double-edged sword because right now we're accessing everything with API keys, and these API keys are going in JSON files. That's concerning. Also, early days though, right? People want to move fast. We're experimenting with things. What are we doing to help with this, specifically within Visual Studio Code?
Yeah, something we heard from many users, like, and it's a paper cut that's in the early adoption. Like most experience right now, we haven't tried out MCP. There's a JSON file somewhere in most editors, and then you copy over how the server's named, how do you call it, and which environment variables it has. And oftentimes, like, whereas you put your API key here, and then if that file sits in your repository, because that's how you can configure some MCPs, and you can be very careful not to suddenly hit the wrong commit button and add it to git ignore, so it doesn't leak out. So probably already happened to some, and secret protection on GitHub helps, but it's not a great state. So in VS Code, we have an existing system called input variables that allows you to now set that key as you need it, and it's securely stored within VS Code. Or we load it from the environment variables where it's already being used. So we really want to make that initial experience better, but that's just table stakes. That's just like, let's fix the obvious paper cuts there's a lot more to do around discovery and installation to not have you to edit JSON files, but to make it feel like VS Code extensions. I think that's where MCP in the medium term will really shine. Like, take out that like installing MCP server piece and just like, it's an extension to get a Copilot to VS Code. It's just something you install and that adds new capabilities. That's trusted. That's coming from a secure spot. That it brings all the capabilities that where you feel safe to use it. There's still so many questions in this space, but at least we're solving the initial ones.
Yeah, so and that's on the client side, and you can use all of this today in Visual Studio Code, both insiders and stable. In case y'all didn't know, chat, there's two VS Codes. There's the blue VS Code and the green VS Code, right? Blue is stable, and insiders is what, nightly? It's essentially our nightly Harald, and that's where all the, like, if you want to see, I think we ship everything essentially to insiders that we're working on, so you don't have to wait for the next VS Code release. If you want to use all that stuff today, you can. So Toby, I want to kind of bring this over your direction a bit here, because you're actually building, so that's the client side, but you're actually building the GitHub MCP server. So tell us a little bit about what you've built. Like, what is the GitHub MCP server, and why is this exciting?
So the GitHub MCP server basically brings the entire GitHub platform into your AI tooling. And it means that LLMs and agents can do essentially everything you can do on the website on their own. And it's kind of amazing because, like you guys said earlier, it iterates on these tools kind of in response to your requests. So you may say something like, create a private repo, do a new branch and make a pull request and generate a static website and put it in there. And it'll go and it'll do some of these steps and return the response back to the LLM and then say, okay, we're done with this. Let's keep going. And it'll iterate maybe 3 or 4 times, making 3 tool calls, 7 tool calls. And then when it's done, it'll return the response to the user. So it kind of has its own inner loop there. And it turns essentially any LLM into agent mode, and then it can continue to sort of iterate and compose itself. But it's pretty powerful. And it's like how we said earlier, the light bulb just clicks, right? When you see it do that. And you're like, wow, it just did something pretty amazing that you didn't think it would do before, because it's totally interacting with the environment around it.
Right. So like, as we're kind of like building tools for LLMs, right? Which is kind of new, not building them for people, but building them for models. So it's not just mapping GitHub's API, right? Or are you? Like, what does this actually look like behind the scenes?
So we actually took ownership of the GitHub MCP server from Anthropic. They built sort of a reference MCP server to help bootstrap the community and get the ball rolling. And it was great, right? Like, it was one of their most popular MCP servers. But it was kind of a mapping to the API on the back end. And we saw that if you interacted with it with like how a human would speak, it would often break. So you could say something like, show me my private repos, and it would fail because it didn't know who me or my was. So we started thinking through like the natural language user experience. And the very first tool we added in our new server is the Get Me tool. And Get Me, the description for it is simply like, if a user asks about me or my or I, use this to find the authenticated user's information. And so now you can say like, do this for me or whatever. And it always hits Get Me first. And it's like, okay, you're Toby, you're logged in, you're authenticated, I have your credentials. I can go get your stuff and know what we're talking about there. So as you think through this stuff, you kind of have to imagine how people are going to be talking to it. And instead of thinking about like a GUI, you're thinking about a natural language UI. And it means that you want to craft the MCP tools to match what people are going to ask there. And then there's other issues with like complexity of the function calls and stuff. You may have an API call that takes a parameter that has like 17 different things in it, and it'll pick one of those and return it. Well, the LLM's not so good at that. So maybe you want to break that up into 17 tools. And then that's a whole nother problem, because we're talking about tool choice and explosion of tools. And I think we're starting to dive into solving some of that stuff too.
Yeah, so we've seen this as well, but I've heard that when it comes to MCP chat, like if you have too many tools enabled in your agent, that the agent can get pretty confused. It gets overwhelmed by tool choice. Like, how do you teach the model which tools to use and like when to say no? How do you do this?
It's definitely a work in progress. Our lead developer on the project, Sam Morrow, has done an amazing job. We're going to have a new release coming out probably this week with our sort of initial take at dynamic tooling. So we've grouped a lot of these tools because we have 31 tools now, and this is actually going to explode quite a bit more, and it's already kind of overwhelming for the LM. So what we're doing is we're grouping them by kind of use case or topic. So there's like the repos, there's the users, there's search, and each of them may have like 10 tools in them, and we're calling those tool sets. And then we've created a top level set of tools that are like list tool set, enable tool set, and then we've got the get me in there too. So now you can ask the LLM to do something. The very first thing it's going to do is say like, okay, list the tool sets. Let me see what's available, which is kind of interesting because it just latently has the ability to know that it should do that. And it does that. And it's like, okay, PRs, repos, search. The user prompted me to do something with PRs. Let me get that tool set. And then it'll say enable the pull request tool set. And then we're using dynamic tooling, and VS Code has done a really good job of being on the cutting edge here and supporting these tool change notifications that come from MCP servers. And then we're like, okay, here's the 10 tools you now have available to you. And it will then use those, and it's like get pull request, whatever you've asked for, and do the right thing. So we think that this sort of dynamic runtime selection of tooling helps solve this problem. And our early experiments show it does. I would encourage anyone who's interested in this to go grab the latest off of main on our repo and play with it and give us feedback, because again, we're on the bleeding edge here, but it's looking pretty cool.
Now, I noticed you've got your screen shared, Toby. Did you want to like run through here and maybe show us? Because I was going to ask you, like, one of the things that I think is interesting about AI is that AI came out and people were like, what do we use it for? And the answer was like, whatever you want. So it's kind of like I need more direction. So like, what do I use the GitHub MCP for? What do you use it for, Toby?
So I've been using it to manage itself. And so the actual repo that we've launched is about a week and a half old. It has 11,300 stars or something like that on it. It's got 500 forks. We're getting tons of PRs, tons of issues. So managing all of that and keeping on top of that is actually quite a bit of work. But we can use the MCP server itself. So here we'll say like, rank the open issues in the GitHub MCP server repo by order of importance. And this is sort of like what Harald was talking about earlier, and we'll see what it does. But it's a way for developers to scale. So if you think about being like an individual open source contributor or developer, and your project takes off, like it's a big burden on you to properly manage this, right? And give everything the attention that it really needs. And especially as this takes off and people start like contributing issues and contributing pull requests. So here you can see it's saying these are high priority issues, and it's right. This is like stuff we need to fix. It's like, okay, serious problems, network timeouts, 403 stuff. You can see medium priority. Okay, we've got the tooling notification, add support for actions, lower priority stuff. That's super helpful, right? Like that's something that I, as somebody working on this product, can get immediate value out of. And it took me like 5 seconds to type that in here and get this out. So that's really cool from like a work standpoint. Here's a prompt that I've been showing people off. If you think about something like Spotify Wrapped, right? Like at the end of the year, it does this cool sort of editorialized journey of all the music that you've listened to throughout the year. Well, we can kind of do something like that across your entire career or as long as you've been on GitHub. So here I'm gonna say, look at my GitHub repos and write an editorialized summary of my journey as a developer. Oh, I think I actually need to do this one in GPT 4.0, but we'll see. And it shows you that you can use it for, let's try this again with, it actually works better. This is an example of different models behaving differently with different prompts and tooling. So when we talk about challenges to writing MCP servers, the different models actually handle this stuff different, all the way down to some of the schemas break that work with Claude that don't work with GPT. So this, you saw that the other one broke, this worked right away. It's like the early days, you did this, you were building these things, all this stuff. And so if you want to do something fun, I encourage everyone to run a query like this and learn a little bit about themselves, or at least what AI thinks about you, right? Like that's kind of a cool thing to check out. And I think we might even like wrap this up in some kind of fun thing where you could share it with people, because I could totally see people doing that.
That's very cool. I like that a lot. So that's interesting because we're using VS Code here for like insights. We're using agent, I think we generally think about like agent mode, like one-shotting our next startup. But agents are useful for many, many things, including helping you with your daily workflows, which is probably more practical. I want to kind of pivot and bring chat in here for a minute. And so I think Nick's asking a good question here, Nick Taylor. He's asking, as AI interacts with more tools via MCP, how does the authorization story evolve here? And I know that, again, the spec is early. And I know, Toby, you've got some thoughts on this as well as it pertains to the model. And so maybe just take this one.
So we were talking before about putting secrets in JSON files and generating PAT tokens and all of this. Like none of that is a great user experience. It's certainly not like safe, right? Like it's great to get up and running and be on the cutting edge and get this stuff going with minimal effort. But the spec is evolving to support what's called a remote MCP server. So the local ones run on your machine and they'll take a secret out of your environment variable or whatever, right? Remote is more OAuth based, and this is more secure and it's a better user experience. So I think in the future, and we're going in this direction with the GitHub MCP server, you're going to just add a URL to VS Code instead of finding the binary or having Docker or npx or any of these things, right? And then you will be kicked out to a web browser, and it's like, do you want to authorize the MCP server to view your GitHub stuff? Yes, I do. Click yes. Come back in, everything works. No secrets across your machine or going into any configuration files. So I think that is the answer, and it's where we're going to go. The spec is evolving. Anthropic's done a great job sort of like moving this thing along. We've got some people who have really deep authorization experience at sort of like the enterprise level. This guy Den has been doing a lot of really good auth work on the spec, so that we're kind of moving it forward. So I think that's where we're going to see authorization sort of increase the security, but also improve the user experience, especially around installation.
Yeah, so we're working with Anthropic on this at the moment. Yeah, it's a great question there, Nick. I think that's very very relevant here. Here's one, Harald. Do we need MCP servers to read the entire code base? I feel like I see this question a lot about entire code base. And there's actually a code base tool in Visual Studio Code. Is that an MCP server? Like, how does all this work?
Yeah, so it is a tool. Yes, so you think about the MCP server could provide different tools. And I actually heard a few use cases where this came up. So one is we have multiple tools in the agent mode. If you ask agent mode, what are your code-based search tools? It will list them all for you. We have one for grep, one for based on file names, one semantic search tool. So there's multiple ways that the AI can find the right tools and the right code, depending on like how you frame it. Like find all the TypeScript files, like it will use the grep tool. Or if you have overall, like how is authentication defined, it will like have a larger query. It can also look for symbols. So these are existing tools. Then I think the use case I found most compelling is teams that already had CLI tools for code-based search, for like multi-repo, large mono-repo. And then those are actually great MCP servers. If you already have a tool you've been using for your code base that is optimized and has a separate index, then those are great MCP use cases. But otherwise, if you have a server that needs the entire code base, that can be still a tool. Like if the AI will just hand over the right context and your MCP server does something with that context and transforms it or looks at files, you can still do that. So think about like what's the most composable item in that flow to bring in.
So people want to look at all the built-in tools in Visual Studio Code. What do they do in agent mode?
There is a /list. I think you exposed it. I think, but otherwise, just ask it what are the tools you have, and it will list it out. And you can ask it which tools, like what are inputs, because it has all the full tools list with descriptions, and the input schemas are in the context, so it will actually tell you.
Yeah. Chat, yeah, go check that out. The another question I see all the time is like, how do I just want to pass it a web page. Can I do that? Yes, there's a fetch tool and it will read the page and download the contents as Markdown and pass them to the chat. So that's awesome. Check that out. So let's just close this out because we got a whole day, y'all, of Agent Mode. Everything from here on out is all demos, y'all. And so followed by a big 2-hour block. I'm going to come back. Wes Bos and I are going to try to vibe code something, see how far we can get in 2 hours. It's going to be a lot of fun. I got my GitHub vibe coding button here. Y'all check this out. Right? That's all you need. So I want to kind of close this out and just, Toby, I'm going to come back to you here. Just like level set with me here, man, because you're working on this thing. What are you most nervous about here with either agents or MCP? Like, where is this going?
It's raw still, right? Like I literally just did a demo that didn't work. I'm like, oh, I better switch the model so it works. So be aware that you're going to be encountering things that don't work as you expect them to, right? Like sometimes it's absolutely miraculous and it does something that you've never seen before. Often it just doesn't do anything at all, or it'll get stuck in a loop or something like that. So it will get a lot better, but it's worth acknowledging that it's very early days, very bleeding edge, very innovative, very Wild West. So expect to see things break. That being said, you'll see something amazing more often than you'll see something that just kind of frustrates you. But that, along with the auth, don't check your secrets into GitHub and push them up, right? Like these are things that you need to be aware of at this stage of the game. But that's the case with any sort of powerful technology that comes out and is super early on. There's just not the infrastructure in place to make it like super safe or whatever, right? But I think that we're moving in that direction as an industry. And as a protocol, MCP is moving in that direction. So that's really good to see.
Harald, what about you? What makes you the most nervous about this?
I think right now it's the client experience as tools keep exploding. Like there's already editors where you cannot add multiple MCP servers because like Playwright and GitHub just together go past the boundaries. So we have to pretty quickly figure out like what is this layer in between that still allows you to use a really vast tooling ecosystem that is emerging and doesn't give this paradox of choice. Like, oh, now I do this task, so I have to expend a minute just to check the right tools and prompts. So because that's, I think, the challenge we see with AI tooling gets really complex and puts a lot of choice up front. But that's not the magic of AI. The magic of AI is figuring everything out for you. So I think we need to bring that magic back to allow this ecosystem growth to be usable.
So Toby, let me bring it back to you one more time. I want to build my own MCP server, right? I got an idea. Like we said, we're early days, right? There is no npx create MCP that I'm aware of, right? How do I get started today building one of these things from your experience? Like, what would you tell folks?
So the good news is it's super easy, actually, to build these things. It's just like the thinnest of layers that you're wrapping over other API calls. We're using the Mark III Labs Go MCP library, which is a Golang version. That's sort of our background is in Go development, at least the team that's working on this. So we chose that. But there's SDKs available in essentially every language. I think the Node and Python ones are probably most on the cutting edge because Anthropic's been driving a lot there. We have a C# one that we've been working on as well at Microsoft. So I think you grab the SDK that's in the language of your choice and you see right away that it's really easy. You just like say, okay, make a server. Here's a tool. It's all about descriptions. So write a good description for your tool. And then you register like your regular API call as sort of the callback to it or something like that. So it's an interesting place because people can make their own so easily that solves a lot of problems for individuals, right? Like, oh, we had somebody at GitHub that wanted to learn about MCP, and she wrote she had been apparently storing her financial data in Postgres for like the last 20 years. And she just wrote a simple MCP server over her SQL queries. And she was able to query her finances. And her husband's like, how much did we spend on coffee last month? If we ask it, will it return? And it did. And then they're like, oh my God. And then they're like, when were our investments performing well? And it told them. And so it was like immediately this homegrown thing that she had made. And maybe I believe she vibe coded it in like 10 minutes, was just returning the most valuable information that they could possibly imagine out of this. They actually couldn't even imagine that it was going to work. And they were shocked that it did. But it was so easy. So vibe code it, write it, grab a SDK and just start banging away on it. And you'll see like right away that you can get something valuable.
I love that. Well, listen, chat, we've got a whole day. We're going to get right to it. Thank you so much, Harald. Thank you, Toby, for joining us to kick this off with some insight into MCP. Folks, you can find these folks here. Toby, where should people come look for you?
I'm Toby on GitHub, so you can find me there.
And Harald?
Digital on all the channels.
Virtually everywhere. Thanks so much, chat. We hope you have an amazing day. I will see you back at the end of this stream with Wes vibe coding some stuff. With that, Olivia and Cassidy, we're going to send it back to you.
Awesome. Thank you all. That was so fun. I love kind of hearing those conversations that are more like under the hood and like really hearing from the people working on it and getting kind of the inside scoop. So definitely a great way to kick us off. I hate to say it, Cassidy, but you are muted.
Oops.
I mean, is it even a virtual event if someone's not muted? Like,
yeah, tech is hard. But yeah, no, I think MCP is such a cool thing where they touched on it, but the fact that it's an open standard is, I think, just one of the most powerful things, and like the core behind open source and everything, because it's that concept of a rising tide lifts all ships. And the fact that so many different people can contribute to making servers, making clients, making things for MCP, it's just a very, very powerful thing that will just make everyone's coding better. And so I geek out about the MCP stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like that's such a good call out because I mean, that's ultimately like what we want to do, just give developers the best experience and the most accessible experience to everyone.
Yeah.
On that note, we've seen a lot of comments in the chat kind of already being like, okay, how do I get access to GitHub Copilot? Is it free? What does it cost? So Cassidy, could you answer, how can people get GitHub Copilot?
It's free. So if you use VS Code, which I assume if you are here you do, you can add the extension and sign in with GitHub and everything. I think it's all fully integrated now. I feel like I've done it so many different ways and times in making things for work that I'm not entirely sure of the exact flow.
Yeah, it's like
at
a
this
super
moment.
easy, like you download and it's like a one click, like
It's like just a button now. Yeah, it's so easy now. And so you sign in with GitHub and then it just works, quote unquote. And you can start using it like inline chat with just Control or Command I, and say like, oh, I want to autocomplete here and there. And then there's also the chat function on the side. There's going to be a button at the top and you can just start using it. And there's limits for the free plan, but it's not a free trial. It's an actual free plan. And so you can use it every month and do with it what you will. I don't know. Oh, look at that thing.
read our
Follow
mind.
that. And it's really so cool to work with and stuff. I feel like it has made me so much faster as a developer, and I'm sure you feel the same way, because it doesn't replace me. It just helps me get from A to B a little bit faster.
Yes.
And that's what I like about it the most.
Yeah. And that's what I think is such a key thing to emphasize, is that it's just like another tool in your kit where it's just like, okay, I'm still leading. It's my Copilot, right? But I'm still leading. It just kind of helps like read my mind a little bit. It's like, oh, this thought you had, why don't I just go ahead and take care of that for you? Or, oh, you're looking for this documentation. Well, I'll do that. No need to go search for it. Like, I got you. I'll pull it in here. I know what's going on in your code. And I think that it's so powerful. And the more you use it, the better you get at it too. And like finding tips and tricks for kind of making it the most powerful for your workflow. And that's kind of what this day's dedicated to. Also, it's just showing you all so many little things that you might have missed, so many different features that are available. So yeah, I'm excited to have you all here.
Yeah, it's great. And I think there's a really good example where I was talking to a friend of mine who was pair programming with someone, and they had agent mode running. And they were saying it felt like a peer where they could say like, oh, this is what I want to do, but they still needed to inject their own expertise in there. Or they were able to, one person was more experienced in one regard, another was more experienced in the other, like front end and back end. And as agent mode was working, they were saying, oh, okay, this person saw it finished one task really well. It introduced a bug here. They fixed it themselves. Then they let it keep going. The front end person was able to say, "Oh, this is a thing that it runs into. Everybody runs into that at some point. I'll fix it here." And so their experience was just kind of enhanced, and they were able to kind of introduce their own expertise while still working on a full stack code base. And it was really, really cool to see.
It definitely is. Cool. Well, with that, I think should we head over to our next guest to kind of kick off our first official session with Rob and doing
Yes.
a dive further into agent mode.
Rob,
Cool.
hello.
Hey,
Hey.
Rob.
Hey, Cassidy. Hey, Olivia. How you doing?
Good. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you and Cassidy, but excited to see what you have planned.
Yeah.
Sounds great. Rob, long time no see.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, for those who don't know, you probably wouldn't. Rob and I went to college together way back in the day, and it's
Yeah.
fun to have this full circle moment talking about agent mode and all cool things.
Absolutely. Iowa State. Go Cyclones.
Yeah, go Cyclones. Let's go. I'm sure I've got like some memorabilia or flag or something somewhere.
Yeah. Wonder if we have any Iowa State students in the chat right now.
Yeah, if you are, say hey.
Yeah.
But anyway, tell us about agent mode. I can't wait to see what you have to show us.
Yeah, agent mode. I think we've heard that it's available and stable. It's pretty cool. I hope you all go and try it out. And I'm going to show you some new features today.
Okay, please do.
So
Let's go.
Yeah, we're gonna try to do a little vibe coding. We're gonna see if the vibes are good, but I'm gonna show you some other features along the way, so you're not just looking at a spinning wheel all day. But so we talked about MCP, and we talked about how you can use it to plug some extra tools into agent mode. And I don't have any MCP servers right now, but when I click the tool picker in agent mode, then I see that I have some like extra custom tools that I plugged in. So where do these come from? Not from MCP servers, but these actually came from VS Code extensions that contribute tools using our tools API, which lets extensions plug tools into agent mode. And I can find some extensions. I click the picker here. I'll do add more tools. I'll say install extension. It's going to take me to the marketplace where I can see all of the VS Code extensions that contribute tools. So there's some cool things to play with here. And this is one that I kind of like that was built by someone on our team, web search for Copilot. I can go into here and see the tools that it contributes. So it contributes a web search tool. And so I installed this, and like I will mention, so this is not like a, something that's kind of built in and bundled with Copilot. It's kind of a separate thing. I had to put in my Tavily API key, but once I do that, then I can go in here and we're going to, build a front-end web app today. Obviously, the first thing you have to do is kind of figure out what framework and tools you're going to use to start that. So let's say, RIP, create React app, and I'm going to say, just for the sake of the demo, just to make sure, I don't usually have to say that, but yeah, so it came back and it's running the tool. And so this is what the confirmation looks like for a third-party extension that I've installed. We want to make sure that you know kind of what the tool is doing and what context it's going to, what action it's going to take, what context it's going to introduce into your chat. So we're going to show you this confirmation, and I can expand this and see which extension it came from and the query it's going to use. So we'll go ahead and search.
Cool. I haven't seen this tool be used before.
Yeah.
And so is the search, and I guess this is where it depends on the tool. Is this search doing like a search separately and then giving the answers to Copilot, or is Copilot triggering the search? And what's happening behind the scenes if you know? Yeah.
So Copilot just said, hey, I want to use this tool. Like I want to do a search for this query. And then the tool is running and it's going to do the search. Hopefully it's taking a minute and it's going to come back with the results and just provide the results to Copilot, which can then, sort of respond to answer my question in whatever it wants to. Sorry, let me just refresh this and try one more time.
That's how you know it's live.
Yeah. I'm also using VS Code Insiders. This is the real latest and greatest, which updates every day because I'm going to show you some real new features, but you kind of never know what you're going to see.
Oh, there it is.
So, okay, that's not exactly what I wanted to say, but it searched the web. I can even see the input, and I can see the context that it came back with from different web pages. And so I think I want to go ahead and build an app with Vite. And, I can start putting my query into here for agent mode, but we also have another feature, which is pretty cool, which we've had for a couple months now, called prompt snippets. And so one place I can see this, I go to add context and prompt. And I can create prompt files by, say, prompt. A prompt file is basically just a file that goes under github.github/prompts. And it's a way to kind of create a prompt that I can reuse. I can share it with other people. I can check it into my repo. And I like to write my prompts in here, especially if I'm setting up a new project, because I'm probably going to write a lot of stuff that just feels, maybe cramped in here. But then it's also nice to just have this as an artifact that sort of, documents how I created this repo, and then I can check it in with my code. So I created one there, but I'm going to switch over to one that I already just have with some basic rules.
Nice.
And so I'm just, kind of prompting it, but I really do want it to go ahead and create the whole thing today. Some basic rules. This is the app that I want to do. So I want to do a weather forecast app. I like building weather forecast apps. We want to react with Vite and TSX. And something that I can do, I can even have Copilot kind of help me with the process of writing this. And I'm going to say,
Oh, cool.
let's see, open weather map. That's a good idea. Yeah, I want to be able to search for a city name.
It's such a big brain move to use Copilot to ask how to prompt Copilot.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So these are all good rules. I am just going to switch to sort of a pre-baked prompt, just because I know this is basically the same, but I know that it typically does a good job with this. I'm just specifying Vite 6.3.1 because Vite 6.4 it was released this morning, and this morning my demo from last night did not work. So we're going to stick with what I know is working. And something that's convenient is in my prompt file, we've got this run button here. And I can either just say run the prompt, or I can say run new chat. So I'm going to say run the prompt. And okay, this is good.
I haven't actually used these prompt files before, so this is fun.
Yeah.
And so to be clear, I saw that you put the prompts in a prompt folder, and it's the .prompt.md. Do they have to be named in that way to be able to use these prompts?
Yeah. So this is just where the prompts live in GitHub prompts, and then the prompt.md. So this file is kind of a special language. And there's a bunch more language features that we're sort of hooking up, the ability to sort of add different types of context and, tools in your prompt. And so those will all light up when you use this naming scheme.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I could just put cake.md in the prompts folder and see what happens.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to let this run for a minute. We're going to see if it's working. If not, I'm going to switch over to my pre-baked one. I don't want to make you wait too long, but we'll see how it goes. And so as it runs, it ran the terminal command to kind of scaffold the basic repo, and then now it's filling in the files that I actually want to have my feature. And so we can see these files, these edits coming in as it works, which is nice. And I can see the files that it's worked on lighting up here. I can also click these pills to kind of see individual diffs. So here you can see, I think it maybe got a lint error here about using any. And so when it edited the file the first time, then it saw the error, and it sort of is just auto-fixing itself in this round. Writing styles for us. Just give it a few more seconds. I'm also using GPT 4.1 right now, which is a brand new model. It's going to start my dev server for me. Man, I think what's going on is since I'm sharing my screen and everything is slowing down and it's not doing what I want, but around this window. Okay, I'm going to pull this over.
Ooh.
And I can't read an app. Let's see. Oh, I missed a step. I need to do a little off-screen magic to make sure that we have an API key. And you don't get to see that.
Dang it.
Okay, let me try again. Okay.
Wow. Dang, that was so fast.
There's the, I should be, what's the temperature in Ames? Is this Ames?
Let's go.
The Ames, yeah,
Oh,
all right.
that looks like Ames, Iowa. Nice.
Yeah, that's about right. Okay, so yeah, we got an app here. Very nice. So I can go back here and yeah, I can look at the edits it made. And I could follow up and say,
ooh.
look even cooler.
And so with you specified a specific Vite version, and something that I see a lot of questions about is if a model has been trained pre a certain date, will it even know what these new versions are, what capabilities are for certain libraries? Is that something where MCP helps, or is that something where you have to say, oh, this is actually how the API should be structured?
Yeah, so I don't know when that version of Vite was released and where that falls with the model's knowledge cutoff date. But yeah, if it doesn't know how to do something in the latest version of Vite, and I mean maybe that's the problem I'm having with 6.4.
Yeah.
I could I could have it I could use the web search tool to have it look up the absolute latest new information on how to use that version of Vite. Or I could I can also show we have let's see if I can find some doc link. We have another tool that you could use. Example. So we have this fetch tool. So I could say hash fetch, and say I want you to fetch the URL. And that's so that's awesome. Actually going to load the contents of this page, and then pull that into context. And so if there are some tips in here on how to how to properly use it, then that maybe would have helped on the first step.
Yeah. And I feel like that is where these tools and MCP and everything becomes more of a game changer, because models do matter. The latest training does matter and stuff, but I feel like it will matter less and less because it'll be a lot more about the context that we give it. And the fact that we can pass in context this way will be huge for building AI tools.
Mm-hmm.
Or just tools in general with AI, I should say.
Yeah, definitely. Just once you can kind of just extend them with these arbitrary capabilities and plug different types of information into them, it gets really, really exciting. And the space of things that you can do with this really blows up and gets really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I remember even just several months ago, before some of these came out, I had tried to basically make myself a tutorial, quote unquote, with some AI tools for a library that I was trying to use. And I got relatively far until I just got stuck and I didn't know what to do. And I ended up reaching out to the maintainers of the library, asking them questions. And they were just like, oh, this syntax you're learning is actually really old. We haven't done this in 3 years, which happens if you just fully kind of blindly rely on a tool in that way. But the fact that you can bring in the new context, the new docs, any new examples on top of that, then it won't matter as much, again, what a model knows. It's more what can it do with the context it's given, and that's great.
Yeah, things move very quickly, and so it's important
the fact that this is a story from months ago, not years ago.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so I also wanted to show that so I made this query that I don't really need for the project. A lot of people miss these buttons. We've got these buttons at the top, undo and redo. They're very helpful. So I can hit undo.
Yes.
Now that last question is just gone. And if I didn't like this background for some reason, I could undo again. And so now that edit it made is actually gone. And I'll open the file so you can actually see the change that it's making. So what did it do in this last one? So it was up here. And if I undo it, then that change is gone. And sure enough, if I go back to my app, then the background is gone. So yeah, just calling that out. You can also hit the X buttons here. It's like if you want to jump up really far back in your history, you can hit the X button. It's going to undo everything back up to that point.
Oh, well. But then you can hit redo if you accidentally do that.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay.
You can always redo it back. Yeah.
Cool. And then I've also seen some questions in the chat. What's the difference between the keep button and just saving the files?
Good question. So the state that I'm in right now, we always really want to make sure that you understand what changes like the AI has sort of made to your files. And so, in this case, I started this repo from scratch, but let me hit keep here and set another query just to demonstrate. So like initially when it makes these changes, then these files, like the file is saved because I have autosave turned on. So like it's being applied, it's loaded in the browser. But we are just asking you to sort of review these changes like before you kind of move on, and so like if I would start a new chat or something, then it would kind of force me to make a decision on if I want to keep these or not. And so here if I click this, it's showing me the diff just from like since I previously kept the changes, right? And so I might look at this, and if I like it, I'm going to keep. If I don't like it, I'm going to hit undo, and then I can ask it to try again or something like that.
Nice.
But the point is, it's really important for you to kind of, understand what the AI is doing, right? Because you can only trust it so far. At the end of the day, you really do need to be reviewing the changes yourself and kind of understanding, what code you're checking in.
Yeah. Oh, that is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Can we see the gradient background again? Wow, look at that. It's moving.
That's nice. Yeah, and so a couple other things that I can call out. So if you had used Copilot edits or agent mode in the past, then you might remember that we previously had two different views. And we have just unified this now. So you got one view, one chat view with three different modes. And something that's nice about this is that you can change modes kind of in the middle of the conversation. And, this is kind of similar to, excuse me, the way that I was setting up my prompt file using Copilot. But another thing I like to do is maybe use O3 Mini. I could start planning out how to do a feature, like using some thinking model just in ask mode. And this mode, I'm just chatting. It's not like taking action. It's not going to start writing files yet because maybe I'm not ready for that. I could say like, plan to, what are we going to do? Pretty simple feature, but I can just start kind of like going through this process of like architecting and planning and maybe getting some ideas for how I want to approach this feature. Then I could switch over to agent mode and say, okay, like let's do it. And it's going to be able to see this plan that it wrote in history and then go ahead and start executing it.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, we're getting some questions in the chat on the main differences between edit mode and agent mode.
Yeah, good question. So I'm just going to stop this because we have seen editing already. So yeah, ask edit agent. So edit versus agent mode. So edit mode was kind of this, this original thing that we launched several months ago. And there's this, so edit mode is able to, it's able to see the files that you have like explicitly provided to it, right?
Yeah.
So I can do add context. I can like find the files I'm interested in. I can sort of make these like specific directed edits to specific files. But by default, it doesn't have the ability to take any other actions. It can't run terminal commands. It can't like go out and search my workspace and find what files I might want to edit. I can sort of give it a little bit of the ability to do that. I could use the code base variable. I can attach it like this, or I could do add context code base. If I do code base in edit mode, then it is actually going to be able to search my code base and like try to find the files that I'm looking for.
I didn't actually know about that variable. That's so helpful.
Yeah, it's very nice. But by default, it can't like run terminal commands and do other things. And so agent mode is really the the mode that can sort of do everything.
Cool. And how much does it, I don't know if the right word is save, but like how much does it take into account the previous parts of your conversation?
As much as it can. Yeah. So different models will have different context window sizes. And what we're working on, and like we're just making changes here this month even. Basically we're packing as much context as we can into that context window. So your history and like files that you've attached and other things like that. And if you have a really, really long running conversation, then sometimes like previous messages that you sent are going to fall out of your context window. You're going to lose those from history. And what we're actually doing this month is when we hit that limit, then we try to compress that conversation by summarizing it. And that lets us like keep some of the key details of your conversation like in context.
Oh, cool.
Maybe like cutting out some old attachments that aren't needed anymore and things like that. And so hopefully, after this month, you're going to see sort of even better like understanding of what has happened in really long conversations.
Yeah, that makes sense. We're seeing some questions on, is there a way to save the chat with Copilot?
Yeah, that is an excellent segue. So
nice.
So we've had for a long time like this history button for being able to bring up previous chats. But previously it only worked for chat mode and you weren't able to save like old edit sessions. And now this actually works for edit and agent mode as well. So I can go up here and I can bring back the session that I was just working on.
Oh, that's so nice.
And it even, sort of brings back these edits. And so I can kind of go back and review the edits that were made and things like that. Or I can go back to a couple sessions ago. This is the initial one, maybe. Yeah. And so I could, I can see what edits were made, and then I could like just continue kind of editing to kind of continue with this conversation in context.
This is where I'm going to plug Git. Y'all should also have a lot of version control and commit early and often, because this kind of history is great for seeing those diffs. But if you want to save things along the way, it's a very nice little security blanket to have things checked into Git as if you end up letting the agent mode.
Yes, that is absolutely necessary.
I have made that mistake myself where I'm just like, wow, it's just doing it. This is amazing. Oh, okay, we're in a good spot. I'm going to add one more tweak, then everything is wrecked. Or once again, yay for the undo button, yay for the history, but use Git. As a GitHub employee, I feel like I must implore the chat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. One more thing I can show.
Yes,
so
please.
We also now have the ability. So this was also something that used to work only for chat. Now it works for agent mode too. I can open this chat in a chat editor. And so if I want a little more space, I mean, especially now when I'm on the smaller screen that's very zoomed in, don't have a lot of space in the sidebar, I can just sort of get a little more breathing room and have it in the chat here in the editor. Or I could like, split it with another editor or whatever I want to do. And I can move it back. I can also move it to a new window on screen. And so here, I'm actually showing off, this is a couple new things that only exist in Insiders right now. So grab Insiders if you want to try this. But I can sort of pin this chat window like on top of my other windows. And so if I switch back to here,
so nice.
It's always on top. And so I can keep switching back here. So it's another way to maybe make the most of your screen real estate.
Oh, that's so nice. I haven't seen that one yet. That's a game changer on the tiny screens.
Yeah, it's really nice. And there's this compact mode also for new windows, so that we're sort of getting rid of this extra window tab Chrome that I don't need to look at right now, so I can just focus on my chat.
Yeah. Oh, that is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
We had a question about tools. Is there a way to auto approve tool calls to just let it run, or oh, look at that. Thanks for the question.
Yes, so there's a couple things you can do. So like first off, let me just pull up this one so I can show this. So this, you'll see this for MCP tools, for extension tools like this. I can click this button and I can say always allow it in this session or in this workspace, like this folder that I've opened, or I can always allow this. And this is for this particular tool. And that is one tool that you have, especially if you want to be, you trust this tool, but you still want to be able to approve other tools. We also have a setting, which is, it's kind of a, not very granular. This is sort of just your setting. If you trust everything, you want to auto approve everything. And I just want to say, think carefully before you use this, because, it will really be able to do anything. But this will let you, let it run and do its thing while you go and get your coffee.
That is both scary, but also really awesome, because if you just want to be like, I'll let it go, we'll see what it comes up with. That's pretty fun.
Yeah. At the moment, we don't have, and we are working on this. We really need to have it, the ability to sort of more granularly approve certain terminal commands.
Sure.
And things like that, right? If it wants to create a folder or run ls, that's fine. But if it wants to rm-rf everything, obviously, I want to confirmation stuff.
That's something where you're just like, oh, cool, but maybe I'll operate this in a Docker container or something, so that way it doesn't touch my computer too much.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, cool. Well, thank you so much for showing us the weather app and everything. Can we add a feature and see if we can test the limits of agent mode?
Yeah, sure. What do you want to add?
I'd love to do something where, let's see if the town is considered a college town, could you add like a little cheer for the mascot? I feel like that might be pushing some limits, but I want to see if we can.
Yeah, let's do it.
Because I don't know if there's an API for that out there. I mostly just want to cheer for Iowa State in public. Yeah, I wonder how it would do that. Oh, okay, so it creates the list. That makes sense.
I see. Yeah, so it's just going to know this from its training data, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
When you see it doing this sort of thing, it's able to sort of read files like piece by piece. We don't want to sort of read like a huge file and then take up a lot of space in your context if it's not necessary. So it maybe read the first part of the file or read the second part of the file, looking for sort of what's what's interesting. And let's see, does Iowa State make the cut?
Come on.
Yeah. Oh no.
We need to be like, add some Big 12 schools.
College town. So this is.
I see.
Oh, I see.
Berkeley, UNC, Michigan in there. That is pretty fun though.
Oh, look,
there we go.
So this is next edit suggestions. I think you're going to see more on that later, but I can just tab and accept the rest of it.
Let's go.
Is my dev service still running? Yes. Yes. Or is it complaining about something? Yeah.
Yay!
Love it.
Let's go. I was going to say, I've seen a few Go Cyclones in the chat.
Okay.
Oh, that's so fun. Man, it's so powerful and fun to see where, like you can make a kind of, that's a silly suggestion to add to a weather forecast app, but it's cool that you can do that, experiment with it, and not have to just spend a ton of coding time just to see if a fun experiment might work.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not necessarily a silly, idea for a weather app. If that's what you want in your weather app, everybody can build their own weather app in the future, and you can have whatever personal custom features you want in it. That's what I think.
Yeah, that's what makes it fun, and it also lets you be a lot more creative as a developer as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Rob, thank you so much for demoing all of this today. This was really, really cool to see, and I learned some cool things too. So I'm really excited to use some of those variables that I didn't know existed and all that.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
All right, we will bring Olivia back And
Oh,
hello.
that was so fun. I'm like,
That was so
I'm
cool.
jealous that you got to be on during that one. I was like, oh, this is so cool.
I know. I got to ask all the questions I had.
Yeah, I think that that's why I love having these, because like having Rob, who works on this, all the people from the product team, like they have so many little tips and tricks of like, wait, did you know you can do this? And I love when you like are reading through the questions in chat, and all of a sudden you like hear them like be like, oh, and by the way, it's this. Is like, you got me.
Yeah.
You know what I care about.
Because it's something like I've been using this a bunch. Again, I work here, and so the fact that I got to learn new things too.
Yes.
It's fun to get to level up both as a viewer and then also just as a very active participant.
Yes. Cool. Well, that was kind of, agent mode as a whole. Our next session that we have, little segment, is going to kind of be looking into agentic future and getting a preview into that a bit more. So let's go ahead and bring on Tim Rogers real quick. Hey, Tim.
Hey there. How are you all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you.
Awesome. So excited to have you here. Let's dive in and see what you have for us.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as Olivia was saying, like, I've loved so much over the past few months playing with agent mode in VS Code and like seeing how much it can help me to get done, and like that autonomous agent and kind of being able to just like work through problems. But I'm here today to show you kind of a glimpse of a future that's a little bit further ahead, and some of the stuff that we're working on now to help developers to have even more fun and get more stuff done. So obviously, like agent mode in VS Code is autonomous, but it's still kind of in your IDE. You're watching it all the time. It's like it's still like a pairing experience where you always have to be there. And we're thinking forward and like experimenting with the next stage, where we think like moving from synchronous to asynchronous potentially gets exciting and helps developers to get new things done and work in a different way and be more productive. So at GitHub, we're working on a project that we call Project Padawn, which is basically bringing this kind of like agent experience to github.com, where you can work with an agent, not watching it all the time in your IDE, but give Copilot a job and come back in 10 or 15 minutes or whatever it might be for a review. So maybe that's like running in the background while you're doing your other work. Maybe you're like parallelizing multiple tasks at the same time. Really, the world is your oyster. So let me just show you a bit of how that works. So
Please do.
This is a repo that I have. It's a copy of the GitHub CLI, actually. You might well be familiar with the GitHub CLI, but as the name suggests, it's a CLI for interacting with GitHub. I've taken a copy of it and just like pushed it into my own repo. And I've created a bunch of issues in here. So for example, I had this issue, which is like an enhancement for the GitHub CLI to improve the functionality. And the GitHub CLI is pretty popular and gets a lot of issues and doesn't have that many people working on it. So there's always this massive backlog and, lots of things to pick between. So I kind of think, what if Copilot could pick up more of the work and let us get more done and, make this CLI much better, faster. So I have this issue here. And normally what I would do is like assign it to one of my colleagues to work on. But with Project Padawn, I can actually assign this issue to Copilot to work on. So I just open up the assignees menu and pick Copilot. Now, once I do that, Copilot's going to like pick up this issue and start working on it in the background. So I got this little cute eyes emoji here, so I can see that Copilot started. Then if I refresh my page, then I can actually see that Copilot has created a pull request and it's gonna start working on this in here. And rather than this being like attached to my machine and my IDE, this can all like run in the cloud, actually in GitHub Actions. And that's where the agent's going to do its work. It can run tests, it can run linters, all that kind of stuff. So the dream is that, this runs and at the end you get a PR that's green, all the tests pass, you review it and you can merge, which is pretty cool. So we've got this PR here and Copilot's going to kind of progressively update this PR, like give me a plan in here, those kind of things, so I can see what's going on. This takes a little while because like in agent mode in VS Code, it has to do the work. So I prepared one from a bit earlier on, which is like just an example that we can look at. So Copilot's like pushed a bunch of commits into this PR, and then it's requested a review from me. And of course, I can, like in VS Code, I can kind of see what the agent did under the hood. So I can go into the GitHub Actions logs here, and I can see the agent kind of talking to itself. So here it's like, I'll help implement the changes. It runs ls to like figure out what's in the repo. It looks at some files. It like searches and figures out where it needs to change. But then ultimately it like pushes up those commits, and I get back a PR that I can review. And then like just like I would with another developer on my team, the way that I can kind of get Copilot to iterate on that is just like leave a comment on the PR. So for example, like here, it's smart enough to like update the tests and update the help text in the CLI. And I can say like, you know, let's make this a bit clearer. Let's say, let's like add that the default number is 30 to the help text. Then I go ahead and leave my code review just like I would with another colleague on my team. And then just like Copilot picked up the issue that I created originally, Copilot can also pick up those reviews. So I can kind of iterate this way. And this could be happening in the background while I'm doing other work. You know, maybe I even go and have lunch or like grab a coffee or something and let Copilot do work in the background so that I can kind of pick it up when I'm ready. And obviously, like I can choose to iterate with Copilot on this, or if I want to, I can just like check out the branch really easily and work on it myself, whether that's like writing my own code or working with agent mode in VS Code. So that's kind of the like basic flow of how this works, but I want to share a couple of little things before I finish. First one is like MCP support. I haven't shown that here, but that's something that we have here as well that we've already been talking about in VS Code. So you can like connect this agent to all of your other tools so it can have more context and that kind of stuff. And then we've got a bunch of stuff to help you to kind of customize Copilot much like you can in VS Code. So you might be familiar with the Copilot instructions file in VS Code, which is pretty cool for chat and agent mode. That works with Project Padawan as well. So you can like direct the agent, kind of teach it how to run tests or teach it how your project works and all those kind of things. And that way you can get even better results. So this is not shipping yet. It's something that we're testing internally at GitHub and using quite a lot, but looking forward to getting it in front of lots of developers in the next couple of months.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm so glad that you could come on to show this, because if people haven't seen this, I think it's really exciting. I think people also like sometimes get a little scared. I think we already have comments being like, what about my job? But I think that it's so important that we just still frame this as like a really cool tool that's here. And I think you mentioned it, that it gives you time back to like do the problem solving part and just like
that's the stories we're hearing internally. You know, like we're trying this across all of GitHub at the moment with lots of hubbers using this. And one of the really key stories that we've kind of heard is, you know, most development teams have got so much work going on, like so much demand, so many priorities. And, you know, a great story I heard yesterday, like the team's got to work on new features, but there's loads of tech debt like piling up in the background. And actually they've been able to like get Copilot to work on the tech debt in the background, and then they're reviewing that and helping to move things forward, but it's not distracting them from their kind of like core work. So it's really nice if we can just like get more done, be more productive, and hopefully spend more of our time as developers doing the stuff that we find really exciting, and maybe less time writing tests or improving our documentation or fixing like thorny tech debt things.
I have a fun story of how we actually used it on my team, and it was really, really cool. Where Maintainer Month is in May, and we always have a big event for Maintainer Month, a bunch of different live streams and things like that. And one of our teammates who is not technical, she was talking about how she had this giant list of issues of all the live streams where she had to, for every live stream, she had to convert that into a markdown format and then create a file of that markdown format, then add it to the Maintainer Month website. And she was like, oh, this is going to just take me a couple hours because it's super, super tedious. And we're like, I think this is what Padawan is meant to be and what all this agent mode is meant to be. And so we were able to use the chat on github.com, say, hey, will you get all of these issues with these tags and convert it to this specific format? And then we copied that format that it gave us into a GitHub issue. And then we were just like, okay, Copilot, do it and create files for it. And it updated the entire website for her. And she even said her exact words. She was just like, wow, I was a skeptic and I'm a believer now, because it saved her so much time from having to do like all of this very manual conversion work and just get the website shipped so that way people could check it out. So plug for Maintainer Month next month, but also for this tool just making our lives much easier.
Yeah, I love that use case. I haven't thought about it before, but it's interesting how this could kind of enable, people who are less experienced developers on teams, maybe people who've never written code before, to get stuff done. And then, that doesn't have to reduce the quality of the project, because another developer can always come in and review that code that Copilot's written, but it can just accelerate things and help more people to contribute and get comfortable working with code.
Yeah, and it was one of those things where we were all kind of like pairing on it, and she was saying, okay, the website isn't working right away. And I was like, oh, it's because it did this thing in the format. We just requested to make those changes, and it did. And so it still needed a tiny bit of hand-holding, but way less than you would expect if you had to do this all.
Yeah, that's one of the stories we're definitely hearing. It's great if it does it 100% right the first time, but even if, just like with agent mode in VS Code, it's not the end of the world if you don't get a perfect answer. You can come back and iterate, and maybe next time it gets it right, or indeed you can decide you want to jump in and write the code yourself, and that's great too.
Right. It truly is vibe coding, and it depends. but it's great, and again, it keeps us productive, and it's enabling us to do a whole lot, which is really exciting.
Absolutely. Cool. Well, Tim, thank you so much for coming on and showing that. I know everyone's going to be very excited to kind of stay in the loop of what that looks like and when people can get their hands on it.
I'm excited too. Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
Thank you, Tim.
All right. Well, that was very cool to kind of look at the future of what's coming. I think that's kind of a good segue into kind of looping back to what we started off Agent Mode Day with our MCP keynote. We're actually going to do another little MCP spotlight with James Montemagno to kind of teach us how to actually use and build MCP servers with GitHub Copilot and VS Code. Hey, James.
Hello.
Hey, two of my favorite people in the entire world. How are you? I love everything.
You flatter us, James.
It's been a joy to watch everything so far. This is going amazing. I've been loving. I can't help myself. I was in our chat and I was like, how much time do I have? I'm in a vibe right now. And we were doing a whole bunch of work with David Fowler, and I was just vibe coding a Blazor site and functions. And I was like, I'm going to throw some MCP in there. And I'm just like, it's all vibes all day. So the vibes are high. I love everything that's happening. And man, the Padawn, every time I see it, it just blows my mind. So I'm loving everything.
It's so useful. Where there've been a few projects that I've been just working on the side where it took me so long to get started on them because I did the mistake of buying a domain name and getting the success juices in my brain and never ended up actually building them. But the fact that I can have something help me get started like that has been a game changer for actually working on side projects. So that's another added bonus for sure.
Actually, that's a brilliant idea. I do need to go into my Namecheap, and I need to reignite all of those ideas. I think you accumulate domain names. That's how you're doing it right. So
yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm excited. What I want to do kind of is take it back a little bit to the beginning, like you were talking about with MCP. And I kind of want to just break down even what MCP is for people that maybe are brand new, how you set it up, and how do you build your own. And that's what I want to kind of do today, because we get so many questions. It's so exciting time. But then I still get these questions but how does it actually work? And how is it actually set up? And where do you actually deploy things? And what about remote things? And how do those work? And what about authentication? And what about these things? So I want to kind of break that down too, and kind of demystify that a little bit, because we've seen some demos, but you could follow along. You could do this with me in real time. That's what I'm going to show today. How's that sound?
Ooh, I love it. I'm going to be hanging out backstage watching this. It's going to be a good one. I can tell.
Cool. Well, I have a few slides I'm going to bring up, mostly code. I'm going to show everything, but I want to set some context, and you need some slides for that, Cassidy. That's for sure. So when people ask me, what is MCP? Honestly, the MCP website has the best definition. Is that it's an open protocol that standardizes how apps provide context to LLMs. It's kind of the reverse. It's a protocol to provide context to models. So PCM. So it's different. I think that is it. There's a great what is MCP on the GitHub site, on everything. It's really just easy to do. Now, the thing that I talk about this is all this is really about is enabling us to provide this context. Now, we talked about maybe Postgres, or maybe it could be connecting to GitHub, or it could be what I'm going to show today is my favorite monkey server that I built, and just any data, any context to do things, right? So how this really works at a high level, and what I talk about is you have a host, there's host, clients and servers. So the host in this case is going to be VS Code. And inside of it is the client. So that's GitHub Copilot. Like that's that chat window. That's the client part. And the client is the piece that's actually making these connections to the servers, either locally on your machine or remotely. And the servers are what we build or what people provide out there. And there's a bunch of them, right? So there's things like the GitHub, the Postgres, Playwright has one. There's a bunch of other integrations into all different services. And I love in the beginning, we were talking about, well, how do you find what's good for you as a developer? Well, I think of not just what's good as me for like my development of my apps, but also what can I integrate into my ecosystem that's out there, right? So we talked about, well, how could I, make it so whenever things go green or builds a success, like different things happen, or I get notifications or different things going on, and all these servers will exist out there. So that's at like a high level MCP and the parts of it too, because I think people are like, well, what am I actually building here? And the cool part is that you can actually build clients that talk to MCPs or the servers themselves. So there's kind of two modes of operation there. But I think the diagram, this is like my diagram. This is me, awesome mermaid diagram. Actually, John Galloway, my team, made it because I don't know how to use mermaid. So he like made it all pretty. But think about it. You have like your computer and you have the internet. That's the only two things that exist, Cassidy, I think. But you have like the host, right? So VS Code or other IDEs or other clients. That's the host. Or different apps, I should say. And there's a client. So in this case, like GitHub Copilot. And sometimes they're kind of like the same when you think of it. So that are there. And then these clients are communicating over this MCP protocol to MCP servers. And those could just be crunching data. Like Cassidy, you could build like the world's best like addition MCP server that just only adds numbers. That's all it does. It doesn't need access to a database to crunch numbers. It could just be doing logic, right? And just doing things. It could be doing LLM stuff. It could be doing anything. It's just literally like an app that's running basically, but it could be talking to a data source, and maybe that's on your local machine. You could, for example, have an MCP, another one that's using web APIs to talk to a remote database, for example. Or you could also, for example, over server sent events, be talking to a remote server, right? So in the first case, it's using standard IO, just talking locally, but you could also use server sent events to communicate to like a remote server. Maybe that's hosted on Azure or somewhere else, for example. And then that could also be crunching numbers. You could have a great like function, Cassidy, that is just crunching numbers and just wasting CPU time on a remote server. That's up to you. That's your life decision. But you can also have it make remote web calls. So that's really cool. And I think a lot of developers like myself are in that last bucket where I'm like, I have all these cool APIs or all these cool things. It'd be cool to bring that in to VS Code. And that's what you kind of see these different services, right? You get like Postgres, and maybe that's talking locally, and you get GitHub, it's talking off to the internet, and you get remote, and those things are hosted in different places. That's my TLDR. How did I do?
I think you did a great job. And honestly, even little things like, I know you were joking when you were just like, all it does is add numbers. When you're using non-deterministic models, that could be something that's actually very valuable to be able to pull in as a tool.
Yeah, and I think the thing that we don't talk about too much, and I'm going to try to show, is these tools can talk to each other, right? So you might have a tool that is going off and getting that Postgres information, but then also you could then have it chain, then have it take that data and pipe it into your GitHub issue, for example, or back into code, or then do something else. And they could basically stack on top of each other, right?
Yeah, that's amazing.
So let's just do it.
It's like Lego bricks.
It's like Lego bricks. Yes, exactly. Okay, so I'm gonna do it. So here is my VS Code right here. Beautiful. And I've been working on this monkey app. I just did file new monkey app. And, you can go into settings and search for MCP. Now, most of them should be on by default, but you can see that we have like global settings for MCP. We have this discovery. So if you're using other sort of MCP tools, like Cloud Desktop or something like that, they can auto discover those tools. And then you can also enable this little preview MCP button here. So those are the settings in case for some reason something doesn't show up. I'm over here in agent mode, boop. And then I have one. So like everyone, we have the web search for Copilot because I think that's there. Now that's not actually an MCP server, that's a tool. And I kind of want to always say that is our MCPs are just additional tools in the toolbox of what's going on here.
It's like a type of tool.
It's like a type of tool. Exactly. So let me go over into my browser and you're like, well, let's set up some stuff. So if you go over here, like today, to the Model Context Protocol organization, there is like a huge list of servers. Like there's those reference servers, there's a bunch of third-party servers, and there's like a bajillion websites to find servers. You know what I mean? So there's tons of them. So for example, one of the classic time and tested MCP servers is this time one. It has two tools. So you're going to see this tool concept, tools. Just get that in your mind, the tools, right? So getting time, converting time, and then installation. So tools and servers, they can be a bunch of everything. They could be extensions, MCP servers, can be installed running, like in this case with Python, or for example, in Docker. And here we can see this is the MCP time Docker there.
That's huge.
All right, so you can kind of do that. So let's set that up. So I'm going to go back over here. I'm just going to close all the windows. We don't need to see them. And let's drop that down. I'm going to hit tools. And then you can say more tools. And then you can say add MCP server. Now, if we add this here, this is going to add it globally for like all of my projects, which I think is fine. But what I like to do is add it into my repo specifically. So what I've done is created my VS Code folder, and I have an mcp.json. And when you do that, you can hit add server. And this is going to bring up that same menu, but it's going to basically configure what MCP servers do I want on this project. Some you might want global, and you can do that, but some you might just want for your project. So I'm going to say Docker image. I'm going to paste that in, MCP time, hit enter. And then it's going to ask me, are you allowed to install it? So permission there. I'm going to say yes, give it an ID of time. And just like that, it's configured and we're ready to go. We can see that there's a little new tool available. I can hit restart there. It's going to download the Docker image for you. It's going to start it up. I already have it here to save time. Wow. And it'll be good to go. So it does all that stuff for you. So like, it's really just like a JSON configuration that it's doing. So nothing crazy special.
Well, and when it's in that folder, that means you can check it into your repo. So if anybody else is working on it, they can. And so when you say that you're pulling it from Docker, is this where you need to have Docker installed to be able to have this here?
That's correct. Yeah, Docker in this case, or other commands. If you're running Podman, for example, that should work just fine. So it's just a command that it's going to run, and we'll see different use cases for that too. So now I can come over here, and if I just hit this little tool, I can see that there's get current time and convert time. But I can also use the pound here. That actually brings up all the tools and all the other things. So this is fun. Fetch is my new favorite tool. But we can see get current time is there as well. And then there's the convert time. So they just show up as commands. So I could say, what time is it in Japan right now? Question mark. Now, in this case, GitHub Copilot is figuring out what it needs to do. So it's parsed that. Like I didn't tell it to go use the tool. It's just figured it out. It's like, based on the descriptions, it's like, I got you. And in this case, it's going to say, okay, I know what time it is. I'm going to get the current time for Tokyo. And you give it permission to run that command. Okay. You can do it one-off. You can allow for the session, for the workspace, or always. I'm going to be in control all the time. That's just me. But it is currently tomorrow at 2:32 a.m. Then I could say, can you pound convert time to Eastern time? Whatever. I don't know. We'll figure it out, right? So now it's going to run convert time. It's going to take that up there, and then it's going to pipe it down into here, right? So it's going to work. It's going to call into that. And now we can see, the Eastern time corresponding to 2:32 a.m. in Tokyo is actually 1:32 p.m. today in New York, which is pretty cool. So that's just kind of tools. I'm not sure how often we're using time and things like that, but let's go a little bit further because time is cool. But I just want to show the basics there, right? You can call them, it'll figure it out. You can call them directly, but let's have it do something else. So I'm going to go back over here.
And to clarify for anybody watching, it's a tool that extends what you're doing in the AI thing. This isn't adding a time conversion to an app that you're building. Totally. This is allowing you to use this in your Copilot conversations as you're actually building things that use these tools.
Exactly. Totally. Yeah. It's not modified any of my code. I'm kind of even though I'm in agent mode, I'm kind of in ask mode. I'm kind of just having a conversation with the agent and it's just giving me information. Now I could, ask it to create a date time. I could say, what Yeah, I'm not going to ask it stuff. I'm not going to ask it stuff. But I could ask it to do some time conversions and things like that and whatnot as well.
Yeah, and so that's actually true. You could use this ability to be able to create certain functions in a more specialized way. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, let's do that. So, for example, let's say I was over here and I wanted to use the GitHub MCP server. So this is the official one. There's a configuration here, so we can see that this one's really cool. So this one actually uses inputs. You need to create a personal access token here. So I'm going to actually copy this in. So I'm going to do this. And then here, I'm going to put it up top. Boop. And then I'm going to go back here and then copy Git. Let's see if I got my curly brackets correct.
I always feel like that's what we need to solve. How do we make the curly brackets
curly brackets
clear?
Now, in this case, I already configured my token. So I've already done it. So it's not actually in this. It's actually in secure storage on my machine that's set up. So it's not like checking this into source code. It's using like these local secure things in VS Code.
Cool.
Best practice. That's cool. But now I also want to do one more thing too, because this is a monkey app. So I've created this monkey app that's going to show me a bunch of cool monkeys. I'm going to say
it's literally monkeys.
It's literally monkeys.
I wasn't sure if I was missing some tech lingo or something. And I was like, oh yeah, sure. A monkey app.
It's a monkey app. Yeah.
Cool. You're looking at monkeys. Got it.
Gotta have the monkeys. So I could say, hey, what are the open issues on James Montemagno / monkey app vibes? That's my repo. So in this case, it's going to go off now that I've configured this, and it's going to say list issues, right? So I'm going to say, okay, list issues. And it's going to say there's one issue, which is I need to make a list of monkeys.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be pretty cool. So it has that information. It actually like summarizes it really well, which is cool. And then here, for example, I could say I don't know anything about the monkeys. So like, I don't know anything about the data. So let's maybe add a monkey server. Oh, look at this. Cassidy, I have a monkey MCP server. That's convenient.
Way.
Yeah, that is convenient. It's on Docker. Look at that. Wow. Amazing. So let's go grab this and let's configure this puppy, this monkey here. And it's going to say, add it, allow monkey MCP. Wow, I got a monkey MCP. Fantastic. And now I can get servers. I can get that. And I can get my monkeys. So I could say, what hashtag get what monkeys are on get monkeys. And visualize that in a data grid for me here. I don't know. So what's cool is now it's going to call get monkeys, and that's going to go off and get said monkeys from my MCP server that's running. And it's going to get me all the information that's here too. Now, in this case, it's actually going to try to do a bunch of stuff with the code, but I'm going to stop it. I'm going to say, can you get the get monkey details for the baboon? Boom. Here, so I'm going to get some information here.
This saves you so many API calls if you were doing it. Whoa! Even has the image in the chat.
Yep. So I got all this stuff here. I could say, okay, what would a C# class look like here? ? And also a .NET MAUI XAML page look like? And can we update that issue with implementation details? Okay. So I'm in this chat. It has this context. So what I'm hoping it's going to do here is look at the monkey data, and then it's going to add an issue comment here. Now I can actually see what it's doing here. So it's
doing that in GitHub.
That's correct. So it's going to look at this repo, look at my issues, and what it's done is it's taken all the context above and it's piped it into this command, right? So this is that chaining that happens. Yeah. And if it didn't have this data, then it would do it. So let's go ahead and add it. Okay, so it's just going to run. Now my personal access token has done that. Now it's actually going to generate a bunch of code. So that's good too. Cool. That's great. And hopefully if I go back over into my monkey app vibes. Let's go ahead and go to my issues and go here. There we go. Cool. So I added a comment that gives it information, right? So that's kind of cool. So imagine you were in this mode, Cassidy, and you didn't know anything about this monkey app. You're vibing with the agent mode and this MCP server, right? And this could be like data at your company. And you're like, oh, I need to implement this new feature. I don't know anything about this or that or this. This could be like the next steps of what it's doing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's done a bunch of stuff. It's actually implemented all the details for me, which is great. So I'm just going to do that, which is cool. Now, here's the other cool thing too, is I could say, I have to implement a new camera feature in this application. Can we get details of how to do that in .NET MAUI and create a new issue on my repo, James Montemagno / monkey app vibes here. So I'm just going to kind of chain these things together, right?
Yeah.
So let's see. I think it's going to just try to do some information basically here. It's going to figure out how to do a camera feature of this application. In this case, I configured the web search. So it's actually, finding some information here. And it should then create an issue.
It's literally just chaining the tools together with this one command. That's so cool.
Yeah. And then here it's like, yeah, let's create that issue. So chaining those things together, hopefully using that reference of what's going on here, we're continuing that conversation. So it's kind of that power of it. So now create it. And this is really cool too. I want to, kind of pause just for a second, because what I just did is I don't even know anything about cameras, right? And it's just like, here's the information, right? The thing that I'm always thinking about, Cassidy, is like when I get bug reports, when I'm getting information, imagine, for example, you get a bug report and you're creating like a website, you have to repro it. You're trying to repro it locally. Well, if you had like the Playwright MCP server, which can then actually like do testing for you, you could say, hey, go grab this issue from GitHub. The Cassidy, you open this, you gave me the steps on, your website of how to find this bug. You could tell the Playwright MCP server to go try to reproduce it for you. And then you can say, oh, also gather a bunch of logs, look at my code, and then update the GitHub issue with more details. So as we're thinking of development, like how does that pipe into your software development flow? You know what I mean? So that's sort of the power there, is being able to kind of pull this all together and pull these things down and then actually have it go implement the code and things like that for you, right? If you want to. So at a high level, like if you're just looking to get started with MCP, think about, what am I doing, right? Like I'm interacting with GitHub a whole lot. So you probably want to do that. Maybe there's some other things like Postgres databases, for example, or SQL servers, or maybe you want to have it integrate into different tools that you're using and different applications that you're using. So like that's a flow that you can get into.
Yeah, that's so nice, because it feels like it's less context switching while you get like tasks done, even though you're doing a bunch of different things at once.
Yeah.
You're able to say like, okay, I want you to do this. This is what I'm thinking. I don't have experience with this. This is what you like you're able to kind of keep it all in one train of thought, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, but besides jumping between, imagine if I was doing this manually, I'd have to go to a website, find the monkey schema, figure out how to parse it, put it in my code, how to how to make a MAUI page, and I'd mock it out. Then I'd try to do it. And then I'd have to like go update the GitHub issue or do this. Like, I'm just trying to get work done. So let me just work with the tool how I naturally work and let it do its thing. Right. So I got 7 minutes left. So I figure, let's talk about building an MCP server, Cassidy. Because like maybe you're like, wow, maybe you love monkeys as much as I do, possible, but maybe you also love dogs, cats, whatever you want. It's your prerogative. Maybe just love Australian cattle dogs like Millie, which is my Australian cattle dog that we have here. And you want an Australian cattle dog MCP server. Who knows what you want? Or maybe you have something that's like, this is my company's data, and this is like what my stuff that I'm working on. I already have APIs. Think of it as exposing those APIs to these clients like GitHub Copilot. So there's a bunch of SDKs. We kind of talked about it. The other team was using Go. There's a bunch of other ones. There's C#, Java, Kotlin, Python, TypeScript, all these things, right?
Yeah.
I'm a C# developer, so I'm going to talk about C#. And when people said it was easy to get started, and easy to build MCP servers. It really is. So let me walk you through it.
Yeah, I want to hear how easy it is, because a lot of people use the word just. You just do blah, blah, blah. Let's see what easy means.
So I'm going to use the official C# SDK. You can build clients. So like if you had an app today, you had the Cassidy app, and you wanted to connect to MCP servers, the SDKs allow you to do that, right? So and that's what GitHub Copilot's doing, is connecting to these servers. But of course, you can also build the servers. And these things happen over standard IO transport or server sent events. And those are both supported in the C# SDK. There's some NuGet packages. So there's the first one, which is Model Context Protocol for C#. Just like if you had an NPM package, there's these things out there that are equivalent. But there's one for the standard IO, and then there's one for the server sent events, which is the ASP.NET Core website. It's just basically a web server. So you create a console app. You add some NuGet packages. So 3 lines of code so far. And I'm sure, actually, funnily enough, Cassidy, actually I GitHub Copilot. I use the fetch command to point it to the documentation. And then I just had agent mode write my MCP server the other day.
Wow.
So yeah. Anyways, okay. So you start it up, you have some code in a file in your application, some using statements, easy peasy. You create your app builder host thing. This is basically going to host your MCP server. And this is pretty much the biggest part of it, is you are adding your services. So you say, hey, this thing is going to be an MCP server, add that capability. We're going to communicate over standard IO server transport, and then automatically search the assembly in here and find any MCP stuff and build it. So this is kind of like the app startup, basically, the server startup code. Boilerplate. You don't have to really write this. It's just file, copy there. And then we just want to create tools. So this could be get monkeys, this could be convert time, this could be get Australian cattle dogs, this could be get my company's data, this could be modify something. You can not only get, but as we saw, you can push content too. So you're going to create a bunch of tools. So let's say we're creating an echo tool. Here, for example, you say, this is an echo tool. This thing's going to have a bunch of tools in it. And then you just have a method that does something. And you say, this one is going to echo back the string. Now you give it a description, and that's important. That those descriptions and the names, this would be the pound echo would be the name of the tool. The description is what GitHub Copilot, in this case, the client is going to look for and parse to figure out what tools to use if you don't explicitly do it. And you create another one, and now you have an MCP server. Like, that's it.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
It. Yeah, they're just methods. Like, think of them as methods.
It's really just running a function or a method on a class to do the thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
And you can have descriptions on each input. Like in this case, it's string message, but you could have an additional one as well. Sure. It's really that easy. So let me show you that really quick. So I'm going to close this folder. Boop. And I'm going to open up my Monkey MCP because I think that it's the best MCP to MCP since MCPs. So my Monkey MCP on my GitHub has 2 different MCPs. There's a normal MCP and a server sent event MCP. So if you wanted to like deploy it to like a website or something like that, you can do that. Cool. All right. So in this case, let me go ahead and pull this up. There we go. I have my program. So I kind of showed that earlier. This is literally from what I just showed you. So it's really, really simple. So in this case, I'm defining the tool here. Here's the echo tool. Right. Super simple. You know, if I wanted to, for example, have more tools, I don't know, you could just I could just keep adding, you know, Copilot could just keep adding tools, right? You know, whatever I wanted. So now I've just added more tools into my tool chain. But I have this monkey service, and this might be something that people have already. So this is like my monkey service. This could be your Postgres service, could be all these different things. And in this case, where I got that monkey data from was from my web server, right? So this tool is going to call this, you know, service, which is just a JSON file on my website. It's going to pull down that monkey data. It's going to get the monkeys. You could add monkeys, delete monkeys, all these different things. And this is what's inside of here, right? And then I have my tools. So just like we saw before, it's honestly really just this easy. Is like, I'm just saying get monkeys or get a monkey, and it's just getting that information, which is super cool.
Yeah. So the service is where you're calling like the APIs or the setup, and then this is how it returns that. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's just methods really at the end of the day. So there's a few ways of testing this. If I wanted to, for example, I could, let me go into I'm going to copy the path. So just like I did before, I could create a new folder. I'm going to say .vs code. And I haven't deployed it yet. So imagine you're developing this locally. You're like, how do I test this?
I was going to ask.
So I'm going to add a server, and I'm going to say command standard IO, stdio, standard IO. And that's what this is using. And I'm just going to say .NET run project. So how would you run your project? Now, in this case, this could be your TypeScript project, your Python project, whatever it is. This is how you run a .NET project via .NET run, basically.
I haven't done .NET in like 12 years, so that's very helpful too.
Yeah. So just like from the command line, if you're calling like a npm like run, you know what I mean, or .NET run, it's really just that simple. So just like run this project, right? And that's it. So cool. That's it. And I'm just going to, for good measure, I'm going to go ahead and build this here locally. And then let me pull up Copilot. Boop. Cool. I'm in agent mode. Rad. I'm going to start the server up, and it's going to scan that assembly and find tools associated with it.
Yeah.
So it's found 7. So cool. This is really nice. So we have get monkey, lower, reverse, uppercase, like all these tools are now in there that I'm running. So I could say, let's get monkeys and display them in a table here in the chat, and also reverse echo the details back in that table, right? So now in this case, it's going to call my application. It's going to start calling things. It's going to get the monkeys. It's going to like do all this stuff for me, basically. So it's going to start calling these different methods that I've described. It's going to start parsing all of these automatically for me. And it's going to just display a table. So this is pretty cool. Here, it doesn't look like it's reversing it. It should be reversing them, all the details, but I'm visualizing the details here. It might do it like next or something like that.
Yeah, I was going to say the way it like did that order. I wonder if it's like getting the table first and then it'll do stuff on it.
Exactly. It looks like some of them it did reverse actually, which is kind of funny. So this is cool. Visualizing data. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Perfect. It just reversed that. So I'm able to call these tools and do a bunch of stuff on it, which is really cool. You can also, I also have another version of this tool as well. I want to point this out too, because some people just want to test it and they might want to test it outside of GitHub Copilot here.
Yeah.
So for example, this is my last thing, is that I have this version of it, which is just using the server send events. And this creates a little web server basically that's running here. And
that's what I wanted to ask about, because I feel like the levels of auth and things might get more complex.
Yeah. And Dan has a great blog post on auth and things like that. So if I run this one here, this is going to start a local little thing on my machine. So this is cool. I'm actually going to debug it. So I can add breakpoints and things like that, right?
Cool.
But I'm going to add another terminal here. There we go. And I'm going to call npx Model Context Protocol Inspector. So this is a open source tool, the MCP inspector. And what this will do is it will basically start this inspector browser for me here. There we go. And I can connect to this MCP server that's running at 3001, which is the one. I can say list tools. And now I can see all of the tools here. So if I just want to test this, I can run it outside. So if you're actually creating MCP servers, right, you can connect and debug over standard IO or SSE, right?
Cool.
So this is a great way of local developing on your machine and everything you want. So this is really cool. And you can even pipe in details. It'll actually ask you for the name. So it knows based on that. Think of it as an open API spec, for example. I'm going to put a bunch of links right here. that I like have. So definitely check those all out. I know I'm 3 minutes over time, but I think it's cool to see that. And yes, my Monkey MCP server is on my GitHub repo. It is James Montemagno / Monkey MCP. That's just search Monkey MCP. It's the only one. So, and you will find it. But these are really good ones for the SDK, for different information as well. So definitely check those out. But from start to what are we talking about here to this as well, which is really cool. So that's what I got, Cassidy.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for sharing all that, because I feel like this really demystified a lot of MCP stuff for me, because when you think about it and all the AI tools, you're like, so I'm debugging in AI? How do I do that? But you're really debugging a program that AI runs.
Yes, exactly. That's all it's doing. It's just calling an app or a server. I think because it has server in the name, that's what really gets people.
Yeah, that's what scares people.
Yeah, it's just an app that's running somewhere that it is able to communicate with. And it's doing it over like a JSON RCP. So it's not even, it's just like its own protocol that's really lightweight and things like that. So that's the high level overview. So hopefully that, demystified a few things for you. I know it's been a whirlwind few months of MCP goodies, but I try to distill it back as like, what do we say we're actually doing here?
We're basically programming. Yeah. but like with that demystification though, now we know like you can write your tests the same way you would with writing a test for your average C# class or TypeScript class or whatever, because it is just, don't like using that word, but it's true. It's just a program that an LLM runs later.
Exactly. Yeah. And you're just exposing what you want and you have control over it. And the other thing too, is just like you saw on GitHub, a lot of people ask, like, can I pass in information, right? I'm not going to like hard code my Azure OpenAI, like, AI Foundry key in there or my pat inside of it, right? You'd pass those in as environment variables, or you would auth, right? And you can also auth as well. It's a little bit more complicated flow. There's a lot of movement happening there, but those things are possible too.
Yeah, that's so cool. And once again, I said it much earlier in the stream, but like, because it's an open standard, a rising tide lifts all ships. So the more that you use it and give feedback and build things for it, that will make the standard better over time.
Absolutely. Yeah. I love just diving deep into it. It's one of my favorite topics.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you so much, James. This was a really, really cool demo. And I want to check out all the monkeys now too.
All the monkeys. You gotta, just if you go to my GitHub, just type in monkey. There's like a bajillion monkey apps. So that's if I did
a smart way to make demos though. Like when I was just like, wait, it's a JSON thing on your website. That's genius. I'm going to do that for Moose or something.
Well, the favorite part is that all that is a 301 redirect to GitHub repo.
Perfect. Even better.
Free. So there you go. Well, thank you, Cassidy. I really appreciate it. And go off, build some cool MCPs and use them too. Check them out.
Yeah. Oh, and look at that. We got a link. All right. Thank you, James. Now we're going to bring Olivia back.
You summoned me.
It happened.
That was so fun. I love seeing that. There's so many people being like, exactly what you said, Cassie, like this finally like demystifies it, because it's so hard when you just like something catches on as a buzzword and you're just like MCP. And then you get to the point where like,
am I behind?
I'm too scared to ask what that means now. And so it's like, if you actually get the chance to sit down and like, that was such a good overview of like, this is what it is. This is how you can build it. You don't need to be scared of it.
Yeah, no, that was the original title of my blog post on MCP, which is gh.io/whatisnpc, MCP. My original title was everyone's talking about MCP and I'm too afraid to ask what it is.
Yes.
It ended up being way too long, so now it's just what the heck is MCP? But still, it's like, yeah, that demystification is important, and this was really cool, because once again, it's just a program, but now it's accessible to the tools that you're using.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a lot of other cool sessions, but before we do dive into our next one with Pierce, there's actually some breaking announcements right now. I don't know if you saw that they were posted, Cassidy.
I've just been here.
What's happened? Official hacker programmer actually already commented about it in the chat and asked, is 04 Mini in Copilot? So I'm going to actually share my screen real quick if I can.
Wow, I didn't know. That's so exciting.
I know, yes. Let's see if this is gonna let me share. Okay, yes, there we go. Okay. There's actually 2 announcements, which is cool. First is that 03 and 04 mini are now available in public preview. There are some, I know we talked kind of at the start of this session about like how can you get Copilot, what are the different limits within. So there are some limits. If you read this change log, and we can go ahead and put the link in the chat, you'll kind of see a little bit more about what these models are and where they're available. So you can see it's 04 mini is rolling across all paid GitHub Copilot plans, and then 03 is the Enterprise and Pro Plus plans. So just did want to point that out there. But very exciting. If you're in any of those plans, go ahead and try them out. You probably will need to just reload VS Code first. And then if you're on that enterprise setting, make sure that your admin has enabled it. But very excited to see what you all code with these new models.
This is exciting. Yeah, this is actual breaking news. I know.
I wasn't even exaggerating. And there's another one where you can now use Vision with Claude and Gemini. So I don't know if y'all know this, because I feel like this is something that we haven't talked like a ton about, but you could use Vision in Copilot chat with GPT-4o before. And now you can do it with Claude and Gemini too. And this is, if you have Claude and Gemini in your model picker, which you'll have some of those if you're on the free plan, you'll have this then. So if you have these models available, then you will be able to try out Vision. And it's a super cool, there's a little video in here. I'm not going to play it, but you can see like basically they start with this just like hand-drawn mock-up. And then let's see if I can like properly skip to it. And just says implement this wireframe. And then if let's skip ahead to see what agent mode does. Oh, and it does that. So definitely check out the changelog. You can actually watch this in action. I'm just going to skip through.
Which, by the way, we're still looking at the blog.
Oh goodness. Okay, thank you.
It's okay. No, I figured you're just pulling something up.
Yeah. No, that's totally okay. Let me reshare that. Okay, hold on. We'll reshare. Skirt. Here we go. Okay. Here's the other changelog with Vision. And so I'll do the little, what I was saying before that y'all weren't seeing. You can just start with a wireframe, add it as context to Copilot, and be like, hey, implement this. And then you'll see it just go through, do its thing, generate the code. And then I'll just skip ahead real quick. You can iterate over it. And look, just based off that, a little bit of iteration.
That's amazing.
You can go from a quick wireframe to a fully implemented app, which I think is so cool.
That is so cool. And I saw someone asking about like differences between models and stuff. By the way, the latest GitHub Insider newsletter written by yours truly talks about differences between models. But these reasoning models are really cool because they are quick to ask questions and generate quick code snippets and stuff. But then if you want larger context windows and things like that, that's what you use different models for. It's kind of different models for different jobs, and the more you use it, the more you understand it. And so the fact that we have these image capabilities now in some of these other models has my mind spinning a little bit, because I used to kind of think like, oh, well, if I want to use image, I kind of have to use this one, then I would have to switch. But now there's a little bit less switching. It's so cool.
Yes. And I think that's kind of like, I feel like that's been like the theme of so much of this. It's just like less context switching, less switching. Like it just works. Again, we're saying
just. But yeah, it's cool to see certain things just work instead of having to iterate a bunch and kind of fail first, which there's value in failing first, but it's nice to see things actually work on the first try. What a concept.
Cool. Okay. Well, yeah, check out those change logs. You can see it if you get a chance to try them out. Let us know what you think. Live, we'll be checking the comments. But while we're talking about models, our next session is going to be on Bring Your Own Key with Pierce. So let's go ahead and segue into there. Hey, Pierce.
Hello. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Never a dull day in VS Code land,
I
right?
know.
Seriously.
I know.
You beat me to it. I was like, I need to update my session talk track to cover all the latest stuff we just shipped.
Yeah,
Like, that's the fun thing about planning these events, right? We're shipping so fast, like you can't even plan for all the things that we're actually going to ship.
That's the thing. Yeah,
Right.
I know. It's like we genuinely didn't even plan this live stream to coincide with those announcements. It's like,
Right.
but we probably could have picked any weekday and there would have been something that we can be like, oh, breaking
Exactly.
news. This new model
Yeah,
here
exactly.
is here. This new feature. Check out Insiders where this just landed. And it's such a cool time to be a part of just this whole space and to just have everyone playing around and seeing what works and just, getting all the tools.
For sure.
I was talking with a teammate earlier today and he was like, what's our messaging around like these models and these certain things? And I was like, here's the thing. This is what it is today. Probably won't be the same tomorrow. Good luck. And it's been cool to work on. But yeah, it's definitely a fast moving time for sure.
Definitely.
Cool. Well,
Cool.
on that
Y'all want to
note,
talk about bring your own models? Let's do it.
yes, let's dive into
go.
that.
All right. So first of all, I'm just gonna open this talk by saying this is my flu game of talks because I think I have COVID. So if I'm coughing a
no.
lot or hacking, sorry about that. I'm Pierce. I'm the PM lead for VS Code. So yeah, let's talk about models. I hate slides, so we're not going to do that. We're just going to show some stuff. I am going to go ahead and pop open chat inside of VS Code. So just quickly covering what you were talking about, Olivia, like if I come over here, boom, 04 mini showing up right there. Also, if I go over into agent mode, I see it right there. So that's available in agent mode as well. So if you reload your VS Code, you'll see that even though we shipped that 30 minutes ago or something like that. So that's pretty cool. So just kind of starting with that. So what are we going to talk about in this session? So I want to talk a little bit about the models we have available inside of VS Code to start with, and then kind of talk a little bit about the bring your own key integration that we recently shipped in our last stable release of VS Code. So this was like a super big ask from all of you in the community of hey, it's cool you have all these models, but how can I bring my own? And then I'll walk through kind of building some very basic things with some of these different providers that we actually support.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Let's do it. So let me pop open chat again. Just quickly running through, let's just pop open the model picker. We're going to need to do some UX work here, Olivia. This model picker is getting a little cluttered, right? We're getting a lot of things up in
we need
here.
a whole scroll bar.
Yeah, exactly. I also recognize to the Cassidy's point of what should I use? This flat list of just a lot of models can be quite overwhelming. So that's something we're working on. But anyways, when I first joined this team, we had just started adding support for not just the OpenAI models, but Claude and Gemini models as well. And so that was a common critique, I think, traditionally with Copilot is we only supported OpenAI models. And so now we support all the models from Anthropic and Google, and those are just available through my GitHub Copilot subscription. They show up here, which is awesome. Another common critique is we didn't traditionally do a good job of supporting these models on day one or close to day one. So as you saw today with the 04 mini and 03 announcement, we are sim shipping these models. We did the same with GPT 4.1 last week, Gemini 2.5 Pro week before last. So this is a constant for us now. In AI land, there's new models, they have new capabilities, and we want to bring them to you as quickly as we can. So expect that we'll continue to do that. We're trying to do better there. So thank you for all the feedback you've already given us on that. Another quick call out, we have this unified chat view. I'm in VS Code Insiders, but pretty much everything I'm going to show will also work in VS Code Stable. So I'll call out the only thing that doesn't. I think there's only one small thing that's only in Insiders. But we have we have this chat, which I got to by clicking this little Copilot icon right here, and we have different modes. And so if I go to agent mode, you'll notice this list is much smaller, and that's because only certain models support tool calling, which is how agent mode works. And so we kind of do some filtering there automatically. So that's why the model list does kind of change depending on which mode you're in here. Okay, so that's kind of the models we have. But you'll notice I don't know why when I'm super zoomed in, we're not using the right dialogue type or something, because it doesn't zoom the model picker either, which I'm like, what's going on there? All right.
That's specific to Mac too, because I have a Windows and it doesn't do it on Windows.
Okay, good to know. I'll file a bug. So I pick manage models. So we have an entry point here. Like say I wanted to add a model that we don't support, I can go down there. I can also go Command-Shift-P, manage models. If I pop over here, you see got a list of model providers here. And so there's different ones. So you see like Anthropic, Azure, Gemini, OpenAI. So the foundation model providers are all here. So if you wanted to connect directly to those and use models from that, you can. We also support other providers. So if you're in Stable, you'll see Ollama and OpenRouter. Or if you're in VS Code Insiders, you'll see Grok as well. We'll walk through kind of the pros and cons of using each of these and the differences in just a second. But one other important thing to call out is like, I'm in chat, right? And the model picker that I used here is in chat, right? So the model that I actually use here, either one provided by Copilot or one that I select here with Bring Your Own Key, it's only changing my interactions in chat, right? This isn't actually altering the experience I get for completions or next edit suggestions or things like generating commit messages with AI. This model won't actually affect that. So whatever model I'm picking here won't affect that. So this whole Bring Your Own Key experience mostly powers these chat-based experiences. Ask, edit, and agent. So let's go ahead
I think
and
that's a good, like clarifying that like chat-based is like all that ask, edit, and agent, because that's sometimes I think we've seen a couple questions there about that.
yeah, and we in the past had like this whole thing of like the different tabs, and it started out as different icons up here, and that was kind of confusing. And like it's all the same, right? It's variations of a chat-based interface. Like ask mode is basically read only, like supply the context you want, ask questions. We're not going to make any changes. Edit mode is like, okay, manually supply context and we'll make changes on the files you want, but we won't do anything else. And then agent mode is like, we're adding even more tools. So I just think of it as like building on each other, depending on the level of control you want. Okay, so let's actually go and add one of these. So before I do that, let's pop over to Edge. See, look at this, Olivia, you're a pro.
Oh my gosh,
Look,
we're so excited.
I already had first two tabs. I was going to talk about this, but now I'm not. So in the March 2025 release of VS Code 199, read the release notes, people. You can see cool stuff. There's a lot of hidden gems, by the way, that you won't always see like on our social channels or on Twitter or things like that. If you go read through these, you can just click updates up here. But if you look at the highlights, use your own API keys to access more language models in chat. So that's this new feature that we just added. So if I click on that, we see Bring Your Own Key. This is limited right now to Copilot Pro and free users, so we don't have support in the business model, or sorry, in the business, enterprise, or Pro Plus plans for this right now. We're exploring bringing support to those plans in the future. There are some like special things that like enterprises want when it comes to things like this, and so we have to kind of take those considerations into our planning when we are thinking about supporting those plans. But if you're on free or pro, this should work for you, and you can see I already showed the manage models experience. We also have docs on this. If you go to the language models doc, we can share these in the chat. That kind of walks through how to do all this. But I'm going to start with OpenRouter. So OpenRouter, I just go here. It's a unified interface for LLMs. So this is basically taking whatever model that is not from necessarily one of the foundation model providers, although it could be, and normalizing kind of the interface to be the same as the traditional chat completions API surface. So then essentially we can talk to OpenRouter and it behaves similarly to the OpenAI models and kind of the chat interface we expect there. And so we can just support that without actually having to do anything crazy, which is nice. So if I come over into models, there's a ton of models I can use, but the first thing I need to actually do is go set up my API key. Y'all aren't going to catch me sleeping. I already configured my key. I wasn't going to do that on the live stream.
I was gonna say,
I'm not that brave. I've loaded some credits in here. You can see I'm a big baller. Loaded in $10 of credits. But I've been using this a while. 23 days ago, I've only exhausted 50 cents. So that's not too bad.
A while to kind of beat it down.
Yeah. So let's hop back over into VS Code. So I'm going to go back into Manage Models, OpenRouter. And so we're just pulling all of the models that are available from OpenRouter and populating them in this list. Hashtag UX is my passion. So we're going to clean up this UX a little bit so it's not so overwhelming. So I do recommend, like for now, like go over to like the models page on OpenRouter, and they have like a nice filtering thing. So I want to use this in agent mode. So one thing to always look for when you're bringing your own model is to make sure that it supports tools if you plan to use it in agent mode. So not every model supports tool calling, only some do. So I came over here and selected tools in this UI, and I can see these are all the models that actually support tool calling. So commonly people ask us about DeepSeek. Do we have a DeepSeek model that supports tool calling? Yes. So I can use DeepSeek in Copilot in agent mode. What about people ask me about Grok? I'm bad at spelling. Grok 3 beta, there it is, right? So this is like the main way that I'm going and kind of exploring different models. And then I'll come back over here. It was Grok 3 beta, I think, and DeepSeek, this one. It is kind of tricky. You need to look at the identifier because you can see there's like several DeepSeek variations available here. So you need to make sure it matches the one that actually supports tool calling. So I'll go ahead and register those. The first time I use this, I would have to configure my API key, but I already did that. So then if I go to my models dropdown, you can see I now have DeepSeek here, and I have Grok 3 beta, right? So let's use Grok, and we're in agent mode, and so let's just ask it to do something agentic. Build a simple Frogger game in HTML, CSS, and JS.
I haven't thought of Frogger in a while.
Honestly, this is like my go-to test for a lot of things is to, well, you can see I have my one-on-one with Burke coming up. Let's dismiss that. Hold on, let me pull up my tabs. I'm all discombobulated now. Okay, so while that's working, you can see the interesting thing about Bring Your Own Key is for all the models that we provide inside of VS Code kind of through the box per se, we're doing a ton of testing, benchmarking, right, to make sure that those models work really, really well. And then we're tuning our prompts and such to make sure that the experience is really solid, right? When you go down this Bring Your Own Key path, obviously the benefit is you can use any model. But the downside is that you could use any model. And it may not be one that we've actually done tuning to make sure it's a good experience, right? And so mileage definitely varies. And so if you're going down this path, I definitely recommend like exploring different models. So like I try out 3 or 4, just like I would do with the models we provide in Copilot. We have some docs and stuff. Cassidy mentioned a newsletter that shows kind of the latest and greatest in terms of which models we recommend for certain things. But it's definitely like, also, there are benchmarks and stuff, but I feel like it's such a personal choice, right? Like everyone has their own vibes-based evaluation of what works for them. And then with Bring Your Own Key, like there's the vibes-based evaluation, and then there's like, this actually works with the product or it doesn't. Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm gonna do a little, okay, we're gonna stop my live preview. We're gonna run this thing. Do the loop. Keep my changes. Problem with being zoomed in so much is I'm zoomed in so much. Right?
I know. It's hard then when you're actually looking at it.
So we'll start our server. Where's our file? Let's just open this. So preview. Why are you not working, mommy? There we go.
Nice.
So I'm gonna just zoom out a little bit so we can see the Frogger game. So yeah, like, you know, this is just kind of a simple example, but it shows like, hey, you can bring your own key. You can use agent mode. This was using Grok 3. And yeah, like then if I jump back over to my activity on OpenRouter, like you'll see that now I'm starting to get activity that's logged here. I can actually go in and see how many tokens I'm using, the cost, the speed of those requests. So that's a pretty cool integration that I get with the OpenRouter provider. I can actually go in and see, like, for specific API calls, how much usage I'm actually incurring, which is super nice. Yeah. So this is really cool. Like OpenRouter is probably the provider I use the most of all the ones that we support, mostly because they have such a big catalog of models, and they tend to work really well for me. So if there's a model that you've always wanted to use inside of VS Code and agent mode, but you haven't gotten a chance to, like, we don't support it natively, like this is definitely a route to go. And yeah, so that's super cool. Let's see what else. What else do I want to show? What about local models, Olivia? what about local models?
Someone asked about that. I lost their comment, but someone specifically asked about local models. So Pierce, what about local models?
All right, what about them?
Here.
All right, so let's just reset my state here. Same thing, right? Like I can come in here, manage models. I talked about Ollama earlier. Ollama is super cool. I can run models locally on my machine. If I go over to same thing as before, right? Let's go to the Ollama site and let's just search like for a model. But I can also come in here and you can see I can filter by tools. So I can come through here, like they have like a lot of different tools, a lot of different models they support running locally that support tool calling. Let's see if there's anything interesting in here. I think I wanted to use like Quinn. Let's see if that one actually. Yep. So Quinn Coder, like that one gets a lot of love in the benchmark. So maybe I'll give that one a try. The one thing to call out with local models, like it's super awesome because it's all happening locally on my machine. It's not going out to some cloud endpoint or anything like that. But it is also the downside. Again, it's running on my actual machine. So you have to have the hardware to actually be able to do this well. So let's jump back over into VS Code. And I'm actually going to go ahead and spin up a new terminal. And you can, I thought I had that command there, but let's actually come in here and let's just grab the run command from the Ollama models page and copy pasta in here. Go ahead and run that model. All right, so let's just test it and make sure it's working. I'm gonna bump up my font again. Okay, so it is. So this is Ollama. I'm running this model totally locally on my machine. So now let's go in and actually select the Ollama provider. And I can see these are all the models that I've used in the past with Ollama on my machine. Like I said, like it's worth it to try and experiment, especially with the local models. Like what is your machine actually capable of doing? Which one actually works the best for you, that sort of thing. So I'm going to support, I think I'm going to do this one. Yeah. So we'll hit OK. Okay, so then let's, I don't know, select that inside of the model dropdown. Ollama Quinn Coder. Let's do something. We just did a game. Let's build a simple water tracking app in HTML, CSS, and JS with increment. If you know me, you know that like this water tracking app is kind of like my canonical example of what I like to do. And you can see that the request failed, by the way. I just resent it and it seems to be working. So sometimes you'll notice like with the non-provided models, you'll get more failures. And like I said, that is in part because we're not optimizing things for use with that model. And also, we need to do a better job of surfacing the errors we're actually getting back from these model providers back to you inside of VS Code. Typically, that happens via the APIs we work with the GitHub team. But in the case of like using OpenRouter or Ollama, it's obviously coming from those providers instead. So the other thing you'll notice kind of about local is like maybe with agent mode in the past, you will notice like it'll be like, I'm going to do this. And then it'll do that. Or so you'll see here, it just like was like, YOLO, I'm going to create this index HTML file right away. And it stopped. All right. So let's see if that, it only created the increment and decrement buttons. It didn't create the script or the CSS file. And so like, this is exactly what I mean by like your mileage varies when you start using these bring your own key models. So let's say you didn't do the
I think this
CSS
is really great
style
context to show. Like this is like really what people are going to be doing. So it's really good for people to understand like what does make it into the model picker. Like why would I bring my own key?
Exactly. Yeah. And
go ahead.
I think that people like there's a lot of things that go into getting that into the model picker, right? To your point, like we do a lot of optimization behind the scenes to make sure you have an awesome experience for those things that are there. And like we don't do that. Obviously, we can't do that for the long tail models that you bring kind of on your own. So that's kind of the pro and con of using the bring your own key approach. I think we do want to add, now you see it added the CSS, but it didn't add the JS. Okay, now do the JS file. That's kind of like the pro and con ultimately of using this approach is like, it is a choose your own adventure type of experience.
Well, and I think that's like always like a guiding principle we have is like kind of that developer choice, right? Like
yeah,
everyone's
definitely.
workflows are different. Everyone's development is different. So the fact that now you have this option to bring whatever empowers you the most in your development, I think is really cool.
Definitely. Yeah. And so like, I think another thing that I recommend as kind of a pro tip is you can actually go in and you can create, I think we talked about custom instructions maybe in one of the earlier sessions. You can create custom instructions that actually guide the model as well. You can say like, I want you to use these tools in these situations. And so if you find that there's models that you're using in Bring Your Own Key that aren't behaving exactly as you'd like, you can use custom instructions to actually make that better. So that's something I actually frequently do with Bring Your Own Key models. All right, let's see here. All right, look at this beautiful application we've just built all locally. Now, this is how you track it. I see it's biasing against my, is liters an American unit? I forget what we call our units, or is that the metric unit?
That's metric,
okay.
right? Oh my God, I'm like trying to go back to elementary school.
So it's biasing against our freedom units, Olivia. That's okay. But that's cool. Like we just did that in agent mode locally, entirely with Ollama on my machine. So that's super cool. So I definitely recommend giving that a go. Olivia, how much time do I have here? Just a quick time check.
Probably a few more minutes and then we can wrap up. So if you have something else to show, let's
All right,
do it.
yeah, I mean, nothing crazy. Like, let me reset again. Delete that. So make sure I stop running that. By the way, if you do run Ollama locally, a pro tip, make sure you like stop it when you're done. I've definitely had like, why is my machine like coming to a crawling stop, right? And it's because I've been running inference in the background locally without noticing it. Okay, so I won't show it just in the interest of time, but we also support like the Anthropic providers. So you can come in and actually select any of the Anthropic models. Same thing for OpenAI. And I didn't show Grok. Maybe I'll try. Maybe we'll try. Stretch goal. Let's do a little deep seek in Grok. So Grok, just for context, is like their whole thing is that they provide super, super fast AI inference. So if you really want to optimize for your speed inside of Copilot, this is actually a pretty cool provider for Bring Your Own Key because they're very fast. I have noticed like anecdotally that I do have more failures with things like tool calling. So we'll give it a go and see like how well it works for me. Which model did I pick? This is also like a UX thing we need to do better on. So I picked R1 Distill Llama 70B. Okay. So let's, I don't know. What's another? Build a Pong game. I'm in a game mood. My water tracking app didn't inspire me enough, Olivia.
Let's go back to the classics then.
Let's go back to the classics, the classic games. So let's see if we kind of get what I was talking about. Okay. So you saw that it streamed in super fast and then it stopped. There we go. So it created the HTML file. Amazing. It looks like it embedded some JavaScript. Did you see how fast that came in? By the way,
so quick.
Yeah, it's super quick. Okay, so let's like preview that. What? Okay, hold on. I need to close this HTML file. Save. Zoom out a little bit. Oh, I'm this one. Okay, so like you just saw, like it's super, super, super quick to do inference. So like it works very well, and they have a lot of really cool models. I think. Let me go back to manage models. Yeah, like they have the Llama variants, they have the Quincoder, like 32B version, like the one I just used locally, but actually like being served from their servers. So yeah, like it's super, super fast. So this is really cool if like speed is important to you. It's kind of like the models, like all of these model providers have benefits and drawbacks, right? And so it's kind of like, you know, explore each one, understand what works for you and what you need based off you and your team's requirements, and give each model a try within each provider. And yeah, let us know what you think of this. I'm trying to think if there's any other interesting call outs for this. I think people are just really excited because you're not dependent on us anymore to make sure that we have models there. We are also doing, as we talked about earlier, an amazing job at making sure we bring you the best state-of-the-art models in the product. But if there's models we don't support, now you're not blocked anymore. Mm-hmm. So that was pretty cool. We saw OpenRouter and using them with Grok. We saw using Quincoder entirely locally to use to build a, what did we do? Water tracking app. That was all local with Ollama. And then we used Grok to build this Pong game. So yeah, that's Bring Your Own Key.
That is awesome, Piers. We've gotten a lot of questions that are kind of asking things that you went over earlier. So I just want to do a quick plug that this will all be available on demand after, so you can check out Pierce's demo later if you missed any of it. But I think, again, like the main point to drive home there is that like you have options, like whatever is what works best for you. We want to be able to enable you to do it within VS Code and with GitHub Copilot, and just make development as easy as possible to you, and just get you focusing on those problem solving skills that you want to do and like what you actually want to spend time on. So yeah, thank you so much, Pierce, for showing that.
Thanks for having me.
Cool. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and bring Cassidy back on just for a quick little interlude. What's up, Cassidy?
Hello. That was so fun.
I know. And I think that that's like one of those things that people don't realize, again, is there. Because I mean, it's pretty recent. Not everyone, it probably is like you.
Again, everything moves so fast. Yeah, everything has been moving so fast. Where like I can't keep up with just like the GitHub changelog and stuff, let alone the VS Code one. And so,
and there's just so many models available, and everything. You just have so much, and it's like I can't like. It's so hard to just like keep track of. Oh, this is the best for that. This one's new. Right. Like this is the talk of the town right now. Like that's why I love Pierce's message. Like try it out, see what works for you. And then go from there. That's what it's all about. Yeah. And it's like very, again, bleeding edge, cutting edge kind of stuff where I want to emphasize to the chat, you're not behind. We're all moving very, very quickly. And we're, if anything, just the fact that you're here, you're very early because this is all new tools that's coming out live pretty much. And this is only the beginning. There's so much more. Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Okay. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and dive into our next session then. We have Dawn coming on to do some notebook stuff. Hey, Dawn.
Hello. Good morning.
How you doing?
Good. Really good.
Thanks so much for coming on. I know you're going to be showing us some notebook experience, which chat, let me know if we have any data science people, if you're into notebooks, because I feel like this is a really like slept on feature in VS Code. The notebook support is amazing. And I love that we're kind of bringing it into the Copilot agent mode edit sphere. So we can bring it even better. So with that, Cassidy, I think if you want to watch from behind the scenes. And then Dawn, we can dive on in.
Okay. So let's start with a simple workspace. So if you look at this particular workspace, I've got really nothing here except for a Jupyter notebook. It's for all intents and purposes something that I have just downloaded off the internet, and I'd just like to have a look at how this notebook works and what it does. So all I know is that it's got a title in here. It's going to do some data analysis on the Titanic data set. I'm going to try to run this particular cell, and the first thing I'm prompted with is to select a Python environment. I'd go ahead with the recommendation, and it says, okay, create a Python environment. I haven't got any Python environments, and this is a new feature, Quick Create. It's a new feature that is in one of the new Python extensions, and that's called the Python environment extension. It allows us to create a new environment really quickly. That's why it's called Quick Create, and it also installs relevant packages required for the Jupyter extension, which is to run Python kernels and Jupyter notebooks. Generally, this can take 30 seconds to a minute, but now it is just a matter of seconds. So as you can see, it's installed the packages, and now I'm running the cell. And there you go. The first thing was, once I ran the cell, was as soon as I created the environment, some packages are missing. So you've got the error message saying pandas is not found. I'm going to go ahead and use a new feature, which is add cell to output. And I'm going to try to ask Copilot to fix this error. At this point, what Copilot should do is it should detect that the environments are missing, and it will use pip. So pip is great, but so this is where I can see that, okay, it doesn't use some of the built-in packages. So I'm going to try this again. It's just that sometimes using existing Python install.
I think this is a great call. The strength of your prompt is so important. Like sometimes just being a little bit more specific will get you to what you want.
Yes, and it might just need a little bit of a nudge there to get to do the right thing. There you go. So now it has picked the right tool. There is a built-in tool that we have to install the missing packages. And right now it has seen that there are some packages missing, and it's done. If I were to use pip, that too would work, and it would run it in the terminal, but it would have been a lot slower. And the Python environments tool is using UV in the background, and that should get it done within mere seconds. So there you go. Now it's running the cell. It's a little slow over here, quite understandably, because of some packages like Seaborn can be slow to load. But given the fact that it did not fail is an indication that the packages have been installed and it is working. So let's go ahead and see. There you go. It's done. I go to the next cell and we can see, okay, it downloads some CSV file and it's reading it. We've got the data set there. I'm going to go ahead and run the other cells. So this is producing some output. I am not entirely sure what this output is. So what we can do now is just going to clear my context over here. We've got, as I mentioned earlier, we could attach outputs, or we can go ahead and just drag it over here. And since there isn't really any information, I'm just going to ask Copilot to explain this output. And so Copilot has the ability to process images as well. And for Jupyter Notebooks, that's really great. So we can see now over here, it lets me know what this is. It shows basically the count of passengers that survived based on the gender. That's basically it. And some other observations as well. So that's really great. What I can then do is I can ask Copilot to add some comments and update the plot to be more informative. Let's try ahead and see whether it does this. So I'm expecting to see some more comments in here with some titles. And let's go ahead and see what happens.
I think this is so, I mean, because I have always enjoyed using Jupyter Notebooks, but I'm not really like a huge Python person. Like that's not my background. So I've always kind of like dabbled a little bit and I've always seen the power of it, but I've always been like a little like confused sometimes throughout it. When you get like these outputs, someone shares a notebook with you and you're like, I don't really fully understand this. So I think what you're showing with this integration back and forth and being able to explain the charts and just being able to help troubleshoot, why isn't this working? Is it my Python environment? Is it something else going on? Is so powerful for people maybe just getting started with Jupyter Notebooks, or even people who've done it for a while and maybe trying out a different package.
Yes. So in this particular case, the notebook was downloaded and I have really no idea. One mistake I made was I had the wrong context here, because you can see the sixth cell, and the image unfortunately was in the fifth cell. So let's start again. I'm just going to, because it added the comments in the next cell. So I'm going to undo that and add it, ensure I select the fifth cell, this one, and go ahead and say, okay, add some comments and update the plot to be more informative. So there we go. And let's ensure this gets updated this time. There we go. So now you can see we've got more comments in here. We've got a title as well. And so at this point, what we should see is if I were to run this, there you go. And now it is a lot more meaningful to me. And so I can use this as well. So I'm going to keep this. I'm happy with these changes. I'm going to keep those. And so there's some additional cells as well that I have not executed. Let's try to run this. Oh, I can see that still some errors. Really not the best notebook that whoever created this online. Well, okay. The best part is we've got Copilot here to help us fix these errors. And just a little note. By the way, I created this notebook and I uploaded it offline.
We love some self-deprecating humor.
Okay, so there we go. Copilot did figure out there was an error and it did fix it. So there was a variable def. So this is really useful. So these are a couple of things that you can use Copilot with notebooks to do. We were explaining the outputs, and here we go. We came across some errors and I tried to fix it. Now you can see that that was not enough. So anyway, so let's try to fix this error as well. And ask this, fix this error. So there are additional errors that this notebook has. So that's really great. So you can see that there's some errors. Let's see what it does now. Okay. It's applied the edits and it's still checking some more errors if there are more errors. In the meantime, I can run it and see, oh, there we go. And it does run through without any issues at this stage. And we are happy with that. We'll keep all of these changes. And we can see now all of the errors have been fixed. We were able to generate outputs. We were able to explain the outputs as well. So what's really good about all of this is really great for data science users. And something I would like to mention is some new features that we're working on is improving the editing experience. We've got a new tool that we're experimenting with to make editing faster for notebooks. And the other tools that we are also experimenting with is the ability for the model to execute code against Jupyter notebooks and analyze the output so that the users don't necessarily have to write code in cells and then run it themselves and drag the outputs. So all of that would be seamless and well integrated within Copilot as well.
Cool. There's literally just a question of, can agent automatically run the cell and fix the error instead of you having to?
That is correct.
So that was
Yes.
good timing.
Um,
Would you recommend insiders then for people who maybe want to try to get that functionality earlier and try it out with their notebooks?
Oh, yes, definitely. So we are, but unfortunately, it's not yet available even in Insiders. It is something we are actively working on. But the first place to try it out would most certainly be Insiders. So right now, I am using Insiders. I tend to use Insiders more often than not because the latest features are always available in Insiders. But most of this functionality, like editing notebooks and analyzing the outputs, is available in Stable as well.
Cool. And then I noticed, we've been talking about models a lot today. I noticed that you're using GPT-4o in this. Is that the only one that's supported for notebooks, or why did you choose that?
Oh, no. So I know Piers did mention a lot about models, so I will not go much into that, but we do support quite a lot as well. So for notebooks, GPT-4 is really great. Sonnet is also something very good. So Sonnet does produce much better output. So the quality is significantly better, but it can be a lot slower compared to GPT-4. So I tend to use a number of these things, GPT-4 and Claude. And Gemini is also something that we're looking into in terms of looking at the quality. So something like Piers mentioned, we just try it out and ensure we tweak Copilot to produce great output. So yes, that was a good question. Something I would also like to show is, so now the entire workflow was starting with an existing workspace or an existing notebook. So what we could also do is, let's assume you're starting with a brand new workspace. Let me clear all of this and just reload Windows just to ensure that there's no state pending from the previous one. Okay, so what I can do is I can just start with create a new Jupyter notebook that downloads the Titanic, oops, that was correct, Titanic CSV data set and analyzes this and generates some interesting plots. We have a tool which is available in Stable called the Create New Jupyter Notebook. So this particular tool is fine-tuned for building notebooks or creating new notebooks, and the quality of the notebook is, we try to ensure that it's pretty good in terms of having relevant markdown cells to explain the content of the notebook. And if you're performing any data analysis, then we ensure that there would be a cleansing stage as well. So for instance, you've got the loading of the data frames, and then you've got cleansing as well. And so you can see on the right-hand side what the notebook does. And there's a planning stage as well. So this is the creation of the notebook. So we can just go ahead and keep this. And so this is pretty much created from scratch. So if I were to run this, we would go through the exact same process as earlier, which was you'd be prompted to create a Python environment and use that, and the relevant packages can be installed. But I don't think we need to go through that entire exercise all over again. But yeah, I thought it would be interesting to showcase this particular tool. So you could use this tool to not just create a notebook just for analyzing a specific data set, but what you could do is you could bring in your own CSV file and say, or CSV files, or you've got an audio file, you could just tell Copilot, okay, create a new notebook that analyzes a specific data set that you have on file as well.
And I think that this is such a good thing to point out with agent mode in general, the fact that you're just like, hey, create a notebook using this data set, and it automatically calls that create new Jupyter notebook tool. You don't have to know, is there a tool underlying that does this? You can just say, this is what I want to do, and Copilot's going to go ahead, and it has kind of those built-in capabilities with Jupyter notebooks to be able to just know what you want and give you the best possible outcome there.
That is correct. Yes, that is correct.
Awesome.
So with regards to notebooks, I think that is it. So as mentioned, there are lots of new features that we are exploring on building and experimenting with. But for the purpose of demo, I think that's all I have at this stage.
Awesome. Cool. All right. Well, probably is the release notes the best place to keep on top of what the latest Jupyter Notebooks experience is in VS Code?
Yes, most certainly. That is the go-to place that I would recommend to learn about what's new. Yes.
Cool. All right. Well, Don, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. I think if chat, you haven't tried out Jupyter Notebooks, there are so many different use cases you can do it. Like, you don't need to be deep into data science. You could just be like wanting to get some metrics for like a performance review or something that you need to do. Like, there's so many different ways. Like, if you're doing anything with data, stats, Jupyter Notebooks make it so easy. You don't even have to do with that. If you just want to combine like Markdown and code, like that's what you can use a notebook for. So highly recommend trying it out. GitHub Copilot is maybe even easier than ever to do that. But Don, thank you so much for being here and kind of showing off the latest experience there with agent mode.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Cool. All right, let's bring on Cassidy. Woo!
Hello. That was so cool. Once again, I feel like we're just scratching the surface on so many things.
I know.
And like I play with a lot of this stuff, and the fact that I'm sitting behind the scenes being like, I am learning so much is very fun.
And like, when we were creating the agenda for today, like we originally were going to have this be like a 1, maybe 2 hour max event. And it's like snowballed into like hours and hours. And we, like you said, like there's so much more that we want to include. And it just keeps coming. So definitely like so keep the vibes going. We're not even technically halfway done with the whole event. We have a couple more sessions, like regularly scheduled sessions. And then if you didn't hear at the start, we're going to kind of close out the event with a couple hour live coding session with Wes Bos. So we have a lot of exciting stuff still ahead. Before we do dive into our next presentation though, Cassidy, I have a question.
Ask away.
Do you know what happened almost 10 years ago on April 29th, 2015? Pop quiz.
What was happening in my life at that time?
Right.
Yeah, where I was living in New York City. I was signing a new lease.
I know. So the answer is VS Code was announced at Build, which means yes.
Wow.
We have people figuring out in chat. I was trying to see if we had people who could get it. Yes,
wow.
VS Code was released. How exciting is that? I cannot believe that it has been 10 years.
That's mind-blowing.
I know, right?
Because like I feel like granted, yeah, we've been in the industry for a while. It still feels like kind of a new kid on the block still, just because there's so many changes and stuff that have been happening.
Yes.
Wow, I can't believe it was 10 years ago. Like
the original like TechCrunch like report of it about how it was announced. I think it's so fun to go back and look at this. We're talking today about like all the cool latest and greatest in VS Code, but I think it's always fun to kind of like look back and reminisce on where we started. And you can see like this is like
what's fun is like some of it has stayed the same while some of it
exactly and I think it's so cool to see like how we've kept like those like developer core principles of like our whole goal is to just make the best editor for developers that people love. And so starting out from here, having a cross-platform editor as the announcement.
Wow.
And from there we've evolved. We had remote development, obviously GitHub Copilot. Now we're kind of doing this redefined with AI. But the whole point of it is that we're kind of always having developers at the core there. And I actually there's one other little thing I want to share real quick. And that's this little screenshot, because it's also a kind of throwback to
to see
the
Man, that's so wild.
I know. This is like the first commit of VS Code, and you have like it's a screenshot of when it happened. So you have like the old GitHub UI too.
Wow.
So you can kind of see it. Yeah, I know. I feel like it's like when you go back and look at like high school pictures or something.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, once again, it's slightly the same, but slightly different.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
wow, it's cool to see.
It
'Cause
is.
It's really just kind of been that thing that's been it's been such a companion, I guess, for developers for so
It
long.
has, yeah. And so I just wanted to do a plug for that. And obviously, like a huge thank you to our developer community. All of this past 10 years has been for you, for building the best tools for you. We're excited to see the next 10 years where that's going to go. I think right now we're at such an exciting point of just new improvements every single day and advancements, and we're just trying to get them in your hands as quickly as possible. Yeah.
That is so fun, and it was really I'm like reminiscing now. It was such a game changer with all of the extension capabilities that came with VS Code, and we talked a little bit about LSP, a little bit the language server protocol, and how a lot of the efforts there made the way and paved the way for VS Code, but also for other editors to be able to support multiple languages. And again, the fact that it was open source, what a concept. I think that it was such a turning point in a lot of the tech industry for VS Code to come out, and it exploded in popularity. I was such like a Vim fangirl for so long. And I remember when I switched, I was like, oh, this is quite nice. I don't have to configure like billions and billions of plugins. It just works. And so it's cool to see. Yeah.
It is. Cool. Okay. Well, we just wanted to take that little moment to celebrate, reminisce. But with that, I think we can go ahead and head into our next session with Brigit. Hey,
Hello.
Brigit.
Hello. Good to see you guys. Wow, excited to be here.
I know. Yeah. Thanks so much for being here. For those of you who maybe don't know who Brigit is, she's a PM on the VS Code team. Absolutely awesome. And I think we're going to be talking about the next evolution with code completions today, right, Brigit?
You sure are. I'm so excited to show it off.
Awesome. All right. Well, Cassidy, I think we're going to
I'll be back here
again, but we'll bring you out of your cage in just a little bit. Cool, Brigit. What do you have for us today?
Yes. So like you mentioned, Olivia, we're going to be looking at what we're considering the next evolution of code completions. And so for folks who are using GitHub Copilot, you might be familiar with the gray ghost text suggestions that you get for when you're writing code, and it helps you add new code and add new logic as you're working on a project. But another huge part of software development in the software development lifecycle is editing existing code and existing logic that's already there. So that's where next edit suggestions, or NES, comes into play. And that's what I'm going to be showing off today.
Cool. Let's do it.
Okay, so to kind of frame the demos that we'll be taking a look at, I have this template repo, and I have a few different categories of different kinds of like projects and scenarios where you might find NES to be really helpful or powerful. And with any of these, you could go ahead and follow along today, because NES is live, both in VS Code Insiders and stable. I'm using VS Code Insiders and the Copilot pre-release extension because I just love getting all the latest like UI and fixes that the team has, but you could totally use it in Insiders or stable. And you'll just want to make sure that you have the Copilot next edit suggestion setting set, which you can also configure in the Copilot icon we have down here. You can select.
Wait, why did I not realize that you could do that there?
Yeah, this is
awesome.
Also pretty new in Insiders, and so it might also be in stable, but definitely in Insiders. Yeah, you can configure your completions in NES right here.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I know. I heard you and Cassidy talking earlier that just getting all the little tips from everyone.
I know.
Yeah, like that's super cool too.
Chat, this is not like a shtick. Like genuinely, like we are just like learning all these things because there's so much stuff, and so we're learning along with you. It's really cool to be here.
Sweet. Okay, so we can go ahead and start seeing what NES looks like in action. I think that one scenario where hopefully you'll find it to be quite helpful is if you are changing the intent of what some code achieves. So what do I mean by that? So we're starting here in a simple geometry.ts file, so TypeScript file, and I have the definition for a point class. And right now it looks like it's a 2-dimensional point class because I see that it has X and Y variables in the constructor and in the distance calculation. But what if rather than having it be a 2D point, I want to make it a 3D point or a 10D point or just something more than a 2D point? I'm going to go ahead and rename it here. And so I'm going to name it to point 3D. And with that, Copilot was able to predict what I might want to change next. So what's cool about NES is it's both predicting where that code change will need to happen and what it should be, because this code change wasn't just immediately on line 1, it's a few lines later. And so looking at it here, it suggests adding a Z variable, which I think makes sense. That's pretty cool that I was able to predict that just by renaming point to point 3D, that I want to go ahead and make this a 3-dimensional point. And now when I'm looking at this, there's a few different ways I can interact with it. Since we know tab is the magic key that everyone's using to interact with completions, I can just tab to go ahead and navigate to and accept this suggestion, or I can go ahead and hover over it. And I can see that we have this nice menu that tells us kind of the key bindings again for accepting or rejecting the suggestion. And we can also configure the UI in different ways. And so the team is exploring different ways to make the UI just like what users want, helping you stay in the flow. So whether it's like how your code is maybe shifted or rendered in comparison to the NES widget, you can configure that in settings. And we also have a link to docs to go ahead and learn more. So I could go ahead and click to navigate NES to this. I could accept by clicking on the widget here. We also have this cool rendering here that you'll see pop up to draw your attention over the arrow. Or if I want to stay completely keyboard, I'm in the zone. I'm going to tab to navigate to the suggestion. So now we can see that it's like in focus. I'm actually at line of the suggestion. Tab to accept it. So simple as that. And then once I've done that, NES doesn't just stop there. It's going to continue its work to be like, okay, are there other changes that kind of cascade from what you just did? And so this looks good to me too. I want to update the distance. So I'm going to tab to get to it, tab to accept it. As simple as that. I can go ahead and show another example kind of in this changing intent category.
Yeah, I think there's one comment here about how naming conventions is becoming even more and more important now, because that just kind of helps unlock these tools, right? If you're just like naming a variable or something, just a throwaway name. And I know naming is hard, y'all. It's hard. One of the hardest parts of our job. But if you get that like intent there, all these tools are designed to help detect that intent. So big plug for kind of making sure you're naming things what you want them to do. And you're going to get, it's like prompting, right? It's kind of like if you're more specific, if you kind of explain what you actually want, you're going to get a lot more of the full potential for these tools.
Yeah, that's a great point. And so, yeah, it's kind of both sides there of giving it more information with better names will help the AI. And then the AI can also help you come up with better names and kind of give you it's almost like it's a little bit
chicken
of
and egg.
Yeah, chicken and egg. It's nice, I guess. I don't know. Cool. And yeah, definitely feel free to just jump in and interrupt me. I am on a single screen right now, so I won't be able to see if questions come in.
Cool.
Just feel free to hop in there at any point. Awesome. Okay, so then going on to another example in changing intent, we'll also be looking at different kinds of projects and languages today, because Copilot and NES specifically works on different kinds of languages. It's not restricted to just one. And we'd also love to get your feedback as you try out NES. How does it work for you on certain project types or scenarios or languages? Does it work better or worse? And like giving us that feedback, whether it's on social media or GitHub issues, super helpful for our team, because we're putting in a ton of work to rapidly improve in this space. So here in this stats.cpp, so we have a C++ file. I have some different calculations, some different math here. And maybe instead of getting the minimum, I'd like to go ahead and get the max. So I'm going to update this to get max. And similarly, it's going to update now the logic and the variables that are used without this throughout this function to help me update there. And it's nice too, because it doesn't just simply like update the variable name. Like it didn't just say sample less than max. It's like, okay, also like you should probably go ahead and update the logic here as well. And something I want to point out here too is that you'll see that you still do get ghost text and completions. One way that you're able to tell if something came from more of completions versus NES is right now NES is always going to have that arrow next to it in the gutter menu. And so since this suggestion doesn't have that, this comes from code completions. Okay. And it looks like this is technically a viable option, but I don't quite want to do this because I think I'd like to just update this logic instead. So when I get a completion or if I get an NES, I can just hit escape on my keyboard to get rid of it. Or you can keep typing and it'll also get replaced.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
So then I can go ahead and update that
Hello?
there. Hello. No worries at all. All right. Cool. And then we can see that the updates continue forward here. So I can go ahead and tab to accept that. So that was kind of our first category of changing intent. Any other questions, feedback, comments for that one?
There were some questions kind of related to earlier when Pierce was showing all the different models. I think he touched on this a little bit, but if you could also about is there a way to kind of change what model is happening with next edit suggestions, or is that just kind of by default? And how does that work?
Yeah, that's a great question. So at this time, it's by default, we're picking one for you, but then this is an area the team's rapidly evolving and iterating on. So if anything changes there, we'll definitely let y'all know and release notes and social media updates online.
Cool. All right, sounds good. Here's one other question too about can existing code be updated based on new requirements coming in the form of a user story? I would assume kind of like in the context of next edit suggestions, that's kind of like you're still kind of in control with what you're typing. So you would just kind of start with implementing those requirements, and then depending on the context, it could go ahead and help you out there and have your back.
Yeah, I think that it depends a little bit on where like the requirements and story are defined, because I think that if you have maybe comments in line in a file that say, hey, this code should do X, Y, Z, and you want to change that, you could just update the comments in line, and then NES can kick in and help suggest changes throughout the rest of your file that meet those new requirements. Or if you're using something like agent mode or chat, and then it generates some new code and you accept that new code, then if you'd like to iterate on that, then completions and NES can help you while you do that work too.
Cool. I think that's a great call out for like what those different experiences look like. Just because again, it's kind of like integrated in so many places. And so it's good to kind of like, even just like have the terminology of like, okay, this is next edit suggestions that I'm seeing right now. Mm-hmm. This is that ghost text. This is the chat panel. So thank you so much for that clarity.
Yeah. Great questions. Cool.
Then says this rocks. This is an amazing session. So
love it. Okay. Thank you so much for the feedback. That's great to hear. Cool. So we can look at a couple of other categories of examples here for NES, and please keep the feedback and questions coming. This is great. And so this next category I have is adding logic and then using that newly added logic in some way. So let's see what that looks like. So for kind of our first example here, we have a VS Code extension, which is just a TypeScript project. And right now it's a simple like hello world. It just kind of prints out hello world to users. And so maybe I want to go ahead and add some more functionality to this extension. So I'd maybe want to add a disposable that's for displaying the date and time or something like that. So I could say const date time disposable. We could see immediately completions are kicking in, which is really nice because I don't always create VS Code extensions on a daily basis. This is saving me time of remembering what that syntax looks like. So I'll tab to accept that. And then Copilot is pretty able to effectively fill out what that disposable should look like. And you'll see as well that we get a combination of, depending on kind of where the scenario is and what Copilot is processing, Copilot completions and NES can work together to give me those suggestions to help me fill in and update my code. And so now that we have a disposable for the date and time, I think I will also need to make some changes elsewhere in my project. Think, for instance, in the package.json, right now I have a command registered for that hello world command. I think I'm also going to want to have one registered for the date time disposable. So if I go look here, I can see that I had called it show date time. So if I type in here, it's not quite right. So I think that this one, how did I refer to this one? It was just extension.hello world. So this is .show time. I think if I maybe move here, maybe that could spur Copilot thinking about it. Okay, so for this one right now, it wants to stay with the hello world too. But
that's how you know it's live, though.
That's how you know it's live. Of sometimes that's right, sometimes not. And even this could save me a little bit of time of like, okay, I could fill this out. And then, actually, and yes, decided, okay, here we are.
Just kidding.
It is actually here. So this is how I can show you that I am truly doing this live. And so, okay, that looks cool. That's great. I'm going to go ahead and just remove that code that I didn't need. And I'll escape out of that. Awesome. And so then another example of adding and using some logic, and maybe I'll make that a little bit smaller, is right now I have a simple Python game. And I think I actually used Copilot to generate this game for me as well. So it's kind of also the next stage of like demoing, of getting Copilot to help generate interesting demos to use that then I can also
out the demo,
demo Copilot on. So it's all very meta again, chicken or egg again. So right now this is just like a number guessing game, and there's right now 2 players. But what if I wanted to make it 3 or 4 or more players? So I'm going to say player 3 name, completions kicks in, looks good, tab, tab. And then NES goes ahead and kicks in. So I think this is a really nice example of kind of the relationship between completions and NES. Is ideally completions is helping me add new logic, so it helped me add in those new players. And then NES is helping me update my existing logic to incorporate those new additions. So it's saying, hey, like right now, here's how you're processing 2 players. You need to go ahead and add players 3 and 4, which makes a ton of sense to me. So I'll tab to accept that. And it doesn't just stop there. Again, it continues throughout other places. And this is a really big time saver, I feel like, because otherwise I would kind of have to parse through and manually like, okay, where are each of the 2 players used? And I'm going to manually have to add in players 3 and 4 and think about how the logic is changing. But Copilot's really able to help take care of that for me, which is really nice. And it even updates a little bit more of the semantics. So right now it says, originally it was the 2-player guessing game. Now it logically makes sense that it should be the 4-player guessing game, which is cool. All right, so that was kind of that category. I can pause there. Any new feedback, questions?
There is, and you've kind of touched on this, but I think it's an important thing to kind of keep clarifying as we go through this. Is just what is the value add with NES, as it seems like we can do the same using edits or agent. So if you just again want to kind of like touch on when you would use the different scenarios.
Yeah, it's a great question. And it's really up to what works best for you and what does your workflow look like. And so some folks might stay completely with agent mode for when they're developing a new app or adding new logic to it. That's totally fine. But at some point before or after that, you may actually be like working in the project file and maybe like, hey, like I'm writing some new code here, and NES can kind of just keep up with as you're working on things. And so I think completions in NES are great for these kind of like editor first workflows, or I'm writing code and editing code right now by hand. And then agent and chat can come in if it's like, hey, maybe these are more overarching changes, or I don't feel like manually editing the code myself right now.
Cool. That's a great overview. Thank you.
Awesome. Then a couple of other examples. And so this one I have as changing or fixing logic. So what does that mean, or what does that look like? And so, for instance, we have a few different TypeScript functions here. And one of the ones at the top is greeting the user. And maybe I realized that this function, actually, I need to fix it to go ahead and say farewell or goodbye to the user. So maybe instead of greet, I'm going to say farewell. NES is able to pick up on that and then cascade changes throughout this function definition to what would make more sense with that. So rather than saying hello, I should say goodbye. And instead of a greeting, it's a goodbye message. So I'll tab to accept that. I think that looks good. And then later on, there's other places where I had used that greet function. So as I get a little bit closer to them, NES kicks in and suggests how I could go ahead and update that. And even again, it gets that more semantic change of, hey, it's not just the syntax should say farewell for this code to execute properly. It logically makes more sense that I should say see you later instead of hi or hello anymore. So I'll tab to accept that.
And I think that this is, I mean, I don't know about y'all watching, but like, I think most people do a lot of like copy and pasting, like, oh, we did a function like that over there in this other part of code. Let me just copy and paste that over. Like, this is so helpful for things like that, where you're like, oh, I need most of this code, so let me just grab it here, but I really should make this one tweak, and then it'll just make sure that like you didn't miss anything else in that method. So I think that there's so many really great use cases for this.
Yeah, that's a great call out. Yeah, saving that time of manual refactoring, manual searching, manual copy pasting just as much as we can. Another example is maybe I want to add a third parameter here. So I could say C. Maybe I want it to be a number. Yes, no. Okay, there we go. We can see that again, it's live. So sometimes you wonder, is NES going to want to kick in this time? And it did. And so then it's able to go ahead and use that updated logic and fix the definition based on what I was updating there. And then it's even suggesting, it's kind of picking up on patterns that I'm doing. So it's looking and saying, hey, maybe like if you wanted your multiply to have 3 parameters, maybe you also want your add function to have 3 parameters. So I think that's nice too. So if you have different kinds of like logic patterns, if you have different naming patterns, NES is going to try to pick up on that to save you time. So if I like that, I could accept it. If I don't want to, I can escape or keep typing. And let's say maybe I wanted to go ahead and define like a subtraction. I can tab to accept that. I'll escape for now. And then I can see, oh, wait, like I've typed something wrong there. And a lot of times NES can go ahead and help kick in to pick up on different things like typos and mistakes.
Oh, nice.
Whether it's just like literally a typo, like I misspelled const there, or if I had done something of, I'll accept that. If maybe I had accidentally made this like a minus instead of a plus, it can try to point that out at different times. And so as I'm working, as I'm calling that, if it picks up on like, hey, actually you meant add, it might either suggest to update this logic or suggest to update the name there, just kind of depending on how the rest of my coding flow works. And then I can pop over to one final example we have, and this is a category I've called refactoring. And so it really, I think, touches on some of the value props we were already discussing of as I'm refactoring code, NES can help me go ahead and save time and having to do that manual searching or updating or copying and pasting myself. So this is a Java program, and at first it is greeting the user and it's asking for their first name. Maybe I want to say I also want the last name. And so I think this is a cool example, kind of touching on what we mentioned earlier of what if the project requirements change. This is an example of I updated kind of a requirement or a parameter for my code here. And it was able to update and say, okay, let's go ahead and ask both for the first and last name, which I think looks good. And then it goes ahead and actually greets the user with that first and last name. So I'll tab to accept that. Another example is just if I go ahead and rename a variable and maybe I don't realize it's used elsewhere, I want the time to help detect where it's named elsewhere and I might need to rename it. NES picks up on that and is able to help me with that. And I can just go through and make sure that all of the references to that are correct. Awesome. So I think that is a quick overview, or I don't know, quick middle length. I don't know how quick it was.
It's the perfect length overview.
Perfect.
There are just like 2 questions if we can have a couple more minutes of your time, Brigit, that I want to show. So one question is there a way to limit NES to only suggest what it's sure about? Sometimes it might seem like maybe it over suggests, and so they find themselves escaping the suggestions. Is there any way they can provide feedback to kind of help tune that, or is there any sort of setting?
Yeah, that is a great question. There's not a setting for that at this moment, but giving that feedback to our team of scenarios where you encounter, where maybe it was like not quite what you wanted or not quite at the timing or location you wanted, that's super helpful. So if you can file an issue, we have the VS Code -Copilot-release repo, that would be perfect. Or you can share it with me. I assume that our Twitters or emails or something will be shared. Feel free to reach out with me directly on that. I'd love to learn more.
Awesome. Cool. And then one other question, the context for NES, is it just the active editor?
Yes, that's going to be predominantly as of this point with NES. It's going to be the current file that you're working in, but you will see that it does have some context into things that I was recently working on. So in the extension example, for instance, when I updated extension.ts and then I needed to go ahead and update the package.json, since I was recently focused and working on extension.ts, it was able to bring over that logic to help bring this suggestion. So we'll continue iterating and expanding in this area, but right now it's mostly in a single file.
Cool. All right. And then final question to end on, for real this time. If you could just touch on this again, how can people actually enable NES?
Yes. So there's a next edit suggestions setting, but you can also just here directly in the editor, select next edit suggestions right there. We have blogs and docs on NES that'll also include like the latest setting and setup and everything. But yeah, it's just if you just search for next edit suggestions in VS Code, set that setting, or just do it in the UI right here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brigit, for showing this off. I'm so glad that we were able to put this in today's, because I mean, even though we're calling this Agent Mode Day, it's really about like what are the latest things with GitHub Copilot and VS Code that can help supercharge your workflow, and completions are such a big part of that. So I'm really glad we got to see that in action. So thank you again for being on here.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Cool. All right. Well, let's bring Cassidy on real quick for a little interlude. Hello.
Yay.
Golf clap, golf clap.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I can't tell if you can hear me clapping
Yeah.
behind the scenes. I'm like,
You're
I shouldn't do that.
I
too
know,
much.
I know.
That was so
Um,
cool. I'm one who uses a lot of the inline edit suggestions and stuff a little bit more than the chat, at least these days, depending on what I'm working on. And so it's super cool to see all the changes happening there.
Yeah, 100%. And I actually wanted to just share my screen real quick because there's a lot of talk about completions and models. So I did want to, actually, I don't know if I can, we might have to circle back to this because my screen share does not seem to want to work right now. But we can just go ahead and verbally talk about it because a lot of people are asking about how do completions models work? Is there a certain model you can do? And Brigit touched on the fact that it is kind of a default model that's selected. And I think it was a couple months ago, maybe like middle of January, maybe middle of February, that we actually allowed you to have configure your completions model. And so right now, yes, we have GPT-4o Copilot.
I think that was last month.
Was it last month?
I think
like what is time?
Time is really hard. But it happened recently that you can do that.
Yes. And so if you go into configure completions model, I think is the command, you can go ahead and you'll just see right now there's just the one, but it's called GPT-4o Copilot. If you use completions a lot, I can almost guarantee you that in the last couple months when this dropped, you noticed a difference in speed because this model, it's based on top of 4o Mini and it's trained on like hundreds of thousands of repos. So it's got really high quality responses as well as just, it's very fast. And so if you've noticed kind of that uptick, that's what you're seeing there. So just a quick plug for completions there.
Yeah, fast and just a little more fine-tuned in certain ways that makes, quality of life a little bit better.
Yes, totally.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also wanted to do a quick shout out before our next talk.
Let's do it.
There's a video series called GitHub Checkout on the GitHub YouTube page. And the first 3 episodes of the show are with Pierce, with Brigit, and then with our next speaker, Sujin, about agent mode and all of the nitty-gritty details around it. And so if you want to watch more content on that.
Wait, that's literally so like appropriate, like that's perfectly lined up with
exactly. It's like we planned it.
I love it. One note, Sujin couldn't be here today, but Sujin is awesome. So definitely check out her GitHub.
So then definitely, check out her video.
But she's the PM who's working with completions model. And so she is absolutely amazing. You can always find her on GitHub and at her if you have any questions with that.
Awesome. Yeah, no, this video series is really great. And the host of it, Andrea, she is also doing a stream just like this in Espanol. Yes. And so, si hablas español, if you speak Spanish, we're going to be doing a Spanish version of this stream after this. And
yes.
So you can check out more of the content.
Yes. Time zones are hard, but we'll link to what time that starts because I cannot tell you right now off the top of my head.
I just know after this.
Yes. Cool. Great plugs there. We'll drop all those links in the chat. And with that, I think we can probably go ahead and head to, this is technically our last session for the day, this next one. But it's our last like regularly scheduled session because after this, we're going to hand it over to Wes and Burke to just vibe code for a little bit. So stick around for sure. There'll be lots of fun things to build, but we have Christopher Harrison with us today.
Hello.
Regularly scheduled program. Hey, Chris.
What up, Christopher?
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, things are going good. I do have to mention, it was really interesting to see next edit suggestion just before I came on because I'm in the process of like migrating what a little demo app does from like one topic area to another. And next edit suggestion was like absolute magic because I went in and just started like renaming things and restructuring things. And I basically would like type out a couple of words and next edit suggestions was like, hey, I got you. And then just made the next suggestion, the next one. It was pretty remarkable and allowed me to do something that probably would have taken me a solid hour in about like 10 minutes.
That's what's so cool is when you literally see like your time just going back in your pocket. Like you just all of a sudden have this. It's so valuable. Like that's your most valuable thing is your time, and you get that back. It's so cool.
Exactly. Like I don't want to have to sit and like focus on renaming things and very likely forgetting
Right.
something. Like I've got other things I want to
Right.
do. You know, I've got
Mhm.
bigger fish to fry, so to speak. And so allowing Next Edit Suggestion to take care of that type of stuff, wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, it's time and also brain power sometimes.
Yes.
I also did a conversion on a project relatively recently, and I remember I just wrote out a list of these are all the things I'm going to have to do, and I just kind of looked at it like, okay, there's so much rewriting I have to do, and then I was like, wait a minute, that's what these tools are for, and I was able to literally put a spec doc that I wrote for myself into the chat, and it got me so far along the way there, where the stuff that I had to do, it just was like, oh, thank
Yeah.
goodness, great. And I was able to just do the changes that I wanted to do myself. And it's nice to have that.
Yep. Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. Not to be a total shill for our own products, but it's nice. I guess that's why we're here.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't going to say it.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, Christopher, with that, what will you be showing us today?
What will I be showing us? I'll be talking about context. I'll be talking about Copilot instructions and helping Copilot kind of better understand what you're trying to do and how it is that that you're trying to do it.
Tell us more.
Tell you more. Okay. Well, so I've got VS Code up here, and I do have like a slide or two, but they really don't necessarily do a whole heck of a lot. So I'll put it up, but we can go ahead. And the number of times that I hit my microphone, but we can go ahead and just like use these as background as we chat a little bit. So I want to set a little bit of the stage and highlight the importance of context. That context really is key in like all of life, but certainly when we're working with Copilot. Like one of the biggest things that I'll hear from people that are new to Copilot is they'll start like in an empty file and they'll send Copilot a request and it'll be like a sentence or two long. And then they get back a result and the result like might be correct, but it's really not done the way that they're expecting it to be done. And the basic reason for that is because Copilot doesn't have enough context. It doesn't have enough understanding of what it is that you're trying to do and how it is that you're trying to do it. And I always love an analogy here to really kind of talk through this. That my partner and I woke up the other day. She says to me, "Hey, let's go to brunch." I mean, fantastic. Who doesn't love brunch? And so I recommended a spot, and she says, "You know, here's the thing: is we've been there an awful lot lately, and I'm kind of burnt out on it." Oh. Okay, cool. And so then I recommended another spot. And then she says, "You know, I love it, but I'm really kind of craving waffles." Okay, fantastic. Everybody loves waffles. And then I recommended another spot. And the real takeaway from that conversation is this is a very common way, of course, for humans to interact, is that a question was asked and I gave a response, and then more context was added. And then as I got that additional context, I was able to then refine the answer. And then we worked back and forth to find the appropriate suggestion, the appropriate response that we were all looking for. And the exact same thing holds true with Copilot. That context is key with Copilot. That if you have particular requirements about how you're trying to do something or what you're trying to do, we need to make sure that Copilot has all of that information. And it really kind of breaks down into four things: that context, that background of what it is that you're trying to accomplish, that intent, what is it specifically now that you're trying to do, that specificity, how are you trying to do it? And then finally, that clarity of being understandable and communicating in a way that Copilot is going to be able to understand. So all of this is really important to ensure then that Copilot is able to then provide to you the suggestions in the structure and format that you're looking for. So that's sort of the background here. Let's get in and start doing a little bit of code because, let's go into the right folder here. There we
Look
go.
at you using Svelte.
And actually, this doesn't use Astro, sadly, but it does use Svelte. I love Svelte. Okay. So I have a website here that is for running races. And one of the things that's very common is having fundraisers that a lot of races will associate fundraisers. That way you can raise for good charities and so forth. So let's say that I want to create my data abstraction layer, my DAL here as a service to work with that fundraising and provide that on the website. So maybe I go in and I say, hey, create a service for fundraiser, include search by ID and race ID. There we go. And I'll go ahead and I'll send this. And the first thing that I want to highlight here while I'm doing this, and I'm not using agent mode just because I want it to go a little bit quicker, but all of this holds true with agent mode, or really however it is that you might be communicating with Copilot. So I'm just using ask mode. And what we're going to notice right up here is 3 references. And this is probably, I zoomed in too far. There we go. The most important little sub window inside of chat is these references, because this is going to tell you the context. This is going to tell you what Copilot considered when it created the suggested code. And so we're going to notice that it included 3 files. The first file that it included is fundraisingservice.ts. Okay, well, that's the file that I had open. That kind of makes sense. I think we all expected that. But then the next one is this Copilot instructions markdown file. And this sits inside of my .github. And if I open this up, what we're going to notice is I have a high-level description of everything that's going on inside of this project. So I highlight what this is about. So it's 2 related projects inside of a mono repo. I've got runner tracks, I've got race management. And then if I scroll down, I can see all the information about runner tracks and how it is that I want my code to be created, the on-site race management tool, how that's set up, and then some specifics about how I want my code to be structured. So again, thinking back to that context, if you want to make sure that Copilot has that background of, hey, this is what I'm building, this is how I'm building it, you can put that into Copilot instructions. I really like this to help in a couple of different areas. The first is if you ever see Copilot doing something a particular way and you don't want it done that way, then tell Copilot. Like if you see it like commonly making a mistake, then this is a great place to put that into that Copilot instruction. So let's say, for example, that when you're using Copilot, it keeps wanting to create React component using classes rather than functions. And we know that all the cool kids create their React components using functions. If you want it done that particular way, you can put that inside of your Copilot instructions. And that's going to be included then in every single call that I make to chat. This is not used for code completion or next edit suggestion. It's just going to be inside of chat, but you'll notice that it will be there inside of every single call that we make. Now, that also does bring up another very important point here and a little bit of a best practice, that the information that I put inside of here should be relevant then for basically every round trip that I'm making, because there's always going to be a limit to the number of tokens that are considered. And if you wind up providing too much context, too much information, either something can get lost along the way because you wind up running out of buffer, or it could be just a little bit trickier for Copilot to figure out what's going to be important here. So as you're building this out, you really want to be thinking about high level. What are the common things? What's the project level information? And speaking about project, it's also worth highlighting the fact that this becomes part of your project. So this is now shared with all of your developers. So the bit of time that you're going to spend right inside of here of putting all of that in, that's going to really help your developers. Now, the other thing I'm going to highlight, I'm going to come back to that Copilot instruction to make another change here in a second, but you're also going to notice that I'm including another file here, and this is my Prisma schema. If you're not familiar with Prisma, it's an object relational mapper for TypeScript. It's absolutely fantastic, gives you strong typing and things like that. It's wonderful. Now, because of the fact that I'm going to be working an awful lot with the database, I need to make sure that Copilot understands my schema, and so I can make sure that that's now included. Now, including that individual file, that's actually part of your settings. So if I open up my settings JSON file, I can actually see code generation instructions, and then there is that schema file there. So if there's anything that you always want to make sure that Copilot sees, you can include that there. So I've got Copilot instructions. That's just automagic. Call it copilot-instructions.md. Put that inside your .github folder. You're done. Any additional files that you wanted to consider, you can put that into your settings. I put that into my settings for the project, but you could also put that into your user settings as well. I've been throwing an awful lot out there. So I'm going to pause for a moment and see if there are any questions so far. And if not, I'm going to keep on keeping on.
You are being very clear. And so I have no questions. This has been great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I feel like I'm just here watching.
I've stunned everybody into silence.
That's good. You got some brunch related emojis in the chat.
We're good. Yes. And I haven't had lunch yet. It's 12:30 for me out here, and I'm really hungry. So yeah.
Okay. Anyway, go.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, enough about food. So let's take a look at the code suggestion here. So that way we can see the Copilot instructions in action. And so what we're going to notice is that I've got my export async function. Okay, kind of a normal definition here of a function. Fantastic. But let's say that I want to make sure that we're always using arrow functions, or some people call them fat arrow functions, that's our preferred syntax. And I want to make sure that I'm always doing that. Well, I can go back to my Copilot instructions and then under my TypeScript notes. And I sort of like Copilot actually kicking in here as well, like making other suggestions, which I think is pretty cool. But in any event, I can say use arrow functions and to just leave it like that instead. For all functions. Perfect. And then you'll also notice it will say, suggest things like use async await, as if you prefer that over using then, or whatever it is that you might want. So now that I've got that entered into my Copilot instructions, let me just start a new chat here to get rid of any context. Let me open up that fundraising file again. And now let me go ahead and send that command one more time. Give it a couple of moments here, do a little dance here, very awkwardly, just to get past the time.
You're almost doing like a salsa or something right there.
This is about as good as I can dance. This is it. In any event, now you're going to notice that that update here, that it's now using the arrow. Whoops, there we go. It's now using. Stay there. There we go. It's now using that arrow function syntax for TypeScript. So we can see it making an immediate impact. If you want to have fun with this, you could also go in and say things like talk like a pirate and so forth. And it will kind of follow along with that, which I do get a kick out of. But for something practical, then you can do it. You can do it that way.
That's
okay. Now, Copilot instructions, or that include file that we talked about, that's perfect for all requests. Remember, again, all requests. And whenever I'm doing that, I want to make sure that I'm sending along information that is true for all requests. Well, what about for an individual request? And chances are somebody's already highlighted this fact already, but just to put it out there, you'll notice that you do have an ability to add in individual files. Used to be that you could just do hashtag file. Maybe they just got rid of that because you can just type out
I think
file
you're
name.
right. Try doing like hashtag file and then colon. Oh, they changed
anyway,
it. Okay.
The shortcut is, yeah, I'm using insiders, so they might have just pushed out a change.
Yeah.
Exactly. But you can also just do hashtag, and then I could, for example, go point at my schema. We'll just use that as my example here.
Oh,
so if I want to make sure that it will include that, yeah, see the hashtag file is there. I don't know why it wasn't coming up. But you can just go hashtag and then type out the name of the file. And so now that will be included when I make my request. So you can do that for individual files. And that's really helpful for scenarios where maybe I'm going to be like just updating a web page and I've got my HTML file, my CSS file, my JavaScript file, and I want to make sure that everything is going to be considered when it makes that update. Then I can just add those individual files in. And this can also be really helpful in scenarios where maybe you already have some existing services. So I already have some existing services here for like my race service. And so if I scroll down, I can see that this is structured a particular way. And so I could use that as a template. So when I go in and I make the request, and let's say I want to make sure that that new fundraising service that I'm creating here follows that pattern, I can just go ahead and include that file. But if I'm going to use that as a template, why not just, create a template file? And that is where prompt files come into play. So if I scroll back up over here, you'll notice again inside that .github folder, you'll notice that I now have my prompts folder, and then I've got markdown files inside of here. So this is going to be my service.prompt.md. And this is going to be used for creating my services. So you'll notice that I'm explicitly calling out where I want things to be created. So this is going to be created inside of TS Web Data item service TS. My mocks are going to be created there. And then I always need unit tests. And then you'll also notice that I'm now giving it templates about how I want everything to be structured. So I've got my service, there's my structure there. I've got my mocks, there's my structure there. And then I've got my unit tests. Whoa. There we go. And then I've got my unit tests, and I've got all of that structured there. Now, is this going to take me a little bit of time to build up? Absolutely, especially if we're thinking about all the different things that we do on a common basis. Like I've got my components, and those probably should all take on the same structure. And I've got my services here, and those should take on the same structure. And I've got my APIs, and that should all. And so if you think about all of those types of tasks that you're doing on a regular basis, if you were going to go in and start to create prompt files for all of those, that's going to take a little while. But think about the saving that you're going to get time-wise in the long run. Because again, A, this becomes part of your project, but B, it also helps resolve one of the biggest questions that I get asked, which is, hey, we have this internal library, or hey, we have this internal SDK or this internal API, and we want to make sure that Copilot is always using our internal library. It's always using our internal API. Fantastic. Then you can create a prompt file. And then inside your prompt file, you can describe, hey, this is the API that we have. These are the functions that are available, and maybe a little bit of example code to go along with that. And then when I go to perform the particular task, so let me again just clear out all of my my cache here, start up a brand new item. Let me open up my fundraising. Cool, that's the only one that's being considered. So now if I go in and I say add context, there's my prompt. You'll notice that it filters now. So it's not showing me all files. It's just showing me the ones that I have. I've got that service right here. And now let me send that same command, create that service for fundraiser, and include everything. You'll notice, of course, my references are now updated. It's now going to include that prompt. And then if I give this just a moment here, this is now going to follow that pattern that it saw inside of the prompt file. In fact, it tells us flat out, let me implement this according to your project structure and guidelines. So it's got that file here. And if I scroll on down, it's got the mock file created. And then if I scroll on down, there's everything for the unit tests. And if I had this in edit mode, in fact, let me just do that. Let's just do this in edit mode. Sound effects help. We'll resend that. And now this will actually start to generate all of those files for me, and it will put them in their right places based on those prompt files. So if you have things that need to be done a particular way, and you're thinking, well, wait a minute, how come Copilot doesn't know about this? Well, because you haven't told Copilot about this. So how can we tell Copilot about this? Doing exactly this by going in and creating your instructions file, going in and creating your prompt files, doing all of those different things will then ensure that Copilot is following along with the practices that you've laid out and doing it the way that you want it to do. And again, these are going to be part of your project, so all of your developers are going to be able to take advantage of this. And it looks like it made a mistake, because of course it did, because we are live coding here. It looks like I've got some sort of an error here. Hmm.
Fundraiser.
Well, yeah, but it's funny because it should be there. I'm not
And it
entirely
also does
certain.
match what you put in the prompt.
Yeah.
Which I guess is what matters for a demo, but
Yes, exactly. It did what I told it to do. Yeah, so I'm not entirely certain why it's not matching up correctly, but that's okay. I think the point that we were looking at, like you highlighted, is exactly it. So you'll notice that it has that interface. It has that constant. You'll notice that it's using the fat arrow functions. You'll notice that it created the test for me and did that properly. You'll notice that it created the mock object for us and it did that properly. So it followed along with what I told it to do. There we go. It actually picked up, hey, there's an issue with the Prisma client.
It fixed itself. That's magical.
There we go.
That's huge. That's pretty cool.
Let's see. Yeah, there we go.
Good job,
Copilot. Are there any questions? Yeah.
I saw that there was a question in the chat. So let's just say you have a mono repo and there's a bunch of different packages in there. Is this where, for Copilot instructions, you probably don't want just the one Copilot instructions for the entire mono repo? Is that where the prompt files come into play and have different prompts for different packages?
Yeah, so you can do you could take a couple of approaches there for your mono repo. Again, really depending on how it is that you're going to be editing it. That when I think about prompt files, you really want to be thinking about something that's task-based. So I need to create something that I'm doing quite frequently. That's going to be perfect for a prompt file, or like it could be, it doesn't necessarily have to be like one specific type of task. It could be like a class of tasks where it always needs to know some piece of information. That's what I'm thinking about with a prompt file. For your Copilot instructions, one of the things to consider is the fact that VS Code is going to be looking at the folder that you have open rather than the entire repository. So if the way that you approach working inside your mono repo is rather than just opening up the entire repository, but rather you focus in on a subfolder that's inside of there. So you're basically like just treating that like a smaller repo, then you could just create a .github folder inside of there, include your Copilot instructions inside of there, and that will actually work just fine. So you can really kind of pick and choose based on your organization and based on the approach.
Gotcha,
So,
that makes sense.
yeah. Copilot seems a little bit stuck here, so I'm just gonna give it a.
Also, I just saw in the chat you could
rest.
use fix hashtag problems, and that would work in that as well. Wow, this feels like old school Twitter when everybody was using hashtags for everything. So it's fix and then the hashtag is problems, but with a space, so like it's a word. Yeah, like that.
Huh.
Yeah. Who knew?
Okay. That's I will be the first to admit I've spent quite a bit of time in Copilot, and there's always something new inside of there. Yeah,
it's been a recurring theme all day where I'm just like, really? I've been using this constantly, and now I have another tool in my toolbox.
Yes, and yeah, let's see.
Wow.
Oh,
it's just doing it.
I'm curious. Has no exported member name fundraiser. Do I have a problem with my schema? Is that what's going on?
Maybe.
I'm just curious. I can answer other questions in the background. Now I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, this is just one of those things where I also want to debug it, and I'm like, but that's probably not the purpose here.
Yeah. Oh, I know why. I know why. I need. Let me just continue. I need, what is the command that I want? I need to rebuild my my Prisma client. That's where it's failing. Package JSON, what is my...
See, this is where you still need a human in the loop.
Or I'm going to say, hey, how do I rebuild my Prisma client?
Wow.
We'll just do it that way.
And do you keep your prompt file in there, or is that just kind of hanging out?
It kept the prompt file in there just because it just didn't automatically clear that out, but that's
Gotcha.
fine. There we go. So let's cd ts web, and then let's do that engage.
It's so nice to click the button and it just pastes it in there. Like, I know I
Yes.
have the ability to copy and paste things, but it's nice to have a button.
Yep. And now you'll notice, so Copilot got it right. I set Copilot up for failure here. So now we're going to notice there is in fact fundraiser. It is there. This was a Christopher error. Copilot was right. So yeah, while we're here, while we've got the terminal, one of the other little things that I absolutely love is the @terminal whack explain. Because like when you run a command line utility, and we've all been there, and then you just get this error message that's like, 5 miles long, like longer than a CVS receipt for anybody who gets that reference. Then what I can do is just go in here and explain, and it will then break down what the problem is. And then I can follow right up with, hey, go ahead and fix that. So I love that explain option.
Yeah. Well, especially because there's some libraries and frameworks and stuff that have really good error messages. And so you can just kind of read it and move on. But the ones where it's a little obscure and you're like, what is that? That's perfect. Yeah. I didn't know about that one either.
Yeah. Yeah. That's one of my favorites. In fact, I used that earlier today. Yeah. It's one of my favorites.
Oh, so cool. Let's go.
Thank you. Somebody gets my references. Beautiful. Cool. I feel like I've interacted with Sean in the past, back in a previous life when I was at Microsoft. So if that is the same Sean, hi, Sean.
Or it's just a Sean that codes.
Yes.
But this is such a clean example, and it just works. Nice. Same Sean.
Nice.
Killing it.
Perfect. Beautiful. Is there any other questions or anything like that in the chat?
As I've been looking, it feels like I think you've answered all of them without me actually even having to ask some of them, which is great.
I try to do that. Cool. That's basically like all that I had. So prompt files for like individual tasks or like a category thereof, Copilot instructions again for the repo, or again, if you're using a mono repo, maybe you break that down based on a folder basis, depending on how it is that you actually approach your editing inside of VS Code. Are they a little bit of work to set up? Yes, they are. But again, remember, they become part of your project. All your other developers can then take advantage of it. And if there's any files like a schema file that it needs to consider, then you can include that inside your settings. Just have it include that file. In particular, I always like to call out, if you're working with a database, SQL's great at writing SQL queries, but it needs to know the definition. So if you include your schema, your DDL file as part of the instructions, or maybe if it's just a one-off, then you could just include that in the context in chat itself. You're going to notice that Copilot does a fantastic job. Just needs to know what that schema looks like.
Yeah. I have a silly question for you. Do you ever do like kind of silly prompt engineering to get what you want? Like sometimes if I'm really trying to make it known, I'll say like, if you don't do this, you're going to be in trouble, or like, please, or so not threatening, but like, do you ever do that kind of like silly prompt engineering? Because I feel like it's weirdly effective.
I was talking with a customer the other day, and one of the things that they mentioned is that they found that Copilot and LLMs in general, so like just Gen AI in general, would give better responses if they were polite to it, like if they used please and thank you. And the theory that they had behind that is, if you think about the training that any LLM would have seen, is the code, the suggestions that are going to be more accurate are very likely to have been in places where pleasant conversation was taking place.
Yeah.
And so if you include like that please and thank you, that apparently they said they wind up getting better suggestions. It's not something that I've personally tested a whole heck of a lot, but they said that that they had noticed a difference there. So yeah, so maybe being cute with it.
Cute,
So,
threatening, any of those.
yeah, which depending on what side it is that you want. I did I one of the things, and they sadly kind of like suppressed it, is you'll notice that I've got Dearest Copilot up at the top of my instructions file. And it used to be in a very early version of this that if you included some sort of a salutation up top, that it would then finish its answer with like, with warm regards, Copilot, or something like that. And I thought it was the most adorable thing. And yeah, sadly, sadly it
Sadly,
doesn't do
very
that anymore.
practical.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so maybe our parents were right. Please and thank you.
Yeah, please and thank you. Okay, yeah. No, I think we can take that and run with it. I had one colleague once who like swore by this one thing to really ensure like an LLM responds a certain way, and it was just like, if you don't do this, your house will lose 10 points and you'll bring shame upon your family. And he was like, you'd be surprised how effective that is. But I haven't found it that effective.
I'll maybe we go with the sugar approach rather than
let's just stick with the please thank you dearest Copilot.
Yes.
There. But thank you so much, Christopher, for the demo and for going into details with that. That was awesome.
Oh no, thank you for having me. And
we can lure Olivia back from the background wherever she is,
from the ether.
You did it. Yeah, that was great. I feel like that was such a good session to kind of end our regularly programmed sessions on, because it's like, here are all the cool things you can do. Okay, here's how you can make the best of it and to tailor it the best for you. So I feel like that was such a good note to end on. So Christopher, thank you so much for doing that. It was really great, super informative.
Yeah, informative and practical. That's always great.
Which is what we need. Like, that's what we need, because people are actually using these tools and you know how to, and the best practices to do it.
Yep.
Awesome.
Great.
All right. Well, Christopher, thank you again for being on.
Go away. Lovingly.
Okay. I mean, that was a jam-packed.
What a day.
Hours.
Yeah.
I know. We're at the end, but not really at the end. It's like we're at the end of our rotating.
The first part.
Yeah. But we are about to bring Wes Bos and Burke on to do a fun live coding session. They're going to vibe it out. Right before we do that, though, there are just a couple of resources I want to leave y'all with. So yeah, if we take a look at my screen, we have a blog post on the VS Code site that just kind of talks about how agent mode is now available to all users with GitHub Copilot and VS Code. Check it out so you can learn more. And then we also have this GitHub Copilot chat cookbook, which is really great if you want to kind of see some examples of prompts to use with Copilot chat. So again, kind of like making the most of it. And then a couple last plugs. In May for Microsoft Build, we're doing a special VS Code Live from Build event, which will just be kind of this sort of vibe, lots of fun, learn the latest and greatest. So stay tuned for more details on that. And then finally, by attending this event, you can also go to the GitHub Copilot Skills Challenge, which will really just kind of help you if you're kind of like, I don't know where to start with GitHub Copilot. I don't know how to do this. This has a bunch of modules that you can kind of go through some training to kind of skill yourself on the latest and greatest. And you'll get a chance to earn a digital badge. So go ahead and head to that link. Or I know, and it's that's the badge right there. It's really cute. It's like a little VS Code thing. So yeah, definitely check that out. It's just a great way to kind of learn the skills. Again, like put what we're doing and put it into practice. So great plug there.
Cool. Well, if I can do one last plug.
Yes, Kathy, I was going to say, you got anything?
There's a Spanish stream later. Si hablas español y quieres aprender eso en español, ven a este canal. Come here later today. Oh, right there at 5 p.m. There will be a stream here where you can learn all this agent mode stuff in Spanish. And Andrea on my team will be there with someone on your team. I forget who.
Bruno. Yep.
Bruno.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that should be really fun.
Yeah.
And then also, if you want to learn more about MCP or any of the GitHub Copilot things on the GitHub blog to github.blog, it's a cool website. We have blog posts there that can help you out too.
Awesome. Cool. All right, Cassidy. Well, thanks so much for hanging out. This was awesome. I feel like we all learned a lot. We got to see so much. And like I said, we're going to turn it over to Burke and Wes now for the next portion of the live stream. But thank you, Cassidy. Thank you, chat, for hanging out with us.
Cool. All right. It's been fun, everybody.
All right. Hey, Burke, we'll turn it over to you. Hey, Wes, have fun.
Hey,
Vibe it out.
Thank you.
What's up, man? How's it going?
Hey. Oh, pretty good. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I've got my hat on to set the mood, I guess. I don't know.
Good.
What are we doing, man? So chat, just so you know, we thought we'd if you don't know Wes, do you need an introduction? You probably
Yes.
don't.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want me to do it?
Well, here, I'll give you one. So, hey, what's
All
up?
right.
My name is Wes. I am a full stack JavaScript developer from Canada. I have a podcast called Syntax. We have a big YouTube channel. We do videos. I make courses around coding and JavaScript and all that. And today we're here to do some stuff with the new agent mode in VS Code. Try to build something fun. You'll see I've got a little bit something on the screen. I can explain that in a sec, but I'm pretty stoked to get going.
Let me add your screen to the stage here. What was that?
That's a little preview. Yeah. But yeah, should we get on into it, or you got more to intro?
No,
here?
I think, yeah. So chat, we're just going to see what we can actually do here, because, demos are demos and they're great. They're formulated
Yeah.
just for talks, but like, let's kick this thing around some and see what it can actually do. So I hand it over, Wes.
Cool. So here's my thoughts with this type of thing. So I was poking around. I've built quite a few apps in the past, vibe coding, if you like that word or not, but I'm really into
how do you feel about that word? Just out of curiosity.
I like it. I don't like that the reaction to it is probably negative, especially because there's a lot of people that are thinking you could vibe code VS Code, like boom, just let's make a whole a whole new VS Code. But I'm a fan of it. I think it works well for what it is. I think it's kind of funny where you kind of just go with the flow, just type into the box what it is that you want. You build something. I think like another part of it is like you would build something you would not necessarily either have time for, or something that you would not necessarily have the skill for. So I always encourage people to sort of try something that is something you may not have done before, whether that's 3D in a game or whether that's something with computer vision. It's kind of neat to dip into these different areas and be able to actually build something in a somewhat short amount of time. We'll see. We'll see what the next hour and a half looks like, or 2 hours.
All right. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think the vibe, it's trying to capture the feeling that you have when it does the thing, or it does something that's just kind of remarkable and magical, which is not, frankly, if we're being honest, all the time. But there's a significant amount of the time where it does do things and you can sort of build things and just, man, that's unbelievable. And I think that's the feeling that we try to capture with that term. I do agree, though, like the big thing about all of these tools is that it makes me feel more confident as a developer that I could do things that I couldn't do before. Like, I think I could probably write a WebGL shader, or I think Copilot could, but I could not.
Totally. Like I've been doing some electronics lately, and it required writing some C++, and I have never written a line of C++ in my life. And I could get along and read a couple books and learn how to like turn an LED on and off. But there was quite a few like errors that I hit where I was just like, I don't understand how that works, and being able to sort of just vibe code through it along with my experience in software development was really helpful. And I built some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, so what are we doing today? Because it looks like it's going to be similar to the dumbbell demo you
Yeah.
shared on Twitter, which was that was awesome, man. That was
So-
crazy.
What I did ahead of time, just so that we don't spend the first like 20 minutes just sitting here trying to get the webcam to work, is I came up with I have the prompts that I have right here. So my idea is there's this library called Media Pipe, and it has several different models that can detect different parts of your body, right? So I did one with a dumbbell where it would check where your arm is, and every time that the angle of the arm hit a certain amount, then I would count that as like a rep with the dumbbell, you know? And a lot of people are asking, like, can you do stuff a little bit more fine grained with hands? So I thought, like, let's try. I don't necessarily know what we should do. I have some ideas here, but let me show you what we got so far, and we'll sort of take it from there, and we'll ask the chat to sort of throw their ideas in the chat as well. So I said, just like create an app that will track the location of my hands and fingers via a webcam. When I put my fingers up and down, it should display how many like digits are up and down. And then I said, use TypeScript, React, V, and any related libraries that you need. So it went off and npm installed everything that is necessary, created the index HTML file, started it up, and then I had some trouble with the camera. I have this problem with all the time. Anytime something has like a camera, it's like using the wrong one. I have like 6 or 7 cameras hooked up to my computer here.
That seems to
So
be
I
an
added-
issue for like every app. Teams is that way. Anytime you have multiple cameras, that's a hard problem. The 3 hardest problems in computer science. One of them is picking the right camera, apparently.
Well, I don't know what the Chrome like default, like there's something in Chrome settings and it doesn't work. But I had to add a selector camera to it and added it. And then I found out that it still wasn't working. So I said, just like scrap using the built-in library. Let's go straight JavaScript. And that's where I was. So like three prompts so far. And what we're working with here is something that is able to count your hands pretty
accuracy
quickly.
on that is wild.
Yeah, it's not bad. It did think that my my little tree here was, but like it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's way better than I would have thought.
And it's 60 frames a second too. Like
Yeah,
the ones that do your whole body, I think was doing like 20, 30 frames a second or something like that, which is still
taxing
fast
your browser.
enough.
Like, are you eating through 20 gigs of RAM right now?
Oh man, I've got like an M1 with 64 gigs of RAM. So I don't necessarily know. Can you tell when you like hover over top of a tab?
I think it's in the battery and that just shows power usage. You're right.
Something like that. It's, in my experience, this stuff is not really that taxing as they've gotten better, especially now we have like web GPU. A lot of the stuff is able to offload to the GPU and it just gets so much faster, which is really cool. So here's my ideas. Now that we have we've got the things and I got accounting fingers and whatnot, I thought like what can you do with this now that you've got this, you know? So I thought like we could maybe do air drums, something like that.
Like make it actually do noise, make noise.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool. Like, you know, and like just have different
sounds
drums.
For different, like if it's up here, it's a cymbal. If it's down here, it's a tom.
Yeah, like something controllable with your fingers, and you could just like look at the camera and do this.
That sounds pretty cool, man. You think we could do that in 2 hours? We're gonna make a drum set.
I did this in what like 10 minutes, so it's pretty amazing how quickly you can get up. And I thought like maybe like drawing with your finger. I saw a guy on TikTok where he used a similar one where his right hand would control the pitch of the music and the left hand would control the speed of the music. So he was just kind of like DJing like, and like I thought that was so neat to use your fingers as a gauge for how something should be, you know, like as an input.
Yeah. That's very like Minority Report-ish with Tom Cruise, like up on that thing, like.
Yeah,
pinching stuff and moving things around and throwing things here and there. I say we do the drums. I love that idea. I don't know, chat. What is chat? I'm just looking here. Eye tracking. Somebody had said you could play rock, paper, scissors against the AI showing emoji.
That's a good idea. I'm not seeing the chat here. Let me refresh the YouTube page here. All right, let's start with the drums and kind of see where we're going with it. It'd be kind of fun. All right, so
yeah, reminds me of Connect. Yeah, we're reinventing Connect here.
Yeah. What's the read on which model we should be using? I guess it depends, but what do you, any thoughts there?
Let's ask the chat. What do you think, chat?
Yeah.
Like, what's your the thing is, like, so many of these models are so good. You know, 2.5 Pro came out from Gemini, and I saw Evan, who made Vue and Vite, I think, had said it was really good at coding. And so I assume he put it through the paces. OpenAI, we released 03 Mini and 04 Mini today.
Oh yeah, there's 04 Mini.
And OpenAI says that those are really good at code. The thing is, when it comes to agent mode like this, it's really important that these models be good at tool calling. And this is where the rubber meets the road. And some of it, I think, has to do with some like prompting that we can improve with some of these models. But so we say, I'm seeing 4.1 here, 4.1. Grok 3 beta. Well, Grok we'd have to do through BYOK, which we could. So we're going with Claude. Claude's the tried and true.
Oh, really? Yeah. All right. We'll switch it up a little bit. Let's try with Claude right now. It's always a mix of like quality and speed between the two, right? And I guess probably cost is another one of those levers. So I'm going to say here, I need you to create a drum kit that I can play with my fingers. There should be 5 drums on the screen. And when my fingers overlap the drums, play that drum sound. Use audio context to make
that's a weird
sounds.
piece of context to provide. Use audio context.
Yeah, because what I found in the past is it will just like imagine like an MP3 file. And one thing I'm really excited about MCP getting better in the future is the ability to like download files, you know? Like
the resources.
Yeah, resources would be really cool to like say, I built a little MCP server that would download SVG icons and download them.
I saw that and I actually pinged Harald and I'm like, shouldn't we be using resources for this? And I forget he had an answer for that. Maybe he was like, that's not what resources is for. I don't remember, but yeah, I don't know.
Is resources in VS Code? I thought it wasn't.
I don't believe it is. It's in Insiders.
Okay.
Man, things change like every hour and I don't even know about it. So Harald, are you in the chat? Is resources in?
I don't think it is because I went through it. I don't think anybody has it just yet. So it's kind of early days for a lot of this MCP stuff. All right, should we run a random terminal command? Yeah,
what could possibly go wrong?
All right,
so it's said that like it's a really good practice to do agent mode inside of dev containers because it sandboxes like your system, so you can't hurt yourself too bad. You can't like RF.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah. To your point though about like making up files, I noticed it does that with games, so it'll make up sprites that don't exist, and of course the whole thing just breaks because you don't have skates.
You don't have
JPG or what the sprite sheet that it's just imagined exists.
Totally. And we can go get the sounds too if we need to. I actually have a demo from something I did like 10 years ago that has all the sounds. So let's see, what did it do here? It made us a new drum kit component. I really like when it creates a separate component for these things because as your app gets larger and larger, it's nice to have the UI and the feature set sort of contained inside of a single file, rather than like sometimes it just dumps it all into a single file and it gets a bit too big.
Do you have custom instructions for that, or you find it's pretty good?
No, well, I used to have to say it, but I've been finding it's doing a good job. I think also like when you initially start it, you know, use TypeScript, React, and Vite, like telling it what you want ahead of time sort of sets it up with like a really nice a base. And I think did it run npx-v. No, in this case it didn't. Often it will run like a scaffolding npx command, and that will have several components in it, and it sort of like tries to follow the same design patterns. So having like a good design pattern ahead of time is important.
Yeah, I've actually used so then go out to these AIs and say, generate me a list of best practices for like React, Astro, Tailwind, whatever your stack is, right? And then give it some examples, like tell me when to break out components, tell me when, whether or not to how to organize styles, etc. And it will generate something, and then you can tweak that and you can feed it back in as a custom instruction. And then you actually get better results, which is ironic because you're like, what? You already know this. It's like, yeah, it knows it, but you have to like, if you feed it back in for some reason, then it really knows it.
That's great. All right, so still working on this. We just got a button called Drum Kit here. Let's see what it. I don't think any of that is in yet. Oh,
whoa! No way. Is it already working?
It doesn't have a sound yet. So actually, you know what? I have this app called Loopback, and I can use it to pipe my browser's audio into my microphone, so I can switch my input on the stream so the audience will be able to hear it.
Wait, can you actually hear sounds right now? You can't. There's
no, not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
I'm curious. What did it do? Hand tracker. Let's see. Where is audio context? Here, I'm going to show everybody one of my favorite VS Code tricks right now. Is you want to search for, like, I told it to use audio context. You want to search for that in your thing. Big fan of just opening the command palette and using % and then searching there instead of opening up the sidebar to search. I'm a big fan of this. So you open up command palette, use a % sign, and then I can immediately just grep through the entire code base for any audio context usage. Here we go. So audio context, decode, array buffer. Here we go. So look, it's trying to fetch the sounds directory and try to play the MP3. So in this case, we don't need audio context. I thought it would like actually generate the sound for me, but it's trying to find a sound that does not exist. Cool. So we'll have to, I think, Wes Bos, JS30, drum kit. Let's find some sounds. Here we go.
You built this before.
Yeah, probably 6-7 years ago. This was not vibe coded.
But I remember this. This was the 30 days of like 30 projects, a project a day.
It's actually funny that somebody on Twitter like coded something and they used these sounds, and I was like, the AI must have like taken my sounds and like the app has been there's a couple apps, like a webcam app as well, that I've had it generate, and I'm like, that looks very similar to my code.
Thank you for your contribution to AI, Wes.
All right, I got the sounds directory here. Can I just drag this into the source directory? There we go. Okay, sounds. All right, so let's keep that so far. And let's say I added the sounds in, what is how do you reference the folder? Here we go. Folder.
Yeah, that's it.
Source /sounds.
No, if you go back to folder, just look for sounds. You should just do folder.
There we go.
There it is. Yeah.
Okay. Can you use those? So let's see what's the drum kit is looking like. It seems to be like actually triggering them, which is kind of cool. Maybe we should overlay them on top of the video. So
that's what I'm thinking.
A bit more context.
Otherwise, it's hard to tell where what's touching what. So wait, can you hear the audio on your end? You can't.
Not yet. So I just told it to use these. So it found search for sounds, drum kit. Here we go. It's reading the sounds directory for me. change the extension from MP3 to WAV. We shouldn't have to do that. We're not coding anything today. We're just typing in the box and hoping it does it for us.
Oh, you mean right there? It's right there. I mean,
like this?
Yes. So I've gotten into just right up above.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, right
They're all
here.
WAV files. So I've gotten into these loops before, dude, where I will I'll be like, hey, move the button to the left, align it left, right? And then like 4 cycles later, I'm like, I should have just aligned the button to the left.
Yeah.
Like,
just
I'm wasting the
there we
AI
go.
time.
Look at this.
Did
it did it for us, yeah. So it's applying the edit. It's working. Okay.
No way.
Hold on. I gotta try pipe my audio into the feed here. Give me 1 sec. Change my. Can I change my microphone in StreamYard?
Yeah, settings and audio mic.
Where is settings?
Down in the bottom, the gear. Beneath our little thumbs.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I had it.
You probably got a lot going on.
Yeah, there we go. Settings, audio, microphone. All right, hopefully this works. Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Oh, I hear myself.
Yeah, you can still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. Hey, let's put my monitor on. Check. All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Can you hear that?
No, I can't. But if you on StreamYard, if you just share your screen and do capture audio, can't you do that?
Yeah.
When you share your screen, you have the option to. Do you know?
Let's do that.
Or is that in Teams? Ask somebody here. Can you share system audio in StreamYard? I'm asking someone. Chat, help us with StreamYard. What's up, Sean? Good to see you, man. I just saw Sean the other week. Vibe coding to the max. Actually, now it's like we're out of the realm where Copilot can help us. Copilot cannot help you now.
This is what we need MCP for.
Yeah. That's true. Just tell Copilot to go configure the audio.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see it? If you like unshare and share, you have the option to.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if I can find it.
Stop screen. Present. Share screen.
Is there an option to share audio when you do that?
Some screens let you share audio. Look for a share audio checkbox on the next window. Okay. Share screen.
Sounds like what we want.
Window.
Sounds promising.
Entire screen. Screen 1. To share audio, share a tab instead. Oh shoot, then I can only share one thing. Let me just try once more.
No.
Settings, audio, microphone. Check. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. No, but I love that we're doing this like every 30 seconds. No.
No? Oh, come on.
No. You'd have to share the tab. No.
Okay, I'll try share the tab. 1 sec. And then I can switch back to.
It's gonna be worth it though. I can picture it in my mind.
Yes.
This is turning into a Zoom meeting. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's always the case.
Yeah, I can almost hear them. People, they're just yeah, I can hear it too in my head. Play your audio through your speakers, record it with your phone, and then play it back.
All right, I'm sharing my tab now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Ron. It sounds great. No, I still don't hear anything. What is going on?
Hold on. That's bizarre.
This would be a funny emote on Twitch. Yeah. The drumming Wes emote.
Yes.
Somebody clip that. Clip that. He's not sharing screen either. Oh yeah, you're not sharing screen. Oh, because we didn't add you back to the
Oh yeah, you gotta add it in.
Wait, hold on. There it is. Okay. Our bad.
All right, you ready?
Yeah. Oh!
I
that
like
bass
it.
drum is really distorted, but man, that sounds amazing. Yeah. Can you lay down an actual beat? Like, can you get a beat going? Just put some more on the floor.
Oh, the snare's on the wrong side.
It's really sensitive, apparently.
Yeah. You know what? We need to overlay it on top so we debug it. So I'm gonna say overlay the drums.
Now, when we're done with this, are you going to publish it so people can air drum? And then we'll put a stripe in front of it so it costs like $5 to drum for 15 minutes. Because that's the point of vibe coding, right? So you can make 100 million in ARR.
Yes, exactly. All right, I just asked it to overlay the drums on top of the video, and we'll see what it gives us. I know you can't see my code just yet. I wish I could share multiple at once right now.
Yeah, $20 a month. Just add that to your list of AI subs. How many AI things are you paying for, chat, right now? I want to know who's paying for AI and who's just out here using all the various free things. And when you max out one thing, you just go to the next thing. And you just that thing maxes out, you go to the next thing. GitHub, you're paying for GitHub? M365. What are you paying for, Wes? Are you paying for anything? You doing like any deep research or anything like that?
Man, I like kind of go in and out. So the one I just paid for the other day was Hugging Face, because they have a 3D, like an image to 3D model. And I was trying to make a bust of myself and 3D print it. And you can upload every like a photo of around you. I guess I need to keep my hands out of the screen here. I'm playing the drums. So I pay for Hugging Face. I did dip into a couple of months of OpenAI or ChatGPT, because I wanted to try the video gen stuff. Obviously pay for Copilot.
You paid for Copilot?
Yeah. I was or am a Microsoft MVP. But I never figured out how to get that set up, and I was
like, oh my goodness, we got to fix that directly.
That's okay. That's worth it to me.
Sorry about that. Well, we appreciate it. That's in chat here. Yeah, people using a lot of different tools, and we see this, right? This is not uncommon. I do this myself. You just have every possible tool loaded up, and I've been paying for Perplexity, free plug for Perplexity. And oh shoot,
sorry, go ahead.
It's still reverse.
Yeah,
is it reversed?
Yeah, it is reversed.
It's just mirrored, which would make sense, right? Because your video is automatically mirroring.
Yeah. So I said the left and right are mirrored. Can you switch them?
This demo is the coolest thing I've seen for a long time. Yeah, I agree.
Oh, it's still running. I was trying to.
Taylor, you get Perplexity as part of a Zoom subscription? I didn't know that. I kind of like this idea of wrapping AI into other subscriptions, though. So you're paying for I don't know, maybe you have Netflix and you get a Netflix AI for free.
Yeah. I've also been trying to dip into the self-hosted as well. Just trying to run it on myself. I've been doing a lot of like the in-browser stuff. Obviously, this is one example of it, but the in-browser stuff is starting to get pretty good as well.
Like I'm sorry, you mean like running models in the browser?
Yeah.
No way.
We have. I was in Paris like last week, and I gave a talk about this where web GPU means that we can now run like models quickly on the GPU in the browser, because previously they've all been done via WASM, which means you have to run it on the CPU, and then some of the stuff works. But now that you can run stuff on the GPU and you can put them in web workers, meaning you can have multiple threads running at once, it starts to open up a lot of use cases for not like these huge models. You're not running Stable Diffusion or whatever, but you can run like Whisper and get almost real-time speech to text in the browser for free. It's not hitting anything.
What about code completion? Like, what are the good models for that? Like, there's one called like Clean Coder. Somebody's telling me about. I think it's an Alibaba model. Yeah, we were talking to the Olama folks this last week, and they got a lot of
still backwards.
No audio. No, we've lost audio again.
Yeah, I can't hear it either. It did something with the sound.
Oh no, are we in the loop where it's like, please fix? Okay, I fixed.
Yeah,
please fix.
You did it. Yeah, the audio.
Quinn. Yeah, Quinn is good. I've heard about. I think that's how you say that. QUEN. I've heard about that one. You can use these now in VS Code with the bring your own key. So we've got Olama, Open Router.
Drum kit. Sound not loaded.
Lost all the sounds.
It might be because, see here, look at this. This is still running over WASM. So this is an example of something that runs on the CPU, and it's still like wicked fast.
Yeah,
right?
that's really fast.
These things don't necessarily have to be absolutely huge models. They can be relatively small. And like how big is this model as well? I think it's like 20 megs or something, which is pretty amazing. Let's take a look at it.
For which one? The one that's doing that hand recognition?
Yeah, the hand recognition. It's called Media Pipe. There we go. 30 megs, including all the sounds, to load this entire page. And here we go. This is the file itself. TensorFlow Lite, 5.5 megs. And then there's a couple other pieces of like training data here. So probably about 20 megs to load this entire model, which is
that
pretty
seems
impressive.
Really small.
Yeah. I'm amazed at how well it works. And they have other ones that are trained on not just hands, but pose or like thumbs up detection, things like that. But here, let me share my code again, and then we'll maybe add another feature to this. Let me switch this now.
Yeah, we have a lot of folks paying for a lot of AI stuff. I'm doing it too, y'all. It's all good. It's just when stuff comes out, it's like I want to use it.
Yes. All right. I just told it the left and right are mirrored. Can you switch them? But
oh no, we lost your screen, so we won't be able to hear you.
Oh yeah, we got to add it back on. Sorry, I killed it
Gotcha.
and then re-added because
Yeah.
I want to show you my code as well. Just imagine me playing a sick beat, you know. I just added it to switch the mirrors. One thing,
okay, so still working on it.
One thing, you know what I want to tell you right now? This is my feature request: is when it prompts you to like run something, or when it's done, I need it to play a sound, because then like I can get off Twitter and go back to.
You could do so. I did this. You're on a Mac, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a Apple Shortcuts MCP, right? And then just create a shortcut to like do a notification or literally anything. Like you can. I have it change the color of my lamp back here, and when it's done, it just like subtly changes or flashes.
Oh, that's a great idea. Man, I like that. Okay, I'm gonna add that. I like that. Let's see what else we can do. We'll let this one finish out, but I would like to like figure out how to also measure something or do something with like the pinching of my finger. So I think it would be kind of cool. Maybe even like increase the volume, or let's do something visual.
What you could do, a volume, or you could have a metronome, and then this decreases the speed of the metronome. So you have something to draw
I
along
like
with.
that. I like that, because then you can. Yeah, are you a musician?
I am. Yeah, I'm in Nashville, man. It's a prerequisite for even
okay.
moving. You can't even move here unless you can unless you can play a G, a C, and a D chord. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. I don't know much about music, which is hilarious because I've done a couple tutorials on like the audio context API and like generating sounds, and I always have to look up like, how does music work? You know, what's a frequency?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know either, man.
What is oscillation?
I know how to play some Red Hot Chili Peppers songs. That's about.
Oh, that's all you need. What about Wonderwall?
Yeah, of course. That's a staple. Right. It's like a Stairway.
Okay, I think we got the snares and everything working on the right side. So boom, 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 boom. Tom, hi-hat, snare. It's kind of cool. So let's get it to do the metronome thing here. All right, you fixed both issues. Good job.
Did it fix the audio? I can't hear it.
No, the audio's not. I can't get it piped in. I thought I had it set up with loopback, but you'll just have to imagine me piping it in. So, okay, let's do. Whoops. Go back here. Let's now tell it to do the metronome. Okay, so please add a metronome to the drum kit when I squeeze my index, finger, and thumb. Get faster and slower, depending on how much space is between the fingers. All right, let's see what it does here.
You're doing a lot of typing as opposed to talking to Copilot, and I do this too. I don't like to talk to the AI.
That's a good question, because I use the audio quite a bit. I have it hooked up to Control, and I can just type in or just say something and it types in here. But I guess like I've never used the microphone button. Go ahead.
Look at these buttons. So Martin over at GitHub made these like vibe buttons, and his idea was to take this thing because it has a USB-C input and to hook it up to the microphone. So basically, like when you hold the vibe button down, the thing is, I feel like though that like if I'm at least typing to the model, then I'm like still a part of things. If I'm talking to
still doing something,
I've totally abdicated my responsibilities.
Oh, that's great. I do use voice quite a bit when I'm like doing emails and sending like social media stuff.
Do you dictate that stuff?
Oh yeah. I get like frustrated when I can't like move fast enough. So I find it much faster just to bam bam. I was on the GitHub Copilot voice. Like
you got the request failed.
Like a year ago. Uh-oh. That's okay. We try it again.
This happens. Oh, nice with the retry.
Yeah, I was on the GitHub Copilot voice like beta test like a year and a half ago when it was like its own.
It was a different extension.
Yeah, it was like its own thing. It was kind of cool just to sort of talk back and forth with it. Oh no!
Uh-oh.
My request failed. Should we?
I would do it again.
Yeah, like
then I'll show you the overpowered strat.
Yeah, or maybe we don't need all of this context.
It's only 5 files.
Yeah. Should it be fine?
Yeah, it should be totally fine.
Wait, keep.
You just retry and then I'll show you what I do when this happens.
All right.
It's always about capacity with these models on the back end. It's always
totally
the bottleneck. Yeah.
in the one before me, they showed a tip of like fix like the pound problems.
Yeah.
I love that. That's a great one. And it's one thing that's starting to make me want to move to the built-in terminal in VS Code, because I've always been like an external terminal user, but now that the output of the terminal is such good context information, I kind of want to. I'm trying to sort of move myself back in, and it's, I don't know, like a year and a half ago, you can now pop it out into its own window. I've been a big fan of that.
Did you see? Are you on This isn't Insiders?
No, I have Insiders though.
You can now pop the chat out altogether, which I made a video on this yesterday, because if you have, like, even for me, one of the biggest problems with having chat in the editor is that it takes up so much space. And like, even now, right, you've got the chat going and you've got the code, but if you opened your Explorer, like your file Explorer, it would be unusable. And so you can now pop the chat out and move it to a different monitor if you have such a setup, which is really nice, or just make it something you can tab through.
That's
let's
great.
see. Should make it possible to link that external terminal as another source. Yeah, I mean, I would think you could have an MCP for another terminal.
Yeah.
Technically, anything can be an MCP server, as far as I understand.
Everything's an MCP server. Here we go.
Yeah, Taylor, it fails a lot when a lot of people are using it. Yeah, too many people are trying to vibe code at the moment. That old Steve Jobs thing of everybody turn off your internet.
Yeah.
All right, it's adding a metronome feature. Let's implement this by modifying the drum kit component. All right. I like how it like tells you everything it's going to do instead of just being like, all right, I'm on it.
Yeah. I think maybe if I were to add some custom instructions, I would tell it to be a bit more terse.
Just do it
with the replies. Not necessarily that, but like I'm not reading all that. Like, I'm happy for you, but that's like that meme. I'm happy for you, or I'm sorry, but I'm not reading all that.
So I talked to Harald about this on the team, and he told me that part of these models' accuracy and quality comes from their ability to think out loud. And that if you remove the ability, if you tell the model not to do that, then the quality declines because it can't think out loud, and it needs to do that. Now, I don't know if that's true. Harald said it, so I assume it's true. Yeah. But that makes sense to me that there's something in there. It's like a quirk with the way models work.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. All right, maybe I'll keep it then. I guess you can just scroll past it, right?
Past.
There we go. Yeah, I guess I should. Somebody in the chat says click done. Yeah, like I should probably accept all of these changes, right? So it doesn't have to reapply everything.
We probably should have done some commits along the way.
No, you don't need commits when you're vibe coding.
That's
version control.
I've gotten in so much trouble with this where I don't commit, and then at some point, like, everything is just hosed and I can't get back.
Oh yeah,
crap.
Certainly, I've hit that as well. I think it's starting to work.
Is it? Oh my gosh,
just a little bit. Look at that.
It just needs to be wider, because like,
yeah,
you need to go from
way
like,
too small
80 beats to 180.
It should go from 80. Yeah, you tell me. What should it start at?
Chat, like, I'm trying to think in my mind. I feel like 100 is kind of where, right? Like, all right, so I'm saying it's like 50 to 150, I think would be the range. Chat, can you check me on that? Ask Copilot what the proper range is. Certainly.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. What are we doing here?
I don't know. Right, so we're thinking way too much. Way too much.
Yeah. All right. So wait, I'll go back to my old thing.
Depends on the genre. I know, but I'm just saying, like, what is the range, right? So like, imagine like the slowest R&B jam, and then over here you have like, on the other end there's like Rap God. A mechanical metronome's tempo is usually adjustable from 40 to 208. That's quite the range.
Okay. Yeah, it's way too small. Okay, so I said I should say. So when I'm at this thing right here, what do you do? If you click done, then this whole chat closes, right?
All of the files go away. Basically, it like resets. And so what you want to do is just keep until you're kind of done and you're just done.
With that,
we're not done. We're
feature?
still working. Yeah, I think is what
Okay.
I'm trying to say.
All right, that makes sense. All right. So, but like, if I no longer, does it matter? Should I like, what's the thing here? Should I get rid of the CSS if I'm not working on it, or does it really matter? It sort of figures it out as long as
I mean, I think it's good to trim context that you don't need. There's nothing wrong with that, but I would expect the AI to be smart enough to know that it doesn't need to touch CSS if it's messing with sounds.
All right, let's tell it you need to make it easier for me to what do we want to do? We want to say it's too small of a range. So let's try that.
Yeah, widen the range to between
it's too small of a range. Please widen how far I can open my hand. If I open it all the way, it should be 200, and all the way closed should be down to 60 beats per minute. Let's see.
65 to 85 for R&B. Hip hop is 120 to 140. Techno is 120 to 140. Okay, yeah. So techno, that's it. That's like, what's the fastest genre of music?
Techno 140. Okay, so 200 is way too fast.
Most songs don't go below 70 beats per minute. 70 to 150 is a good range. He isn't going to play punk rock, is he? Are you going to play Circus Survive?
Yes. That's actually, it's a funny story about Circus Survive. I got a DM on Instagram a couple months ago, and the guy's like, "Hey, dude, if you ever want to come in, come backstage, let us know." And it's a drummer from Circus Survive.
No way.
Yeah, he takes my courses, and he's like, "Yeah,
what in the world?"
Yeah,
you know the guy from Weezer who's like submitting all the PRs on GitHub?
Yeah. What's his name?
Oh, that's Rivers. Rivers
Kumo. He's in Weezer. Yeah, he's like a full stack dev. He does Flutter as well. So
that's so y'all start streaming so you can get invited backstage to concerts.
Yeah, that's it. It gets you hooked up. Somebody also was like touring with like a country band, and they offered me like tickets to like Shania Twain or something like that when they came to town, and I didn't go because I rather not go. I guess you're from Nashville. I can't say bad things about country, can I?
Listen, it's okay to like things and to not like things. But I would have seen a Shania Twain concert, man. She's a legend. Come on, like she's got a residency in Vegas now, I think.
Oh yeah, maybe it wasn't Shania Twain then. It was someone. There we go. Look at this is working much better now.
Oh, that's really nice. Now, how fine grained? Like, if you want to go from 100 to 110, how hard is that?
Let's see. Okay, let's.
Oh, so when it's all the way open, it's slow.
Yeah. I wonder. What is it using? All the way open is slow. So let's go to 100. There we go. There's 100.
Okay. Now go to 110. I want to see how hard it is to nail. That's not
very
bad.
hard.
Is it?
Yeah. Like there's probably a reason this is not a user interface, but
we can just tell Copilot to like snap to 10 to increment.
Yeah.
10.
I like that. Okay. Let's tell it that. Great.
Patrick Wilson is the drummer for Weezer. Really? For Weezer or Circus Survive?
Yeah, I believe that was him.
I saw you posted about Circus Survive once, and I was like, okay, I'm not the only person who's a big fan of Circus Survive.
Oh yeah, huge fan of Circus Survive. There's like a lot of like web developer is like a big overlap in the like music, especially like punk hardcore scene.
What is that considered hardcore? Like, where would you put like Anne Berlin, Circus Survive, South Sin?
Those are considered like post-hardcore. So they're a bit more melodic.
Yeah, kind of emo, kind
of emo with like a little bit of screams in there. Yeah, definitely post-hardcore.
Are you a Day to Remember fan by chance?
Yeah, I saw them live man, probably 10 years ago, but yeah,
Yep,
they're great.
that's-
Big
yeah,
fan.
that's one of my favorite bands. Still, every album they
Really?
put out. Yeah, chat. Any other Day to Remember fans in the chat? Where's our punk rock folks at? Our
I'm like from Southern Ontario, so we've got like Alexis on Fire and Silverstein and
Silverstein, yeah.
Boys Night Out. Lots of cool bands from around here.
I'm from Franklin, Tennessee, so we have Paramore.
Paramore. I have all these funny stories about these music bands. So when I was first getting started, I was a t-shirt designer for bands, and I did a t-shirt for this like clothing brand, and the very first one that got worn was Haley from Paramore. So I have this like photo somewhere of Haley on stage wearing my t-shirt design, which is so cool.
I ran into her in a Starbucks like 15 years ago, and was
really
stood right next to her and was just terrified to say anything at all because I was such a huge fan.
That's great, man. Yeah, look, it's working. It's a good idea to snap it.
Is it snapping?
Yeah, look at.
Oh,
I like that. But you know what it should do is we should save it. When I put my left thumb up, it should save the beats per minute. Let's do that. I don't need to type. I'll audio it. Oh
no.
Oh no, that was me. Yeah, that was my audio dictation. No, something's going on with my computer. Or maybe, no, there it is. This is quantization of the tempo, makes the metro more musical and more predictable while still giving you the full range of control from 60 to 200 beats per minute. Your hand gestures. Good.
It's AI splaining. what's the term
I like
for
that.
this where it's like, by the way, what's this is called?
Here's one thing you can do. You ever do this one? Continue. You don't know
all
what
the time.
To do.
Yeah, you got.
Continue.
It looks like you got cut off. Continue. Yeah.
But not even like it didn't get cut off, but like it's kind of fun. You can just say like keep going, and like it will try to figure out what to build next.
Oh, it didn't even start. It just like
we have all of our features. So I'm curious, what is it going to do now that I just told
what
it to
does it
continue?
think we need? Yeah, some 41 Dead Kennedys.
Yeah, some 41s from around here as well.
Taylor's asking about other vibe coding tools. There's so many. I mean, there's Claude Code came out. I think OpenAI released one just today. What's the name of it? That's specifically for 0304 Mini. It's off reading music theory books. Codex CLI. Thank you. Hey, what's up, Brian?
I'll have to give that a shot. I don't use any of the like Lovable or V0 or Bolt, anything like that. I did test the GitHub's version of it when it was announced back at GitHub Universe last year.
Spark, yeah.
It seems pretty nifty. But like it's all about how it fits into like what your coding flow is like. And I'm very much either I'm in agent mode going back and forth, or I'm just coding through like a regular file, and then I'll do stuff inline, or I'll use the completions, or I'll select some code and get it to apply it for me as well. So it really depends. Like when I'm just doing something fun like this, it's agent mode from the start. Where I'm working on my code base that's 10 years old, and then I'm kind of just using the tab completions and prompting stuff like write inline chat.
So what is it actually doing now? Did it decide to just go off and implement
it seems like you're working on a finger-based drum kit and metronome application. Let me help you continue developing this project. Looking at what we've built so far, let's implement the ability to record and play back your drum performances, which would be a valuable addition.
I agree. Yes, it would.
Sure. Why
Premium
not?
feature.
Oh,
Different
man.
metronome sounds. You know what'd be cool is if like it played a song in the background with no drums that you could just then drum along to. Like you could be the drummer.
Or like a Guitar Hero.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, look at the record button already showed up. We got our metronome. We got our drums.
Is it actually adjusting the speed? Like we can't hear it, so I assume there's like
Actually, I don't hear the metronome.
Tink, tink.
Let's see. Let's open up our. You know what? One thing I have to do is I've got to get the like remote debugging set up so that it pipes all your console errors
back into
well.
You know, if you were using the Edge extension for Visual Studio Code, Wes, and the Edge browser, this would just work.
I am using Edge.
Is this Edge?
But yeah, I've been on Edge for the dev tools in Edge are awesome. I switched over from Firefox like I don't know, maybe 8 months, a year ago. And I switched over to Edge because there was a bunch of like CSS perf stuff in there at the time. It's still in there. It's been upstreamed, which is really nice. So yeah, big fan of that. And it just looks nicer. Like these icons, these are better than Chrome.
You listening, Edge team? The Edge team will appreciate that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of browsers out. I think I'm with you, Taylor. People should use the browser they like. My kids use Firefox, Wes. Like that's a thing for I don't know, it's like what is it now, Founders? I don't think it's Gen Z anymore, but Firefox was like resurgent.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's coming back like true Firefox or like one of these like forks on top of it. I forget what it's called.
No, it's
Arc, but
is Arc a Firefox fork?
No, Arc was like a Chrome one, but there's like a similar version of Arc built on Firefox.
No, it's the old school Firefox, but it does. I mean, old school. It is the original, but I don't recognize it. It's been a while since I've used it. The last time I used Firefox, it was with Firebug, which was the only way. That was the only way to see what was going on in the browser. You remember that? Like prior to that, you couldn't.
Yeah.
Opera.
I used Opera for a bit in my career. When I first started doing webcam stuff, Opera was the first browser to have WebRTC and Get User Media implemented. And that was a long time ago, though.
I remember that because you did a submission you were speaking at FluentConf.
Yeah.
That's where I met you for the first time, actually.
Oh, I remember that. Man, that was
like 2011, maybe 2012 at the most.
2012 FluentConf proposal, and then they
2012.
published the video in 2013. But yeah, look at this. This is me, like 12 years ago, still doing webcam stuff. Yeah.
You don't pay for YouTube?
No, I got enough subscriptions. I usually have an ad blocker on, and I don't get the ads, but I turned it off because I think the chat was being blocked by it.
Look at you. What are you?
Yeah.
What are you, like 16 years old?
Yeah, look at this. I'm like a kid. Well, yeah, it was 2012 is 13 years ago. It's like a third of my life ago. Oh yeah, look at this. Green screen.
Yeah.
I always like doing webcam stuff. All right, let's see if the record button.
Yeah, I like how it's 2025 and you're still doing camera stuff.
It's always really fun. And also, as somebody who tries to like make a lot of content, it's really nice when your demo has your camera in it. So you don't have to like try to sneak your camera in it.
Figure out how to get your face in the shot.
Yeah. All right. I recorded something. That one didn't. I don't know if that worked. We got a maximum call stack.
This is like
Stop recording.
Stack Overflow.
Play.
I need YouTube Premium as well. It's one of the things I pay for, and I feel like it's worth every penny.
Oh yeah, but do you get TV with that as well, or just premium?
No, it's just no ads. It's all it is. Yeah.
Oh, I like that. All right, so we got recording, we got the drums thing, we got the BPM. What do we got? We have about half an hour left. Chat, what do you think we should be adding to this thing?
Yeah, let's leave it up to chat here to see what they say. I still
finger
think
counter. We could blur it. What's Microsoft's stance on the middle finger? Could we do a blur?
On
it detects only a middle finger.
It's a family-oriented stream.
All right, we will not do that.
Microsoft did not take a position.
What about take a photo when there's a thumbs up?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with like the drumming? I feel like
that's true.
Can it like? I'm trying to think of something, some utility, like put some sunglasses on your face when you start drumming, like just magically. Add karaoke. Let the agent decide. We kind of did that.
Yeah.
Cool effects. So you feel like the drummer you always dreamed of being.
All right. What about UI? Let's make it look good. Okay. The app works great, but let's make it look good.
Can you roll back chat prompts in your chat, and can you edit previous prompts to start a new conversation? Yes, you can. So you can do revisionist history. You can just go up and like pull out previous sections, and when you pull out your prompt, it pulls out the response too, and it also reverts everything that was done in that iteration.
That's amazing. We got 4.
Work your hardest.
Work your hardest. Go.
Go.
Well, it's kind of one where you can. It's kind of funny when you're doing UI where you can tell it to make it look good, and it'll like throw a gradient and some like text on top. Like, no, make it better.
Right. If you say modern, the first thing it does is throw a gradient, man. It's like, did you see the video? There was a guy did a video where it's like a vibe, making fun of vibe coding, and he's telling the model. He's getting frustrated, and he's like, you're going to jail. If you don't do it, you go to jail.
Oh, I like that. No, I haven't seen that.
There's all these like tweaks that are supposed to convince the model to like, if you just say it the right way or threaten it or tip it or something.
Yeah.
I haven't found that to work.
Cassie was saying in the last one where she likes to say please and thank you.
I think that's just a nice thing to do in general. You know?
Yeah. Just in case.
Yeah.
There we go. We got some CSS being applied. One thing I love about using Vite on these apps is as it's being applied, you'll immediately start seeing it pop up in here, or not as being applied, but as soon as this file is saved, then you'll see the change immediately. Yeah.
Dude, I don't know if it's controversial to say this, but Vite is amazing.
Yes. Absolutely love it. Oh, that looks nice.
So it's purple. That's modern.
It always does that. It does the gradient text and makes it. All right, it's working. Should we tell it to make it more modern?
Make it even better. Increase the modernity. Is that a word? (2009) Tell her she's going to go to jail. Postmodern. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. No, mid-century modern. No, that's not it.
Make it super modern. It should really pop. Go. Don't stop until you are very proud. Oh, it's still working. It's still adding stuff. I love this because you can, if you're doing a demo on something, you can quickly just generate like a base website and then show the demo on top of that. Because as someone who builds demos all day long, it's sometimes frustrating where like you want to show one little text alignment feature, but you got to build like a whole website around it just to show that. So this has really sped it up where I can just get a quick base, scaffold out a little app that's kind of interesting, and then go on and show the feature on top of that.
Dude, I do the same thing actually when I'm making demos for when we have releases for VS Code. I need to demo like next edit suggestions working.
Oh, yeah.
I'll ask Copilot to give me a demo and let it scaffold that out. Oh, I like the little the metronome looks better. I really wish we could hear this though. I feel like it's time to share the.
Yeah, actually the audio just stopped for me. What's going on here? Did it break the audio for me?
Well, it's like mid change. Maybe it's.
Yeah. What is this? Hand tracker. Finger count change. That's fine. Yeah, we need to get the audio working. So we switch to a different model.
No, let's add a modern custom font.
Oh man, it's still going.
Yeah, it's cooking.
Yeah, I like that. Ooh. Oh no. Where did my drum kits go?
Don't worry, we're gonna get to the end of this thing, and then nothing is gonna work.
It's gonna be all broken. Just a bunch of all open source.
Right,
that
that's
you
where
guys
we
can...
started.
Oh, it's because I didn't click on the drum. There we go. Ooh, that's nice.
You like that?
Yeah.
He does have loopback, Brian, but it's not working.
I'm not sure why it's not being piped in. Yeah, like look, my loopback right here. I add Microsoft Edge.
But Edge isn't actually doing anything. Oh, it is now. When I talk, I see it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just picking up the wrong tab.
It's a good question. This loopback is always spooky to me. All right, let's get the audio working and then we'll share the tab again. See where we're at. Okay. So can I stop it here if I'm happy with the CSS edits? I think I told it to go too hard.
Yeah. You said go, go, go.
All right, we'll let it finish. Give it one more minute, and then we'll tell it to get the audio going. But maybe I guess we could also just manually debug what's going on. Here we go. Drum kit. It may have also just be the browser stopped playing audio. There's like this thing called there's like an audio score, whether you're allowed to play audio without interacting with the page first. And
so that things don't autoplay in your
yeah. If you ever wonder how do websites have autoplay working and some others don't, you have to first interact before you can play audio. And then if you want autoplay to work, then there's like a score. There's like a page inside of Chrome or Edge where it's called like the media playback score, where if the user has let you play audio several times, then you get like a good score. That might be.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And that's how they kind of figure out who's spamming people or.
Yeah. Because if you visit a website you've never been on and you don't want like an ad auto playing audio, but if you visit YouTube, you kind of do want autoplay to work. So it's nice as you interact more with the website and play audio, then you get a better score. And then if your website has a high enough score, you're allowed to play sound without having an interaction.
But who's the credit score bureau of this thing? And our browser like sharing this information, or probably not, I assume.
It's just Chrome, or Edge or whatever. So
I have like you have to have like. Well, that does make sense because I don't want sites playing audio at me almost ever. Never ever play audio or video automatically. I will tell you when it's okay.
Yes. So yeah, it's not. Ooh, look at this. The finger.
They changed the fingers up display.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I've switched to a new tab. No, the audio stopped working. Okay, let's tell it. The audio stopped playing. Can you please fix? Do we see any errors in our console? Maybe we can give it that. No.
You've had the maximum update depth.
Yeah. I don't think that's related. That was related to the finger detection. Let's see if it.
Are you using TypeScript? You are.
Yep.
TSX. Do you have any problems?
Oh, that's a good question.
You do not.
I don't think so. Surprising, they friggin' made like a couple thousand lines of TypeScript, and it's all
with zero issues.
Yeah, look at this, 500 lines here. Let's see what it says here.
Do you find a difference between Claude 3.7 and 3.5 in your experience?
It's so hard to know. I don't think so. I was pretty happy with 3.5, but it's hard to say. The stuff is like very hard to quantify whether it's better or not. I guess there are tests for that though, hey?
Yeah, but I feel like even the tests I'm skeptical of. It's kind of like if you say that person's really fun to hang out with, it's kind of like, well, I'll be the judge of that.
Yeah.
I appreciate your input, but you know what I mean? It's almost like it's interacting with a person.
Yeah.
I tend to agree. 3.5 is the one I'm usually on, but 7's a bigger number than 5, so it just seems like it should be better.
The OpenAI models make no sense with their numbers, so I've sort of lost track with that.
Oh yeah, that's right. 03, 01, 04.
There we go. It's trying to. I'll help you fix the audio playback issue in the drum kit component. Let's check the current audio loading implementation and fix it.
Sounds legit.
Here, let me just open it up in a. No, it's not playing in any browser right now. This is the problem with the vibe codings. I just wrote a couple thousand lines of code. I don't know how it works, and now we have something's broken.
And also, you didn't keep? When's the last time you kept the changes?
I think like 10 minutes ago.
Okay,
after it was working, yeah.
Because what you can do is we can always just roll back to wherever it was actually last working.
Oh,
if we had to. Yeah. Can you give the agent a commit diff and say the audio broke with these diffs and ask it to explain the problem? If we were doing commits.
Oh, here it's trying to load in alternative paths.
Oh no, that's definitely not the answer. That was not the problem.
No. Okay, so here's what we need to do is actually do a bit of debugging ourselves. Let's look for audio element on the page. Nothing. Oh, it's probably using audio context. Oh, here, construction of audio buffer source is not useful when the context is closed. Okay. You know what? We will tell it. Nah, that didn't work. You know what? You should just use an audio element. Don't use audio context at all. We don't need it. So let's see if it will just remove all the audio context stuff. We'll just go back to just a regular audio element or a new audio object in JavaScript and see if that fixes it. So I think like
so that's interesting. I like how you talk to the AI like it's a person with like complete sentences. Chat, what do you do? Like, what do y'all do? Do you do like proper chatting, or you just talk to it like fix, make, create, audio not work?
I like to just go back to it as well. Like, you know, if I have to scroll back to like 2 hours ago and see what I was doing, it's kind of nice to at least have notes for yourself. If we're not writing commit messages or anything.
That's true. Yeah. I guess that's a good reason. Minimize your tokens, only commands. Oh man. Yeah, but that's not where you're losing. There's so few tokens there.
Yeah.
Logical.
That's like not even pennies.
It's good to start a new chat every once in a while because they aren't summarizing the entire agent log yet. I'll talk to it like a human because it's not. I don't. Yeah. No need for you know what. No, that's true. And the other thing is that, I hope I'm saying that right, is that you don't need to spell things correctly. So a lot of times I'm typing to it, I'll misspell something and I'll backspace. But models are phenomenally good at handling typos.
Yeah,
They're crazy
often won't fix them.
Yeah, it's wild. Old English. Whatever. I don't believe it. It takes time to type. I know.
What about other languages? Are people using this in stuff, something other than English?
That's a good question.
That would be cool to try.
I know they are, because on X, when I'm just looking at, because I just looked for Copilot content, and half of the posts are Japanese, and so I know that there's a heavy.
Oh yeah,
Japanese. There we go.
I like that. All right, let's see. Is it getting rid? Yeah, see, like it's getting rid of all of this like array buffer stuff.
It's deleting code. That feels so good.
Good, yeah. And now it's simply just should be creating an audio context. Let's see. There we go. See right here, audio clone is equal to new audio. That's what we want. Yes. Okay, it's working.
Is it back?
Yes. Metronome is not working yet. Let's see.
Oh, it's still cooking. You shout and swear at your Alexa devices? I don't do that. I have asked it though before to tell me that it loves me, and it will do that if you say Alexa, tell me you love me. It just, if you need a little affirmation, folks, use your Alexa for that.
All right.
Icelandic? You used it in Icelandic?
Keep.
Can we get you on the stream like right now?
That's sweet.
Yeah. Oh, we're so close. Hopefully it doesn't fix the metronome and break the drums.
Yes.
Wait, so you talk to an Icelandic, but you never code. Is there a language pack for Icelandic for Visual Studio Code? I'm curious.
I think it might have undone the audio context of the metronome.
What's that VS Code theme, Wes? I feel like, did you pay Paul to ask this question?
Yes. This is Cobalt 2. Let's take a look. Cobalt 2 Wes Bos. Let's find it on
Paul, because it's his theme, so I didn't know if maybe.
Yeah. I guess it's for a lot of things.
I use it a lot.
Where's the VS Code? Oh, well, this is it right here. This has been my theme for probably 12, 15 years. Every now and then I have a hankering to make one that's a little darker. So I might do that at one point, but I see you use it.
Why is it that we're still on this dark mode? Like, at what point are we just gonna open up our minds a little bit and consider that light mode is literally better for reading comprehension? Listen, chat, I'm sorry, that's just the science.
Whoa, man.
It's easier to read dark text on a light background. It just is.
I think I need to try it for a bit. I've been dark mode. It's not even dark, it's blue. But I feel like I need to switch over. I use light mode for a lot of other stuff, for Notion, for email.
What's your phone
Slack? I think light mode. I don't even know.
Mine's light mode.
No. How do you know if it is? Is Twitter black or white?
Yeah. So you would know if you go to that's a great question. So just open your browser, go to Safari. That's probably the best way to tell.
Yeah, I guess I could just go to like a website.
Yeah, X is light.
Yeah, I'm dark. I'm on dark mode for my phone. Come on now.
Take that offline. Don't take it easy. Whoa. I'm just saying. I use a dark mode too, but I'm saying we're all doing it with no there's no what's the word? Science to back up that this is actually better.
Here we go. I'll fix the metronome functionality by generating the click sound directly using Web Audio API instead of trying to play a sample. This approach is more reliable and more precise timing needed in the metronome. Thank you. Yes.
Imagine getting shamed for not using light mode. It's cyclical. Just wait. It's going to come back around again. We'll start it right here, y'all. It starts right now. Everybody switch your theme to light mode. You can be one of the first. I can't wait to actually hear this thing. I've been watching it for like an hour.
Man, you are in for a treat. All right, applying edits. I really hope this works for the metronome. Yes. All right, I'm switching. Okay, I'm gonna switch my screen here. So I'm gonna stop. Present.
You're gonna deploy this, right? So we can actually play this thing.
Yeah. Oh, we could probably even put it on live share. We should just do it right now. Let everybody play as we go. All right. Also share audio tab. All right. Can you add me back in?
Mm-hmm.
Whoever's in control of this.
That's Peggy, by the way. Everybody
Peggy,
say hello to
thank
Peggy. Peggy's been doing this for like 8 hours straight.
That doesn't seem like 100 beats per minute. Does it?
I have no idea. What is 100? That's pretty fast.
I think maybe it is.
Wait, you gotta put your other. Wait a minute. So the metronome stops when you take your hand away?
Yeah, it does. It should keep playing.
Yes, it should just keep playing. Yes.
Let's ask it to do that.
Start the metronome.
Hold on, we got to keep what we got. We're in a good spot right now.
Commit. Check in.
Should keep going when I take my hand away.
Dark mode for front end code, light mode for back end code. I feel like Todd, like that's a statement about front end versus back end. A drum roll.
Sounds awful.
Metronome is messing this up.
That does not sound like any metronome I've ever heard.
No, it does not. So here's a question that I think is pretty good here, and so I'm gonna throw it up here. So VS Code invests now only in AI, no normal features anymore. Here's why I think this is a good comment. Because it does kind of feel like AI is eating the world. And like, what about folks who are just trying to write code and want good editor features? Yeah. So first of all, thanks for that comment. And second of all, we release new features for Visual Studio Code every 30 days. And if you go to code.visualstudio.com, you go to updates. And we're always working on core. So I know you hear a lot about AI because it's the item of most interest, generally speaking. But we're absolutely committed to the editor itself. I hope that helps. But I do want to say, I'm just saying I commiserate with your feelings that it does feel like, hey, it's AI all the things now.
Everything is AI, all the things. Literally every app ever is scrambling for everything AI, which is nice in a lot of them and can be exhausting in some other ones.
It does seem like it kind of shows up in literally everywhere. I went to Walmart with my son to look for a toothbrush. He wanted a electric toothbrush. I couldn't think of the word. And the toothbrushes have AI. I'm not joking. There's AI, and yes, like I guess in the app somehow there's I don't know.
Oh man. Did anyone ask for that?
To be fair, I didn't try it. Maybe it's extremely useful.
Oh man.
We were a bit over the shark. Yeah, you can get you an AI toothbrush at Walmart right now.
You know what's one thing we need to do is that I should metronome with one hand and play with the other.
Well, you kind of want to set the metronome and then just like take your hand away and have it keep going. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What is the stop button it just added? It does
How
nothing.
do you make that work? There's no way to click it.
Look at my hands. I need to do stuff that's more
Here's what we should
specific.
do. Here's how we do this. Tell it that if you give a thumbs up, that it should start the metronome. And if you give it a thumbs down, it should stop the metronome. And when you move your fingers, like it should just keep the metronome at wherever it is that you leave it.
Because there's the stop button doesn't work. What did it say here? The metronome behavior has been completely reworked. When you make a pinch gesture, the metronome will start. When you release the pinch, the metronome will continue running.
False.
That's not true. Oh, we're on the wrong app here. Here we go. That's not it. So along with MediaPipe, there's a gesture recognition one that will also detect.
Why don't we just add a button below the video that's like turn metronome on off? we're working.
That's a good idea. Make the metronome just a button to turn on and off. All right, I just sent it. I know you can't see my prompt right now as we're trying to do the audio here, but that is very annoying.
That's truly awful.
It's pretty responsive though. Hey, like,
yeah,
I'm amazed at how quick, and like that's that 60 frames a second that it's running at. It's able to detect it nice and quickly.
Drummers in the chat are dying right now.
Oh man, what does it say?
The endless beeps.
Does anyone of you know how a physical metronome works? No, we don't.
We have no clue.
Well, it goes click, 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 right?
It's that sound, man. That's so annoying. Why is it that pitch?
Yeah, it should be a click, not a beep.
Yeah, and it's literally called a click track. How does it work? Tell us how it works.
Metronome. Where's the WebKit audio context? This is a lot of code.
A metronome is an inverted pendulum.
Yeah, it should be tick, 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 tick. I know that.
Yeah.
I'll simplify the metronome by adding. Sorry, it's just applying edits right now. It says, I'll simplify the metronome by adding a clear on-off button instead of trying to use gestures. No, we want to keep the gestures.
We didn't adjust the speed with the gesture, just on-off with the button.
Yes. Let's see what it does.
Don't change the BPM value that much. You set it once and you never change it again. You need a gesture that's more unique for the app to show the change BPM feature.
Yeah, I think what we would need to do is like be like 2 fingers up would like enter into metronome mode. You know, like this is like we're having layers, like it's Vim or something.
Yeah, this is actually a really bad UI interaction. It'd be much easier to just have a slider beneath the video that does the metronome.
Yes.
But look, y'all, this is how software gets made, right? Like you cook features and you're like, yeah, this is not right. Use your
All right, it changed the metronome. The button is over top of the camera selector. No,
it can't even work.
And I have to put my finger up for the UI to show up, otherwise it goes away.
Take it out of the video. Get it out of the video.
Oh man, Okay,
Yeah, you
let's
need your
tell it.
toothbrush to set the metronome. Exactly.
The button should not be hidden when I am playing drums. Make it visible all the time. Just going. It's amazing how much code it was able to write in. I wonder how many lines of code this is. We probably wrote a couple thousand lines of code here. And I think if you were to really focus in on each feature one by one, you could get a little bit more or a lot more polished than this.
Yeah, there's I feel like we need a blog post or some docs on agent mode best practices. There's someone on the team here, Rob Connery, who said the other day, as far as agent mode goes, that he likes to move in commits. So in other words, like if it's not fitting in a commit, then don't try to do it with agent mode. Just do one thing at a time.
Yeah.
And then do that, then commit it, and then try to get the agent to do the next thing.
Yeah.
What we're all currently doing is like trying to one-shot things, right? If I do this enough, but the thing is, like, you can get really, really far with like a prototype. Really far.
But if you want something that's like a little bit more maintainable, you have to still have a bit of a structured approach to it. Otherwise, you're just YOLO in it, you know?
Yeah, you're literally, it's exactly what that video is, where you're just like, please fix, it doesn't work. Please fix, it doesn't work.
Please fix.
And then at some point, you just wish you understood what was going on. You're like, okay, fix, you know?
I probably could have built this. All right, let's see. The button is still over top of it. Do we have to get our dev tools out? Oh.
It's like it.
But if I take my finger out of the screen, it'll
go away. Yeah.
Oh man, that is great.
It's like it doesn't know how to adjust UI that's not as part of the overlay.
Yeah. It feels like probably there is a component with all of the controls that is being shown and hidden when the fingers are on screen, and it should always be shown. So maybe I'll tell it that. Say, always show all the controls, no matter if no fingers are detected or not. Let's see if that will fix that for us.
Well, we're kind of winding down here, and I know you've got to move on to other things. Yeah, what do we want to do? How do you want to land it?
Yeah, let's see here. Let's see if this last Hail Mary one will fix that for us. And then what I'll do is I'll throw this up on GitHub. I'll post it up on my socials on Twitter and Blue Sky. And anyone who wants to sort of take this and expand upon it is very welcome to do so. I'd love to see some, like, we got the recording, we got the metronome, we got the drums, and we have the finger counter is being shown on here. So it'd be kind of cool to see what else you can do with this. And this is just one of the models, the finger model. There's 6 or 7 other media pipe models that are trained specifically on like sitting or on arms or on like thumbs up, thumbs down, fist, open. So there's some pretty nifty stuff you can do with this.
So here's a comment, kind of harsh, but maybe true. You really need to be changing context chats between prompts. It's scary how negligent you're being to the context window as a developer. The longer the chat, the worse the result. Now, I don't actually know if that's true, but it could be true. I don't know if that's true.
Sending it all along. I would like to hear from the people that build it and if that's true or not, because shouldn't it like compress any of the past down?
The engineers would have to tell us like what's actually happening behind the scenes, because there's a lot. It's not like it's just taking everything back there and sending it all verbatim, right? There's some serious gymnastics happening behind the scenes. But this could be true.
even
As a general rule, this could be true. I just don't know.
yeah. Sometimes I like to just open up a fresh one and just be like, all right, forget about what I said before. What we're working on, here's the code. Let's start fresh, you know?
Let's move on.
But it seems to be doing a decent job at what's going on here. No, it still cannot. So the biggest problem we had here today is being able to show the UI all the time. Building a whole drum kit, totally fine. Building, oh, it looks like my audio froze.
Yeah, and your video. That's the ironic thing.
Even my video on here as well. Oh,
yeah,
man.
your video is frozen. But
Oh,
that's what's so ironic is that it's like the hard stuff was easy.
Yeah.
And it's now stuck on something that we probably could do in 15 minutes or less.
Yeah. Exactly. Man, I wonder what happened. I've never seen a blue thing here. Oh, it's because of tab content.
We did get crazy far though, really fast.
Yeah.
That was wild.
Yeah, I think my cam broke. But yeah, that was pretty fun. And just kind of goofing around, just chatting in 2 hours, able to build a fun little app like that. I think you could build something pretty nifty if you focus in on maybe component by component and have a bit more of a plan for what it is you're trying to build.
Yeah, so let's do this, chat. Wes is going to throw this up on GitHub. If you want to pull it down and work on it and improve it, if you hit us back, we'll boost that from the main accounts for you. I can promise you that much. Wes, thanks so much for coming and doing this. This was a lot of fun. It's inspiring to see what you can build. And like you said, it makes me feel like I can just build anything.
Yes, it's been really fun. I appreciate you having me on. This was great.
Well, thank you so much, chat, for joining us. If you stuck around for the whole day, it's been a long day. Thanks for being with us. Go check out Agent Mode. Check out the new models. You got Vision Sport. All that's here today. And yeah, go build the things that maybe you thought you didn't have time to build before, or you weren't sure you could, because you can. Great to see y'all. Thanks for being with us. We'll catch you at the next live event. Bye, everybody.